Chapter 229. How is it, Father? Didn't I tell you yesterday that His Majesty wasn't really going to punish me? Look, didn't he just give me a slap and now he's giving me a sweet date? Inside the room, Li Zixuan leaned against the door frame and showed off to his father, who was happily hugging the imperial edict. When this guy started to boast, he really didn't have any self-awareness at all. In fact, when Li Er's imperial edict came yesterday, he was a little flustered in his heart. The words he said to his father were completely guesswork, used to comfort the two elders. In the end, by a stroke of luck, Li Er sent someone to deliver the imperial edict for his promotion today. Xianer, you're right. My son, you're now a minister of the directorate. Father is very gratified. Li Jingma didn't care if his son was bragging or not. In any case, his son had been promoted and the result was good. That was enough. Isn't it because I was born well? Madame Li snatched the imperial edict from her husband's hands and said proudly. Cough, yes, madam is right. Li Jingma was helpless and could only follow his wife's words. Li Zixuan wiped the cold sweat from his heart and thought to himself, Father really doesn't have any status in the family. I hope that after my precious Yushi marries over, she won't learn bad from me. Xianer, you're now a minister of the directorate. In the future you have to be more steady when doing things. Look at Chancellor Kong, that's the style of a great scholar. You have to learn more from Chancellor Kong. Li Jingma came to his senses and began to exhort his son again. Li Zixuan curled his lips. If he was like old man Kong, he would be sullen to death every day. It was proper to be free and unrestrained. Moreover, he wasn't interested in the minister of the directorate. Father, isn't it just a minister of the directorate? It's not like it's a high official. Is there a need for you to be like this? Nonsense. Father Li, who was still amiable just now, was instantly enraged when he heard this bastard's words. He said sternly, the position of Secretary of the Treasury is of great importance. This is the Deputy Chief of the Treasury, assisting the Chancellor in overseeing the affairs of the Treasury. Xianer, you mustn't treat him so sloppily. As far as I know, in the history of the Imperial College, there has never been a Minister of Education as young as you. His Majesty thinks so highly of you. Don't let him down. Li Zixuan listened to his father's popular science, and realized that the position of Minister of Industry was actually so awesome. Wasn't it equivalent to the position of Vice President of a university? And it was the best university in the country. Being able to become a vice principal at such a young age was indeed impressive. Thinking about it this way, Li Zixuan was more satisfied with this position. He rubbed his nose awkwardly and hurriedly said, Father is right, I will work hard and not disappoint your Majesty's expectations. Iron Egg, you're back? At noon, Li Zixuan saw Iron Egg, who had just come back from school, in the front yard and said with a smile, Yes, master. This is the test paper that Mr. Su asked me to bring to you. He said that you can give it to him after you mark it. As Iron Egg spoke, he took out a stack of sealed test papers from his backpack. Yes, it was a backpack that Li Zixuan had asked someone to sew for him. Iron Egg and Lanner both had backpacks. When Lanner had cried and begged to go to school with them, Li Zixuan had asked someone to sew a backpack for her. After all, the ancient examination boxes used by scholars were too cumbersome. Why didn't Mr. Su mark it himself? Looking at the test papers in front of him, Li Zixuan was speechless. He didn't expect that he would still have work when he was on vacation. This was unreasonable. Iron Egg scratched his head awkwardly. He knew that his master was lazy, but he didn't expect him to be this lazy. He thought for a moment and said, Mr. Su said that he didn't know the standard answers for some of the questions, so he could only let you mark them yourself. F***ck. Li Zixuan really wanted to chop off his hands. He asked you to set such a difficult test paper. Did you dig your own grave? Well, you can take the test papers to the west courtyard. Come to the front courtyard to eat later. Li Zixuan waved his hand helplessly and said gloomily, Yes, master. Come here quickly. Yi Lane, Meng Wenhao's house. Meng Wenhao's mother waved to her son and said with a smile, Mother, what's the matter? Meng Wenhao ran over and asked curiously. Meng Wenhao's mother carefully took out a brand new book and handed it to her son. She happily said, How look. This is what I was waiting for this morning. I think it's called Chitsu culture. Took me a lot of effort to get this. When it was my turn, there was only this book left. I saw that this book was so cheap, so I bought it. How are your father and I don't have the ability to buy new books for you. In the past, you either borrowed books from others or bought old books from others. This is the first new book I bought for you. Take it quickly. Meng Wenhao looked at the brand new Analects of Confucius in front of him and saw his mother's right hand full of calluses. His nose twitched and he almost cried. He took the Analects of Confucius with both hands, sniffed, and said with a forced smile, "Thank you, mother." Haha, how, why are you still so polite to me? Actually, I have to thank the owner of Chitsu culture for setting the price so low. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to afford it. This person is really a living Buddha for us poor people. Meng Wenhao's mother said with a sigh. Mother, actually, the owner of Chitsu culture is our master. Ah, it's actually Li Xianji? Yes, I heard that there were many people fighting in front of Chitsu culture for the book yesterday. It seems that our master was implicated. He didn't come to the school today. Meng Wenhao frowned and said worriedly. Ah, then will Mr. Li be fine? He's the benefactor of many of us. Nothing can happen to him. Meng Wenhao's mother opened her mouth in shock. Meng Wenhao comforted her. Mother, don't worry. Teaching assistant Su told us that Mr. Li is fine. There should be news in a few days. Meng Wenhao's mother looked at her son, thought for a moment and said, why don't you go to Mr. Li's house to visit? As his student, you should pay him a visit. There are about 10 eggs at home. You can bring them to Mr. Li. Mother, Mr. Li's house doesn't lack these. You can leave these eggs for Yaya to nourish her body. Meng Wenhao looked at his skinny little sister who was playing with grasshoppers outside and said with heartache, What do you know? You're a student. How can you visit Mr. Li's house empty-handed? Listen to me. Didn't you say that you have the afternoon off? Then you can go in the afternoon. You can't be ungrateful. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my son. Meng Wenhao's mother patted her son's hand and said earnestly. Meng Wenhao had no choice but to agree. After a moment, he suddenly remembered the newspaper he read today, so he said, Mother, don't go to Chitsu culture to buy books in the future. There are too many people there. I'm afraid you'll be crowded. Meng Wenhao's mother interrupted. Hey, it's okay. I'm not that delicate. Meng Wenhao explained. No, mother. Mr. Li said that in less than 3 years, the price of books will be as cheap as Chitsu culture books now. You don't have to fight for them at all. Also, I don't lack books to read now. The teaching materials we use are all printed by Mr. Li himself. Meng Wenhao's mother exclaimed. Ah, there's such a thing? Then you should go visit your Mr. Li in the afternoon. Why don't I catch the chicken in the backyard and give it to Mr. Li as well? Meng Wenhao quickly waved his hand and said, No, mother. It's enough to bring some eggs. Go do your work. Chapter 230. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan was lying on the recliner and reading the latest issue of the newspaper. Other than the slightly hot weather, everything else was perfect. Hey, Ma Zhou actually wrote about me in the newspaper. TSK, this is the first time I'm in the newspaper. It feels pretty good. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up when he saw the headline. He was overjoyed. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary student. How could he have the chance to be in the newspaper? Not even the school newspaper. He didn't expect that he would be in the news after just giving a speech. He felt a sense of accomplishment. After being narcissistic for a while, Li Zixuan started to read other news out of boredom. There was no other way. In this era, there were no computers or televisions. He didn't like the novels sold in the East Market. For an otaku like him in his spare time, he could only tease the servant girls and read the news in the newspapers. At this time, if he was given a computer and allowed to play single-player games, he would never get tired of it. What? You said he could go to the brothel? Sorry, with Han Yushi, a beautiful wife who was as beautiful as a fairy, Li Zixuan was not interested in those vulgar women. Moreover, although he was a loser in his previous life, he still had a trace of mental cleanliness. You could say that he was pretentious, but this was the truth. Moreover, the brothel was often a place where all kinds of conflicts occurred. Didn't you see that in all kinds of transmigration novels, when the main character went to the brothel, He would encounter all kinds of pretentious and face-slapping situations. The main character was in the mood for poetry, and had all kinds of famous poems at his fingertips to win the heart of the top beauty. Then it was a night of love. There was also a second generation in the brothel who bullied a beauty. The main character was furious and punched the second generation, the hero saved the beauty, and so on. There were countless similar situations. Whether it was in the modern or ancient times, the brothel was a place where all kinds of disputes occurred. Although Li Zixuan was not afraid of trouble, he didn't like to attract trouble for no reason. Therefore, unlike the other second generation in Chang, and Li Zixuan didn't know where the brothel's door was even though he had transmigrated for so long. It wasn't that he wasn't lustful, but he didn't like to attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, what was the point of that kind of emotionless XX00? Young Master Butler Fu is here. He's in the front hall. Xiaohe walked over and said softly. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and asked curiously, "Why is Faubert here? He should be here to deliver the car, right?" Xiaohe saw a lot of horse carriages in the front yard. "Looks like there's," Xiaohe said excitedly. Then she suddenly couldn't find the right adjective and was stuck for a while. "Yes, it's imposing, right?" Li Zixuan chuckled. So many luxurious limousines were put together. It was no wonder that Xiaohe was so excited. However, if Faubert was just here to deliver the car, he could have just asked his subordinates to deliver it. Why did he have to come here in person? Yes, it's very imposing. Young Master is really knowledgeable." Xiaohe hurriedly nodded. Li Zixuan was speechless. Was this little girl about to become his fangirl? "Come on, let's go to the front yard." When they came to the front yard, they saw 2 rows of luxurious limousines. There were about 20 of them lined up neatly. More than 20 fine horses stood in front of the cars, looking hale and hearty. With such extravagance and imposing manner, if there was also an orchestra, it would be simply amazing. Such a big commotion naturally alarmed Old Man Li and Mrs. Li. When Li Zixuan came to the front hall, his parents were talking to Faubert. "Xian, why did you get so many horse carriages?" Seeing his son come in, Old Man Li couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Li Zixuan didn't ask his family for the money to build these limousines. The profits of the winery and the strange interest pavilion in the past few months were all in his hands. It was completely enough to build dozens of such luxurious limousines. Therefore, Old Man Li had no idea about the construction of so many horse carriages in the yard. This was the benefit of Li Zixuan's proposal to start a business on his own. With financial autonomy, he could do whatever he wanted. Although his family was rich, every time he asked his parents for money, not only would it be troublesome, but he would also feel embarrassed. "Dad, these are the horse carriages I prepared for my wedding. Look, so many horse carriages, how grand it is to put them together. When the time comes, we can use these horse carriages to form a caravan to pick up the bride from the Han Manor. Not only will it be dignified, but it will also show the importance our family places on this marriage." Li Zixuan turned on his bragging mode again as he lied to Old Man Li. Li Jingma seriously thought about the scene described by his son and found that it was indeed quite grand. More importantly, Old Man Li thought that since his son had been conferred a title at such a young age and held such an important position, it was necessary to have the extravagance of a wedding. These horse carriages were indeed necessary. Thinking of this, Old Man Li couldn't help but nod. "Mshinner, you've thought it through quite thoroughly." Mshinner, mother says that it should be like this. That girl from the Han family is truly beautiful, and is also the adopted daughter of Duke Yi. If she marries over, we can't treat her unfairly. Madame Li also smiled and agreed. Seeing that his parents were so easily convinced, Li Zixuan proudly laughed. "Oh, that's right. Xianer, how much did these horse carriages cost? Do you still have enough money?" Li Jingma raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked. Not expensive. The cost of one horse carriage is less than 500 strings of coins. In total, it's only 10,000 strings of coins. Your son has enough money." Li Zixuan chuckled. Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Faubert heard this and their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Rich and imposing, this was truly rich and imposing. Although Li Jingma was a tycoon in the capital, he wouldn't casually throw out 10,000 strings of coins for such a senseless matter. Furthermore, the reason why he had so much money was because he had worked hard for half his life to earn it. Li Zixuan had only opened his shop for a short period of time, but he was already so rich? How was he going to let others live? What kind of horse carriage is this? It's actually so expensive? Li Jingma frowned and asked. Although he didn't go in to take a look, in Father Li's eyes, all horse carriages were the same. Even if the horse carriage in the courtyard was a bit bigger, the cost was at most a few dozen strings of coins more expensive than other horse carriages. How could it be so expensive? It's just like the horse carriage I usually use. Father, have you never sat in one before? Oh, it seems like you really haven't sat in one before. Then, Father, you can pick one from this batch of horse carriages and try it out later. Your son guarantees that once you sit in it, you won't be willing to come down. Li Zixuan patted his head and said bewitchingly. Ever since his horse carriage was made, it had become his and Iron Egg's special carriage to go to school. His parents really didn't have the chance to sit in it. Go away. What kind of horse carriage have your father not sat in before? Why would I care about your horse carriage? From what I see, other than the fact that your horse carriage looks a bit bigger from the outside, it's no different from an ordinary horse carriage. Father Li said in disbelief, but a trace of warmth flashed in his eyes. Now that his son knew how to show filial piety to him, of course he would feel happy. It's not that simple. Father, listen to me and pick one. With this horse carriage, when you have nothing to do, you can go sightseeing and have a honeymoon with my mother. Li Zixuan said shamelessly. Ahem. Mrs. Li's face was slightly red as she glared at her son. Father Li's old face was also red. Although he didn't know what a honeymoon was, he could roughly guess what it was. Xianer, you can talk to Steward Fu. He's looking for you. I'll talk to you first. Chapter 231. This title. Don't think too much about it. Young master, other than delivering the car, this old man came here today to discuss something with you. In the front hall. After old man Li and Mrs. Li left, Faubert said with a serious expression. Faubert, if you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to be restrained here, just say whatever you want. Li Zixuan said warmly. Faubert said with a smile. Young master, a group of businessmen came to the workshop today. They want to advertise their shops in the newspaper, which is what you said before. They are also willing to pay for it. One of the barbarian businessmen even offered 500 strings of cash to buy a spot in the newspaper to advertise his restaurant. Ma Zhou couldn't make up his mind, so he asked this old man to come over and ask. The concept of advertising was something he heard from Ma Zhou. Now, he could be considered to have learned it and used it flexibly. Li Zixuan was delighted. The real profitable business of the newspaper was finally here. It seemed that some people had a keen sense of smell. Li Zixuan had asked Ma Zhou to estimate the cost of the newspaper. Even with the paper machine and movable type printing technology, the cost of a newspaper was still a little more than 3 copper coins on average. Calculating it this way, the newspaper itself wasn't profitable. Li Zixuan was keen on the newspaper not only to satisfy his own interests, but also because of the huge potential value behind the newspaper. For example, advertising revenue and the control of public opinion. Controlling public opinion didn't mean that Li Zixuan wanted to rebel and cause trouble. It was just to give himself an extra layer of protection. If others didn't come looking for trouble, he wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. Uncle Fu, you can agree to this, but you can only advertise in the middle column of every issue of the newspaper. There should be 8 spots on both sides. How about this? In the future, our newspaper will hold an advertisement auction every 7 days. We'll let the merchants come and bid for it. The highest bidder will get it. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, Young master's method is not bad. Then this old man will go back first. Faubert was already used to Li Zixuan's ability to make money. He was only a little surprised in his heart when he heard this. He quickly recovered and nodded with a smile. Then take care, Faubert. On the other side, after old man Li left the front hall, he really went to the yard to pick an RV. In fact, there wasn't much to pick. They were all the same high-end RV. After old man Li found that they were all the same, he randomly picked one. Master, you're really picky? Mrs. Li said in annoyance. Our son is paying to build a carriage for us. How can we not accept it? Madam, Quickly get into the carriage with your husband and see if this place is as good as Shinner says. Li Jingma pulled his wife and said eagerly. Under Li Zishuan's influence, he was now more thick-skinned than before. He had already thought through some things. His martial arts were no match for his son's, and his knowledge was no match for his son's. As for his ability to make money, he was no match for him now. He might as well enjoy his life in peace. Anyway, his son was successful, and the family could rely on their previous savings to not have to worry about food and clothing. Why should he live such a tiring life? Therefore, he didn't go to the shop much now. The shopkeepers were enough. His son was now an official, and they wouldn't dare to fool him. Go away. You don't care about your face, but I do. You have the nerve to ask for the carriage that your son prepared for his wedding. You're really shameless. Mrs. Li had always loved her son dearly, and she wasn't as thick-skinned as Li Jingma. Hey, I didn't ask him for it. Shinner wanted to give it to me himself. Madam, quickly come with me to see it. Without any explanation, Li Jingma dragged his wife along, wanting to experience this RV. Hey, let go. Mrs. Li was so angry that she wanted to break free, but she couldn't resist the strength of Li Jingma's grip. After a while, the couple entered the carriage. This carriage doesn't look like much from the outside, but after entering, I realized that it's really spacious. It's like a small room. Li Jingma exclaimed the moment he entered. Old master, why is the shape of this stool so strange? Aya, it's so comfortable to sit on. What is it made of? After Mrs. Li entered and saw the various strange decorations in the carriage, she forgot what she said outside. She took a fancy to the sofa at first glance and couldn't help but try to sit on it. After that, she didn't want to get up. When Li Jingma heard that, he curiously sat on the sofa opposite his wife. His entire body sank into the sofa. Aya, this is really comfortable. Shinner, this child knows how to enjoy life so well. How could this not be comfortable? Li Zishuan's sofa was not only made of soft material, but also had ergonomic features. It allowed the human body's arms, back, waist, and legs to relax well. Compared to the people of the Tang dynasty who had to kneel on a couch or sit on a stool without a backrest, being able to sit on this sofa was of course an extremely luxurious experience. Mrs. Li didn't even bother to roll her eyes because she was currently enjoying this rare comfort with her eyes closed. However, she still said unhappily, so what if Shinner knows how to enjoy life? Can't you see our son enjoying life? In my opinion, our son is pretty good like this. Yes, this is pretty good. Of course, Li Jingma didn't have the guts to talk back to the tigress at home. He said contentedly, Hey madam, look at this soft stool. Even if the carriage moves, it won't be too bumpy. This carriage is really good. What Shinner said just now is right. In the future, we can really sit in this carriage and go out to see the scenery. Your husband has been running around doing business for the past few years, and it's been hard for you to take care of the family alone. Now that Shinner has been knighted, we don't need to worry about Lana anymore. Why don't we find some time to take you out for a walk to make up for your hard work all these years? Mrs. Li was touched by her husband's sincerity. She opened her eyes, the rims of her eyes slightly red. However, she refused. Your wife is content with old master's intentions. Now that we're all grown up, it's inconvenient for us to go out and play. It's easy for others to gossip about us. Besides, Shinner left us for 8 years. Your wife can't bear to part with him. Li Jingma patted his wife's hand and said warmly, Don't worry, madam. We can just walk around Chang'an and go out in the morning. We'll be back in the evening. There's no need for us to worry about what others say. I'm sure Shinner also hopes that you can go out more often and relax. Mrs. Li thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll listen to old master. Haha. Look, madam, there are 2 small rooms inside. Let's go take a look. Chapter 232. Ahem, Sanbao, take this carriage to the east courtyard. Where's Sanbao? The servants outside had heard the commotion in the carriage and guessed that their master and madam were showing off their love in the carriage. How would they, as servants, dare to eavesdrop on such a private matter? Not long after old man Li got on the carriage, the servants, coachmen, and servants around the carriage all retreated far away. Thus, when Li Jingma got off the carriage with his wife, he habitually called out to Sanbao. However, he realized that there was no one around. Coming, coming. Master, are you calling for me? Sanbao, who was hiding in a corner in the west of the courtyard, saw that Li Jingma seemed to be looking for her after coming out, so she quickly ran over and bowed with a smile. Madame Li looked up at the servants far away and immediately understood. She angrily pinched her husband. Although the customs of the Tang dynasty were more liberal, it was not to this extent. Li Jingma grimaced and resisted the urge to cry out in pain. He quickly said to Sanbao, "Yes, yes. You take this carriage to the east courtyard." "Yes, master." Meng Wenhao carried a small basket of eggs and entered Yongle Lane. He looked all the way to the Li residence and saw the tall gate and the picturesque pavilions in the courtyard from afar. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He looked at the eggs in his hand and hesitated for a moment. "Why are you standing there like a fool? Why don't you go in?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Meng Wenhao, who was in a dilemma, was shocked. He turned his head and saw that the person who came was Li Tai. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness Prince Wei." In the Imperial College, they were classmates and didn't need to be so polite. However, outside of the Imperial College, he had to pay attention to the etiquette between a monarch and a subject. Li Tai waved his hand. He looked at Meng Wenhao's outfit and asked, "Are you here to look for Mr. Li?" "Yes, yes." "Then why don't you go in? Won't the gatekeeper let you in?" "That's not right. Their gatekeeper shouldn't make things difficult for people." This. Meng Wenhao scratched his head in embarrassment. Li Tai looked at the egg in Meng Wenhao's hand and saw his embarrassed look. He instantly understood and laughed. "Wenhao, don't worry about it. Mr. Li's family is richer than mine. If you are worried about the importance of the gift, I'm afraid that there are not many people in Chang and who can give Mr. Li a gift. It's the thought that counts. As long as you're here to see him, I'm sure he's already very satisfied." Li Tai's words also contained some intention of explaining things, but to be able to be explained by Li Tai was in itself a kind of honor. For a smart person like Meng Wenhao, who had no conflict of interest with him, Li Tai approved of him in his heart and was willing to make friends with him. Perhaps this was the appreciation between smart people. When Meng Wenhao heard this, he felt slightly relieved. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Thank you for your explanation, Your Highness. Then let's go in together. It just so happens that I have some matters to discuss with Mr." With Li Tai leading the way, the process of Meng Wenhao entering the Li mansion was much smoother. The two of them directly entered the courtyard without any obstruction. Li Tai did not let anyone inform him. After he asked the servant Li Zishuan where he was, he directly led Meng Wenhao to the west courtyard. He did not treat himself as an outsider at all. Sigh. Meng Wenhao was just about to ask if this was too rude, but he saw that the surrounding servant girls and retainers didn't seem surprised at all. He could only shut his mouth and obediently follow Li Tai to the west courtyard. Along the way there were pavilions, artificial mountains, lotus ponds and trees. Meng Wenhao was dazzled. He thought to himself, Prince Wei was right. Mister's family is really rich. When I earn money in the future, I will also buy a big house like this for my parents to enjoy. Wow, there are so many carriages. They are actually the same as the ones Mr. usually uses. When Li Tai entered the west courtyard, the first thing he saw was the 20 or so luxurious caravans. He immediately threw the purpose of his visit to the back of his mind and eagerly jumped into a carriage to enjoy the view. After Old Man Li pulled his carriage away, Li Zishuan also asked people to move the rest of the carriages to the west courtyard. After all, it was not appropriate for them to be piled up in the front courtyard. Anyway, his west courtyard was large, so there was nothing to be afraid of if there were 20 more carriages. At this moment, Li Zishuan was sitting in a pavilion not far away to enjoy the cool air. When he saw this little fatty like a bandit entering a village, he could not help but be speechless. He quickly got up and walked over, not because of Li Tai, but because he saw Meng Wenhao. Mr. Meng Wenhao was also shocked by the number of luxurious caravans. However, when he saw Li Zishuan walking over, he quickly regained his senses and cupped his hands in greeting. Wenhao, why are you here? Li Zishuan nodded and smiled gently. He was not surprised that Li Tai was here, but he was curious about Meng Wenhao's visit. Mr. did not go to the Imperial College today, and I heard about the conflict between the students in front of the Strange Culture Center yesterday. I was a little worried about Mr.'s situation. However, my information is limited, so I could only come here to see for myself. I hope Mr. can forgive me for disturbing you. Meng Wenhao bowed and cupped his hands in greeting. Li Zixuan's heart warmed. It seemed that he was quite successful as a teacher. At this moment, he finally understood the feelings of those teachers in his previous life when they saw their students come to visit them. It was a kind of gratification and joy from the bottom of their hearts. It was indescribable and irreplaceable. Wenhao, don't worry. I am fine. Haha. I was wondering why you came here. So it was because of this. Your worry was a little unnecessary. Not only is Mr. fine, he is now the Imperial College's secretary. Li Tai jumped down from the carriage, patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder and laughed. Li Zixuan could clearly feel the ground tremble. It was not an exaggeration at all. He was speechless at this little fatty. He was only 11 or 12 years old, but he was already so fat. Wasn't he afraid that he would have high blood pressure, high blood sugar and high blood fat in the future? Li Zixuan remembered reading in a book in his previous life that Li Tai's waist and belly were big. However, when Li Er saw his son's chubby appearance, he was not worried that it would affect his figure if he was too fat. Instead, he felt that his son would be very tired when he went to the imperial court. His heart ached for his son, so he allowed him to go to the imperial court in a small sedan chair. This was unheard of. Li Zixuan shook his head. He could not understand this strange father and son. It is good that Mr. is fine. I did not have anything else at home, so I could only bring some eggs. I hope Mr. does not mind. Meng Wenhao handed over the eggs in his hand and looked at Li Zixuan expectantly. Li Zixuan frowned. If it was in the past, it would have been fine. However, eggs were so expensive now, and Meng Wenhao's family was not well off. How could he accept these eggs? However, when he saw Meng Wenhao's expectant face, he was afraid that if he rejected, it would hurt this child's self-esteem. Li Zixuan was speechless for a moment. There was no one else who could be so conflicted about accepting gifts. Sai, forget it. At most, when this child goes back, he would ask the kitchen to pack some dried fruits and pastries for him as compensation. The gift is light, but the thought is heavy. How could I mind? However, the next time you come, you must not bring these things. I do not lack anything at home. You and Qingke follow me to the pavilion. Li Zixuan signaled Xiaoxi to accept the eggs and said to Meng Wenhao and Li Tai, "Thank you, Mr." Meng Wenhao heaved a sigh of relief and said gratefully. It was unknown whether he was thanking Li Zixuan for the invitation or thanking Li Zixuan for accepting the eggs. Chapter 233. Wenhao, Qingke. How did the two of you do in this exam? Inside the pavilion, Li Zixuan asked with a smile as he took a sip of the warm tea mixed with ice cubes after the few of them sat down. He didn't even have time to look at the exam paper that Su Hongji gave him. This was why only students with good grades were willing to visit a teacher's house. After visiting, the teacher would inevitably ask about your grades. Therefore, the number of times Chang Chumo came to visit Li Zixuan had significantly decreased. This fellow would also feel flustered and embarrassed. Meng Wenhao said, "Not bad." Li Tai waved his hand and said, "Not bad. Mister, you have so many carriages here. How about giving me one?" Ever since the little fatty had sat down, his eyes had been glued to the carriages, never leaving them. He had just gone in to try out the luxury RV. And he really wanted to try it out. I'll give you a question. Qingke, if you can answer it, what's wrong with giving you a carriage? Li Zixuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Li Tai heard this and his face fell. Question again. He was almost traumatized by Li Zixuan's questions. After being tortured so many times, Li Tai said that he had enough. He definitely wouldn't be fooled this time. No need. Mister, just tell me how much you want to sell this carriage for. I'll buy it with money. The little fatty shook his head like a rattle drum. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't be willing to answer Li Zixuan's deliberately difficult questions. Meng Wenhao, who was at the side, looked at Li Tai suspiciously. After attending classes together for so long, He had some understanding of Li Tai's temperament. He knew that Li Tai was a proud and arrogant person, but he didn't think that he would take the initiative to admit defeat. Could it be that the question set by Mr. was really that difficult? Meng Wenhao couldn't help but think. Li Zixuan faintly glanced at the little fatty and said, "There's no place to sell this car yet. Qingke, if you want it, wait a little longer." Li Tai stamped his feet and said, "There are more than 20 carriages here, right? Little Xian, can't you sell me one? I'm one of the owners of Qitsu Culture. Can't you take care of me?" Li Zixuan waved his hand in annoyance. All right, I'll give you one. I'll give you one. Qingke, why are you here today? If you're done, then let's go." Li Zixuan really wanted this little fatty to hurry up and finish what he wanted to say and get out of here. Otherwise, he would ask for whatever he saw. He was a dignified prince, yet he was acting like a bandit. He was really a disgrace to the Li family. Li Tai's wish was fulfilled. He didn't care about Li Zixuan's bad attitude at all. He said with a happy face, "Haha, teacher, did you forget? The newspaper is almost finished with the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality that you told me last time. You should tell me the next story today. Otherwise, there won't be any novels to publish tomorrow." Li Zixuan was stunned. Only then did he remember that there was such a matter. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll tell you the novel today." Meng Wenhao was shocked and said in surprise, "The legend of a mortal's journey to immortality was actually written by teacher? And Wenhao, it's fine as long as you know. Don't tell anyone." Li Zixuan didn't want to cause too much trouble. He just wanted to quietly be a handsome man. "Yes, teacher." Meng Wenhao agreed. However, he thought about it and still hesitated. However, this student really doesn't understand. Teacher is so knowledgeable and has so much knowledge. Why would you write novels? Li Zixuan smiled meaningfully and said, "What's wrong with writing novels? Wenhao, do you think that writing novels is a cheap profession?" Meng Wenhao flatly denied. No, student doesn't mean that. You do. From the bottom of your heart, you think that writing novels isn't the right path. It's beneath your status as a scholar, right? Li Zixuan said seriously. "Wenhao, you've studied hard for so many years. What is your dream?" "Student." Meng Wenhao opened his mouth but didn't know how to speak. He hadn't thought about this question before. Li Zixuan looked at Meng Wenhao's confused face and said slowly, "Do you want to earn money to improve your family's life? Or do you want to pass the imperial examination and enter the imperial court? Or do you want to become an official somewhere and benefit the people? Or do you want to write a book and create a legend that will last forever?" Meng Wenhao was in a daze for a long time before he said, "Teacher, this student not only wants my father, mother, and little sister to live a good life, but also wants to pass the imperial examination to benefit the people and let others remember me. Hey, you're really greedy." Li Tai took a sip of the iced wine and said with a smile. Meng Wenhao was a little embarrassed and speechless. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Wenhao, if a person can write a novel well, although it can't pass the imperial examination, it can make him rich. Moreover, through our Datong Daily, one person can spread it to 10 to 100, and let him become famous overnight. It's also relying on one's ability to make a living. What reason do you have to discriminate against writing novels?" Li Tai said in disbelief, "Can writing novels make so much money?" Of course. Qingke, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. As the scale of Datong Daily becomes bigger and bigger, the sales will increase. At that time, whether it's writing articles for the newspaper or writing novels for the newspaper, the income will be very high. I think at that time there will be a lot of scholars who are constrained to write novels or articles." Li Zixuan said confidently. He had his own reasons for saying so. The entertainment in this era was very monotonous. The launch of the newspaper could not only bring people spiritual entertainment, but also provide a way for many scholars to make a living. Li Tai's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "Doesn't that mean at that time I will have many kinds of novels to read?" Li Zixuan and Meng Wenhao's mouth both twitched. This little fatty's thinking was always on a different channel than others. "Wenhao, think about it carefully. I don't think your thinking is good. There is no noble or lowly in the industry. The books you read didn't teach you to discriminate against others, did they? No matter what profession, those who rely on their own efforts to make a living are worthy of your respect. This includes farmers, merchants, and even waiters in restaurants. As a teacher, I don't wish to teach students who are arrogant, and don't eat the hardships of the world. Also, about your dream, whether it's for your family or for an official, if you can only choose one, I hope you can give priority to your family. I don't think a person who doesn't know how to be grateful and doesn't recognize his family can be a good official. I also don't want you to become a cold-blooded and heartless person for fame and fortune. Li Zixuan didn't pay attention to the little fatty's antics. Instead, he looked at Meng Wenhao and said sincerely, "Student will remember teacher's teachings." Meng Wenhao stood up and cupped his hands respectfully to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded with gratification and said, "Okay. Then let's start talking about novels." Chapter 234. Good story. Under the pavilion, Li Tai heard this and was so excited that he almost clapped. Meng Wenhao also showed an expression of interest. Previously, he was only surprised that Li Zixuan wrote The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. However, he was also quite fond of the story itself. It was not easy to find a young person in Chang, and who did not know about The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Recently, there were even some items from The Legend of a Mortal appearing in the market. For example, the Eternal Spring Art's secret manual and Han Li's mysterious bottle. Of course, these items were not real, but they still attracted many mortal fans to buy them. The popularity of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality could be seen from this. Where did we leave off last time? Li Zixuan saw that the two of them were willing to listen. Since he had nothing to do, he prepared to speak, but once he opened his mouth, he forgot where to start. Teacher said that Han Li dripped the green liquid from the small mysterious bottle onto a stalk of green three-crow grass. After 2 months, it grew into a stalk of rare 1,000-year-old three-crow grass. Li Tai had obviously done sufficient preparation. When he heard Li Zixuan's question, he answered without thinking. "Oh." Li Zixuan nodded his head. After recalling for a while, he began to speak. This time the test was very successful. It seems that if one has the patience, they can continue to increase the age of the three-crow grass. However, to Han Li, this was not something that needed to be done. As long as he knew that this method was feasible, it would be enough. He did not need these ancient medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs that were a few hundred years old were enough for him to consume. After this long series of tests, Han Li could finally rest and think about it properly. At this time, it has been quite some time since Dr. Mo left the mountain. A servant had already delivered the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. This time, with Meng Wenhao here, the two of them took turns to write. Li Tai's work was much easier. From time to time, he would even have time to drink some iced tea. It was very comfortable. In the blink of an eye, 5 chapters had passed. As the plot unfolded step by step, Li Tai and Meng Wenhao gradually became immersed in the story. After Han Li discovered the effects of the bottle, he was unable to cultivate freely. He still had to fight a battle of wits and courage with Dr. Mo, who wanted to take over his body. At this moment, Li Tai and Meng Wenhao finally understood how difficult Han Li's cultivation process was. This medicine is called insect corpse pill. It's not really a medicine but an egg made from some kind of secret method. After you eat it, it will hide in your body for a year. Don't worry, it will be absolutely safe for a year, and it won't affect you from doing other things. After a year, as long as you take the special antidote, it will automatically dissolve, and there won't be any hidden dangers left. But if you don't take the antidote after a year, the egg will absorb enough nutrients and hatch out of its shell. It will then eat all the internal organs of the human body clean, causing the human to wail in pain for 3 days and 3 nights before slowly dying. Dr. Mo finally lost his patience with Han Li. In order to let Han Li reach the 4th level of the Eternal Spring Arts as soon as possible, he forced Han Li to swallow the insect corpse pill. When Li Tai and Meng Wenhao heard this, their faces were filled with anger. But there was nothing they could do. After all, Han Li was definitely not Dr. Mo's opponent. They could only watch from the sidelines and worry. Li Zixuan drank a few mouthfuls of the gentle wine and read 5 chapters of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality to them. Then he clapped his hands and stood up. Okay, today's lecture will end here. We will continue tomorrow. Qin Ke, leave the manuscript here. The two of you can go back now. Ah, it's still early. Mister, please talk for a while more. Li Tai was enjoying listening to the lecture, and was unwilling to end it like this. However, Li Zixuan did not fall for his tricks. If he continued talking for a while more, there would definitely be no end to it. I won't talk anymore, I won't talk anymore. Xiaoxi, quickly bring the things I asked you to prepare. He had asked Xiaoxi to prepare some pastries and intended to let Meng Wenhao bring them back. After all, he couldn't just go and not come back, right? It's here. Young master. Here, madam heard that your student was coming over, and specially packed some of the best pastries and dried fruits in the residence. Madam was afraid of disturbing you, so she didn't come over personally. Xiaoxi handed over a heavy package and said with a smile. Previously, when Madam Li heard that her son's student had come to visit her son, she was even happier than Li Zixuan. She was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Hence, she asked Xiaoxi to prepare some dried fruits and pastries for Meng Wenhao to bring back. Li Zixuan took over the package and passed it to Meng Wenhao. Here, Wenhao, there are some dried fruits and pastries inside. They aren't worth much. Take it. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since you brought gifts here, how can I let you leave empty-handed? Mister this. I don't. Meng Wenhao waved his hand and wanted to decline. You don't dare to decline a gift from an elder. Just take it since he asked you to. Furthermore, you can't even eat the pastries from Mister's house. Li Tai slapped Meng Wenhao's shoulder and said loudly, This? Thank you, mister. Meng Wenhao had no choice but to bow and thank him. Hehe, if there's nothing else, you can go back first. Li Zixuan waved his hand and smiled. The two of them then left. Qingge, why did you come back again? Li Zixuan asked Xiaoxi to help him tidy up the manuscripts. Just as he finished, he saw the little fatty Li Tai come again. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiaoxian, there's something I forgot to tell you. Once there were no outsiders around, he was unwilling to call Li Zixuan Mister anymore. At this moment he ran over and said. Li Zixuan was too lazy to argue with him and asked, What's the matter? Li Tai took a deep breath and said, The 3 strategies you mentioned before have all been accepted by my father. The notice of reducing taxes by raising chickens has also been gradually sent to every state and county from today onwards. My father also ordered my uncle Li Xiaogong to prepare 500 ships to the South Sea within 5 days. Within 7 days, my uncle will lead 20,000 Navy troops to the South Sea to trade for food. Li Zixuan was shocked. He wasn't surprised that Li Tai knew about the locust plague prophecy. He was surprised that the imperial court had the ability to prepare 500 ships within 5 days. It seemed like the shipbuilding ability of this era wasn't as backward as he thought. And then? Qingke, why are you telling me all this? He was only slightly surprised, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Li Er had accepted his suggestion and advice, but he didn't give him any rewards. Xiaoxian, the Datong daily that you started has already spread far and wide. My father wants you to advertise it in the newspapers to attract more civilian merchants to join the imperial court's food trade army. According to the Ministry of Revenue's calculations, the 500 ships of the imperial court, even if all of them are filled with food, will still be far from enough to deal with the locust plague. Little Fatty chuckled and revealed the most important purpose of his visit today. This joker had been listening to a novel, and had almost forgotten about the important business. Li Zixuan heard this and his expression became slightly serious. He nodded and said, That's fine. I'll ask Ma Zhou to prepare today. You'll be able to see the news about this in tomorrow's newspaper. In the face of the locust plague, Li Zixuan wasn't in a place where he could bargain or worry about personal gains and losses. If he could save one more person, it would be considered as accumulating merit. Chapter 235. Li Tai left in satisfaction. This satisfaction was not only because he had listened to the novel for the entire afternoon, but also because he had taken away a luxurious caravan that he had always dreamed of. After watching the little fatty leave, Li Zixuan called for San Bao and ordered, San Bao, get a few people to pull out 4 carriages and send them to the Qin Manor, Chang Manor, Yuqi Manor, and Niu Manor. Tell them that it is inconvenient for me to go out during my confinement period. Ask those uncles to bear with me. Yes, young master. Sanbao replied. Remember to be polite. Oh right, pull out another carriage and send it to the East Palace. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, yes. Sanbao accepted the order and left. Xiaoxi, come and help me grind the ink. In the study room, Li Zixuan was writing rapidly. He was writing a letter to Ma Zhou and telling him some things. Not only was it about the recruitment of merchant ships to follow the army to the south that Li Tai had mentioned, but he also had many things to tell Ma Zhou about the Datong Daily Novel section. Meng Wenhao's attitude towards novel writers today was a warning to Li Zixuan. It seemed that whether it was in the modern era or the ancient era, many people thought that writing novels was not a proper occupation and was useless. No wonder Datong Daily had been published for so long. Other than a few great scholars who wrote articles and argued with each other in the literary interaction section, there was basically no one who wrote novels for Datong Daily. This would not do. If everyone thought of writing novels this way, then who would write novels in the future? Li Zixuan planned to stay at home and play cards with his wife, sleep, and read novels in the future. Therefore, he was writing a plan for Ma Zhou to hype up the rise of the novel and encourage everyone to write to Datong Daily. At this moment, he felt that being grounded by Ma Zhou was not such a wonderful thing. Otherwise, he would have gone to the workshop personally and told Ma Zhou in person. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Alright, Xiaoxi, go and find someone. Since the workshop is not closed yet, ask him to ride a fast horse and quickly deliver this letter and these manuscripts to the workshop. Give them to Ma Zhou. After nearly an hour, Li Zixuan finished writing and put the letter into an envelope. Then he put the rest of the manuscripts into a big paper bag and handed it to Xiaoxi. Fortunately, their house was not too far away from the workshop. Otherwise, the servant might not be able to make it back in time after delivering the letter at this hour. Yes, young master. Strange Pavilion Workshop. Now Ma Zhou had recruited many scholars to be his assistants. These scholars were mostly people from the Imperial College who had failed to pass the Imperial examinations. The editorial department of Strange Cultures Development. At this moment, they were deciding the layout of tomorrow's newspapers. Steward Ma, do you think this layout is okay? A middle-aged scholar in his 30s walked towards Ma Zhou with a few pieces of paper filled with words. Ma Zhou took it and looked at it seriously. After a while he nodded and said, yes, the layout this time is very good. Let's follow this layout and pass it to the printing department. Let them start printing. After that, our editorial department will be off work today. Okay. When the others saw Ma Zhou nod his head, they all heaved a huge sigh of relief. God knows how many times they were sent back by Ma Zhou every day because of typesetting problems. Although the salary given by court culture was high, the requirements were also high. Old Ma, Sir Li sent a letter over. The person who came was none other than Pang Feiji. This unlucky guy failed to ask for benefits from Sun Huayuan last time and was almost exposed. Later, Yuqi Jingda arranged for him to be the head of security at Strange Culture. In fact, he was just a high-class concierge. When Li Zixuan heard Yuqi Jingda's warning that day, he felt that not only Strange Culture, but also the workshop's safety needed to be taken seriously. Therefore, he let Pang Feiji lead this security team into two groups. One group was responsible for Strange Culture's safety, and the other group was responsible for the workshop's safety. Anyway, Yuqi Jingda said that this group of people would be under Li Zixuan's command in the future. There was nothing wrong with his arrangement. After this guy was arranged to come over, he usually ran between both sides. At Strange Culture, in order to make up for his image in Sun Huayuan's eyes, he was very diligent and rushed to do everything. At first, the rest of the people were worried sick. Pang Feiji was stealing their jobs. Therefore, these 2 days, Sun Huayuan clearly felt that the people in the workshop were much more enthusiastic than before. However, Pang Feiji was not a greedy person. When he was serious, he was quite loyal. After all, this guy had been in the military for so long. He was very experienced in dealing with people. In the past 2 days, there were quite a number of people who had received small favors from him. In private, everyone called him Brother G, or Brother Chicken. At the workshop, Ma Zhou was one of the big bosses in the workshop. Of course, he was also someone Brother Chicken wanted to curry favor with. This way, even if Sun Huayuan told Li Zixuan about his black material, There would be someone to speak up for him. He wouldn't die too miserably, right? Today, Brother Chicken came to the workshop to work. When he encountered the matter of delivering a letter to Ma Zhou, Brother Chicken did not hesitate to take over Song Xiaoxi's job and come personally to deliver the letter. Ma Zhou took the big bag of documents curiously. As he opened it, he said politely, "Thank you for your trouble, Pang Sigi. It's nothing. Take your time, Master Ma. I'll take my leave first." Brother Chicken knew very well that he had to make up for his sins even if he had to kneel down. Now that Sun Huayuan had something on him in strange culture in the workshop, he had to act like a grandson until the end. Okay. Ma Zhou nodded. Brother Chicken slowly left. Ma Zhou opened the paper bag and took out the envelope and the manuscript of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. He first put the manuscript aside, then opened the envelope. He opened the letter and read it seriously. Other than the occasional sound of other people packing up, the room was silent for a while. After a while, Ma Zhou put away the letter and said to the few editors who were packing up to go home, "Don't pack up anymore. Don't send the typesetting just now to the printing department. Redo it all. I'm afraid none of you will be able to go back tonight." "Ah? Why is this happening? Steward Ma, what happened? If we don't go back now, where will we stay tonight?" "Yeah, if we don't leave now, there will be a curfew later." The editors were dumbfounded. Even though they knew that Ma Zhou had a high position in the workshop, in the face of such a rude request, they could not help but refute. Ahem, the boss has new instructions. Tomorrow's newspaper has to be redone. Everyone work harder. Once you're done, you can rest in the workshop. Today's salary will be 5 times the usual salary. It was indeed unkind to ask people to work overtime at the last minute. Ma Zhou thought about it and decided that he could only use money to increase their work enthusiasm. Wow, 5 times. Let's do it. Let's do it. Chapter 236. Tisk Tsk. Xiaoxian sure knows how to enjoy life. This carriage will be my ride in the future. Haha. Chung Mansion. The servants of the Li residence were ordered to deliver the limousine. Chang Yaojin saw that the carriage's design was strange. Originally, he just wanted to take a look. After all, he liked to ride a horse and not sit in a carriage. But when he saw it, he immediately fell in love with the luxurious interior. He comfortably sat on the sofa and did not want to get down. "Dad, this carriage was given to me by Xiaoxian. I thought you don't like to ride in carriages?" Chang Chumo followed him into the carriage. When he heard the second half of Chang Yaojin's words, his face fell and he gloomily said, "Bullsh *T. Did Xiaoxian say that this carriage is for you? You're clearly giving it to me, okay? Besides, I used to like riding horses and not riding carriages, but that's because the carriages in the past can't be compared to this one." Chang Yaojin sat on the sofa and patted the table in front of him. He said to Chang Yaojin angrily, "Dad, when the first carriage was made, I asked Xiaoxian for it. Now that this one is here, you can't take it for yourself." Chang Chumo was not willing to give up just like that. "Humph! You old geezer, how dare you snatch things from your son?" At this time, a slightly stout woman in purple came up. She was Chang Chumo's mother, Chang Yaojin's wife, Pei Tsuyun, the daughter of Shanhai Pass's Commander-in-Chief Pei Runji, and the elder sister of Sui and Tang's third hero Pei Yuanqing. For thousands of years, the Pei family had produced great figures in each generation. It was indeed a wonder in Chinese and foreign history. In China's historical dramas, there were several dramas that depicted the Pei family, such as Westlake, Li Huinong, Pei Heng's encounter with the immortal, and The Legend of the White Snake. In the famous drama, The Legend of the White Snake, Fa Hai was the son of the Tang dynasty politician and calligrapher Pei Xiu. In history, Fa Hai was a positive character. However, after the novels of the Ming and Qing dynasties came out, Fa Hai became a negative character. A while ago, Madame Pei brought her second son, Chang Chuliang, back to her hometown to visit her parents. She had not been in Chang'an for a long time. Madam, I was just joking with Cho Nyo." "Haha." Chang Yaojin quickly got up and awkwardly smiled. "Humph." Madame Pei snorted. Only now did she look at the interior of the carriage. Gradually, the envy in her eyes became stronger and stronger. "Ah, the interior of this car is so beautiful. Ah, This seat is so comfortable. Master, with this carriage in the future, this concubine will bring Chu Mo and Chu Liang back home to visit their parents. This concubine will not have to suffer the hardships of traveling. Madame Pei sat here and there in the carriage. After a while she also liked this carriage. From her words, it seemed like she also wanted this carriage. Chang Chumo had a tragic look on his face. He had just chased away a vicious wolf, and now a fierce tiger had appeared? Ooh! Qin Manor. Huayu, although this carriage is comfortable, I still prefer to ride a horse. This carriage is for you to use. Haha. Qin Xiong sat on the sofa in the carriage and took a sip of tea as he spoke to Qin Huayu. Recently his health had improved a lot. He had no problem playing with a gun, riding a horse or dabbling in hunting. If this carriage had been delivered a month ago, Qin Xiong would have gladly accepted it. However, he had finally recovered from his illness. How could he be willing to stay in a carriage? Thank you, father. Qin Huayu said happily. Qin Xiong did not care about this carriage, but it did not mean that Qin Huayu did not care about it. He had been eyeing Li Zishuan's carriage for a long time. Yes, although this carriage is comfortable, Huayu, you must not lose your ambition because of it. Qin Xiong stroked his beard and smiled. Yes. Ooh. Eastern Palace. After the carriage was delivered, Li Changqian immediately went in to enjoy it. Then he sat on the sofa and did not want to get down. This thing was more comfortable than a bed. Eh? Why is there such a big carriage in front of Brother Crown Prince's palace? Changle's voice came from outside the carriage. Li Changqian opened his eyes and shouted, Changle, I'm here. Ah, Brother Crown Prince, why are you sitting in a carriage for nothing? Changle suddenly heard Li Changqian's voice and was shocked. Then she said, Brother Crown Prince, I'm coming in too. After saying that, the little girl nimbly jumped into the carriage. Then she opened the curtains and was dazzled by the luxurious interior. Changle, why are you here? Sit down and have a cup of tea. Li Changqian stood up and said. Changle nodded. She walked to the opposite side of Li Changqian and exclaimed, Brother Crown Prince, your carriage is really big. It's like a small room inside. Ah, the thing to sit on is so soft. How is it? Do you like it, Changle? Li Changqian poured a cup of tea for his sister and said with a smile. Yes, yes, I like it. Brother Crown Prince, are you giving this carriage to me? When Changle heard Li Changqian's question, her two small eyes curved into two small crescents. Usually, after Li Changqian's words, he would give her a carriage. No. Li Changqian's face darkened. He hurriedly shook his head and said, I only said that if Changle likes it, you can come and sit here often. I didn't say that I would give it to you. He had just enjoyed it for a while. How could he bear to give this carriage to someone else? Even if it was his most beloved sister. If this kind of carriage was sold in the market, he would be willing to buy one for Changle. However, the problem was that he had already sent people to inquire about it. Obviously, there were no shops that sold this kind of carriage. Brother Crown Prince is so stingy. Changle wrinkled her cute little nose and said unhappily. Ah. Li Changqian was sweating profusely. However, he was somewhat quick-witted. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Changle, if you want this carriage, you can ask Li Zishuan for it. I heard from Qing Ke that the Li residence has many of these carriages. Now in the entire Tang dynasty, only Li Zishuan has these carriages. It is said that he specially built a batch of carriages to pick up his bride when he gets married. This move is called diverting trouble. Li Changqian thought proudly in his heart. When Changle heard this, she didn't clamor to ask Li Zishuan for a carriage as Li Changqian expected. Instead, he saw the little girl leaning on the table with one hand supporting her cheek. She said with a yearning expression, Brother Shaoxian is so good to Sister Yushi. I wonder if Changle's future husband will be so good to Changle? Brother Crown Prince, it is said that the imperial family has no familial ties. The children of the imperial family have no love and have to follow their parents' orders. However, Changle doesn't want to be forced by father to marry someone she doesn't like. Brother Crown Prince, will you help Changle in the future? Li Changqian looked at his sister's innocent face and longing eyes. He patted his sister's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, Changle. Brother Crown Prince won't watch you be forced to marry. Changle smiled and said, Yes. Brother Crown Prince is so nice. This soft couch is so comfortable. When Changle goes back later, can I bring it back to Changle Palace? Li Chengqian. Chapter 237. Newspaper for sale. Newspaper for sale. The freshly printed Tang Dynasty Daily. Today's headline. His Majesty wants to send Navy to escort fleet to the south to trade for food. Civilian merchant ships can also sign up. Early morning. The cheerful voice of the newspaper boy woke up the people who had just woken up and were still in a daze. Today's headline was exceptionally attractive. First of all, this was the first time the people had learned about the latest decree from the imperial court through this method. Secondly, the decree itself was already very attractive. Sending an army to escort merchant ships was something that the people and merchants had never heard of before. Xiao Lu, go buy me a copy of the newspaper. A voice full of vigor came from a luxurious carriage. Yes, master. Today, after hearing the headlines in the newspapers, the merchants who were interested in the news sent their servants to buy the newspapers. Zuaxian Restaurant. Within 5 days, the imperial court will prepare a fleet of 500 ships. 7 days later, Hejian County Princely Xiaogong will personally lead a navy of 20,000 to escort the fleet to the south. They will trade silk and porcelain for food. In a small country like Nanyang, rice is ripe 3 times a season. Spices are everywhere. A piece of silk or porcelain can be exchanged for dozens of loads of food and countless spices. Hiss! The barren land of the South Sea is actually so rich? Brother Jihua, you have traveled extensively and are very knowledgeable. Is what the newspaper says true? A plump middle-aged man in a blue shirt was reading the newspaper. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. The skinny man opposite him was reading the newspaper seriously. He didn't even raise his head when he heard the question. It should be true. I have heard many seafarers talking about this before. Moreover, this newspaper is from Chitsu culture. And Chitsu culture is Lord Li's business. I am very sure that this news is true. These two were the regulars of Zuaxian Restaurant, who had tasted the immortal drunken wine. They were also wealthy merchants. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to Zuaxian Restaurant every day. Then why don't we see any merchant ships going south to purchase goods? Feng Jihua said impatiently. Brother Shifan, think about it. The vast ocean is filled with countless dangers. There are also pirates. Which merchant ships would dare to go out to sea? Oh, I see. But now, these problems are no longer problems. Shifan, continue reading. The ministers of the imperial court all agreed that 500 ships were far from enough. They specially recruited merchant ships from the common folk to accompany the army to the south. The army will protect the merchant ships, and the merchants will only have to pay 5% of their profits to the imperial court. Merchants who were willing to join the imperial court's fleet had to report to the Ministry of War within 7 days, and send their ships to the Ba River in the east of the city. After 7 days, they would head south with the army. This was a business that was guaranteed to make a profit. And it's a huge profit. Feng Jihua sighed after reading the news. Brother Jihua, do you want to participate as well? Little brother, I remember that your family has more than a dozen large ships that often transport goods on the Grand Canal, right? Liao Shifan added. Feng Jihua pondered for a moment. Then he slapped the table and said, Participate, why wouldn't I participate? Shifan, if you want to go, I have a way to get you 8 big ships in a short period of time. It's up to you if you're willing. If you trust me, then come with me to the south. You'll definitely make 10 times the profit. Liao Shifan said happily. Of course I trust Brother Jihua. I'm willing to go south with you. Haha, that's great. I'll have to get a few more ships and buy some porcelain and silk. Let's get started. Brother Jihua, wait. There's another piece of news at the end. The imperial court has issued a decree to encourage the common folk to raise chickens on a large scale. For every 100 chickens raised by a household, their taxes will be reduced by 10% next year. When the rent is collected next year, each village will calculate the number of chickens in each household and report it to the local government. The government will reduce the taxes based on the number of chickens reported. Brother Jihua, what does the imperial court mean by this decree? I don't understand it anymore. Feng Jihua paused and read the news carefully. He couldn't help but frown. I don't understand the imperial court's intention either. Liao Shifan thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Brother Jihua, I think there's something to be gained from this. Why don't we sell some chickens? Feng Jihua was stunned for a moment, but after a moment he shook his head and said, No, we don't have time recently. Compared to the small amount of money we can earn from selling the chicken seedlings, we can earn more by preparing the merchant ships to go south. That's dozens of times more profit. Shifan, you should seriously prepare to go south. Liao Sifan thought about it and agreed. He nodded and said, Brother Jihua is right. We can't lose the big picture for the small. Ooh, Ergua, I bought a newspaper when I went into the city today. Read it to me. What's in the newspaper? Lu Village. A dark-skinned man in his 30s called over a naughty kid who was about 10 years old. Okay, second Uncle Lu, let me read the newspaper. I haven't read today's legend of a mortal's journey to immortality yet. The naughty kid said excitedly when he heard that there was a free newspaper to read. It should be a free novel to read. Smack. The dark-skinned man hit Ergua's head with the rolled-up newspaper and scolded him jokingly. Read your head. You only know how to read novels all day. You don't even know how to go to school. If your father finds out, he'll beat your ass. Read to me what's in today's newspaper first, then read the novel. Oh. The naughty kid rubbed his head and answered in a muffled voice. Then, he took the newspaper and asked in confusion, Second uncle, where do I start? Start from that headline. Today, I heard the newspaper boy say that the imperial court is recruiting merchant ships to go south. Read it quickly, kid. The dark-skinned man thought for a while and said. Ergua searched for a while and found today's headline. He started reading. Within 5 days, the imperial court will prepare a fleet of 500 ships. 7 days later, Hejin County Princely Xiaogong will personally lead a navy of 20,000 to escort the fleet to the south. They will exchange silk and porcelain for food. Tsk, too bad I don't have a ship. Otherwise, I could follow the imperial court's army to Nanyang and make a fortune. Ergua, continue reading. Next one. The dark-skinned man sighed after listening to the headline. The imperial court has issued a decree to encourage people to raise chickens on a large scale. For every 100 chickens raised by a family, the tax next year will be reduced by 10%. When the rent is collected next year, the number of chickens in each family will be counted and reported to the local county office. The county office will reduce the corresponding tax, according to the reported number. Stop. Ergua, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is that really what it says? The dark-skinned man was as excited as a 300-pound child. He pressed on Ergua's shoulder and said excitedly, It hurts, second uncle, let go of me first. The naughty kid was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out. The dark-skinned man let go of his hand embarrassedly and said, Cough, then quickly take a look again. Is it like what you said just now? The naughty kid looked at it again. After confirming that there was no mistake, he said affirmatively, Second uncle, that's what it says. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Hey second uncle, where are you going? Don't you want your newspaper? Haha, kid's mother, give me money. I want to go to the city to buy chicken seedlings. The dark-skinned man's excited cheers spread far and wide. Today was destined to not be peaceful. The 2 imperial court decrees written in Datong daily were like a storm that swept through the entire Chang'an city and the surrounding villages in an instant. Ooh! Chapter 238. The people who were swept away by the storm of the new policy started to move. Some bought chickens, some looked for boats. People came and went on the streets. It was very lively. Boss, do you still have any chicks? What? No more? The market has only been open for less than 2 hours. How can there be no more? In the East Market, a man in a gray undershirt was shouting at a vendor who was selling chicks. Boss, hey, don't go. How much are the remaining chicks? I want them all. What? 100 coins for one? Why don't you go rob a bank? Wasn't it 80 coins a while ago? Buy it or not? If you don't buy it now, it will be more expensive in the future. Previously, the Li and Chung families had bought chicks without restraint. At one time, the price of the chicks had been raised from 50 to 125 coins. Later, after Wang Rini had transported 80,000 chicks from the south, the Li and Chung families no longer bought chicks. The market of chicks in Chang and had gradually calmed down. The price of chicks had gradually dropped from 125 coins to 125 coins. Now that the imperial court had introduced the policy of reducing taxes on raising chickens, the people were crazily fighting for chicks. Many chicken vendors' stocks were quickly sold out. After the other chicken vendors came to their senses, they quickly organized people to buy chicks from other places. At the same time, they raised the price of chicks, intending to make a fortune. You mortals! So pitiful. Mei Jun, who had come to Chang'an to sell eggs today, looked at the villagers who were rushing to buy chicks and sighed with a superior expression. Since Mei village had been divided into Li Zishuan's fief, they only needed to pay rent to Li Zishuan, the big landlord, every year. Moreover, Li Zishuan had already introduced the policy of reducing the rent on raising chickens. Therefore, the policy of the imperial court had no effect on them. Naturally, they did not need to rush to buy chicks with others. Big Mouth Mei, why are you showing off here? Why don't you go and grab a place to sell eggs? Be careful that your wife won't forgive you when you go back. It was a skinny hand that suddenly patted Mei Jun's shoulder. Then came the slightly teasing voice of Second Master Lu. Compared to a few months ago, Second Master Lu looked more hale and hearty. Perhaps the old people would be more energetic once they had something to do. Second Master Lu, why are you making fun of me again? Mei Jun turned around and grinned. Aha, you brat, why are there so many people buying chicken seedlings today? I just heard someone say that the imperial court issued a decree today to encourage the people to raise chickens. 100 chickens can reduce the tax by 10%. Haha, there's such a good thing. However, our plum village has long enjoyed such treatment. Moreover, it's free chicken seedlings, haha. Second Master Lu said with a complacent smile, but his words provoked too much hatred. A man next to him immediately glared at him and said, "What did you say? Your village has been receiving such treatment for a long time? And the chicken seedlings are free? Haha, how could I lie to you? It's all thanks to Lord Li." Wang Foreign, why is your family's boat still idling at the dock? Why aren't you reporting to the Ministry of War? Why do we need to report it? Didn't you read today's newspaper? The imperial court wants to send troops to escort the fleet to the south to trade for food. The food in the south is cheap and so are the spices. We can take the silk and porcelain and follow the imperial court's army to Nanyang to purchase goods. When we come back and sell them, we will definitely make a huge profit. Really? But what if the newspaper is a scam? Silly! Don't you know who publishes this newspaper? Why would Lord Li, who is rich, lie to you? How much are you worth? Then wait for me, brother. My family has 10 big boats. Let's follow the imperial court's army to Nanyang to get some soup. This kind of conversation was definitely not the only one in Chang'an today. Businessmen often had the keenest sense of smell. The capital market had always been turbulent. Now, with the imperial court's decree, how could there not be a huge wave? Elaine. At Meng Wenhao's house. Father, why are you back so early today? Meng Wenhao was on leave today and teaching his little sister to write at home. Suddenly, the courtyard door was pushed open and a thin and dark middle-aged man came in. He was not tall and his body was not strong, but his slightly bent spine seemed to be full of infinite strength, as if he could hold up the sky. His gray clothes were full of sand and sand. It was impossible to tell whether he was wearing clothes or sand. Meng Wenhao heard the sound and looked up. Seeing that it was his father, he patted his little sister's head and hurried to greet him and said happily, "Well, there is not much work on Murky Street today. I finished my work and came back early. How are you still teaching Yaya to write?" The middle-aged man took off his shirt full of sand, revealing his dark, thin but very strong chest. He smiled and said to the son in front of him, who he was most proud of, "Well, father, Yaya has learned a lot of words recently. I also taught Yaya the pinyin invented by our teacher. In the future, Yaya may know more words than some rich kids." Meng Wenhao showed a rare innocent expression of a child and asked for credit from his father. Of course, Meng Wenhao's father didn't know what pinyin was, but he knew that his son was very good at reading and what he said must be reasonable. He said well to Meng Wenhao and went to wash his hands next to the well with a smile. At this time, the little girl in the house ran out and said with a giggle, Father, you are back?" The middle-aged man wiped his face and out of nowhere, a sugar figurine wrapped in paper appeared. Then he squatted down, squinted his eyes, and smiled at his daughter. Come, yeah, this is what I bought for you. Eat it quickly and don't tell your mother. Yaya's slightly yellowed and malnourished face was like a blooming flower. It was so brilliant that even the sun paled in comparison. It was as if she was the most beautiful angel in the world. The little girl opened her small red mouth and revealed a pair of small rabbit teeth. She giggled, her voice as clear and melodious as a silver bell. Ah! It's a candy man. Father is so good. Yaya happily took the candy man from Meng Wenhao's hand and opened the oil paper. Looking at the lifelike and cute little figure, the little girl hesitated for a moment and handed it back. She said in a crisp voice, Father works hard to support the family. Father works the hardest. Father, eat first. Meng Wenhao's father looked at his daughter's innocent but persistent face and couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He sent the candy man to his daughter's mouth and forced a smile. Father has long been sick of it. Yeah, eat it quickly. Humph. Father, you are lying. You used to say that, but you have never eaten it. Father doesn't eat it, and Yaya doesn't eat it either. The little girl seemed to have become smarter recently and didn't fall for it at all. Okay. Father will eat a little. Meng Wenhao's father had no choice but to gently eat a corner of the candy man. The faint sweetness in his mouth couldn't wash away the bitterness in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at his daughter with mixed feelings. Brother, you have to go to school every day. Brother also needs to eat first. When Yaya saw that her father really ate it, she immediately sent the candy man to Meng Wenhao's side happily. With the lesson learned, Meng Wenhao didn't refuse. He gently bit off a corner of the candy man and patted his little sister's braids. He smiled and said, Okay, brother has eaten too. Yeah, go play elsewhere. Okay. Father, did something happen? Meng Wenhao saw that Yaya had walked far away, and then looked at his worried father and asked. Meng Wenhao's father's expression froze as he hurriedly said, No, nothing. Father, something must have happened. Can you hide it from me? Tell me if you have something and we will think of a solution together. Meng Wenhao's father thought for a moment and said hesitantly, I might have to go on a long trip in a few days. I might be gone for 2 to 3 months. Father, where are you going? Meng Wenhao asked anxiously. Going overseas. Meng Wenhao's father stuttered and finally revealed the truth. However, this sentence was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Meng Wenhao stunned on the spot. Chapter 239. Father, why did you suddenly think of going overseas? Meng Wenhao was stunned for a while before asking with difficulty. Although he had never been to the sea, he knew that there were hidden dangers everywhere. Today, Boss Feng suddenly told me that he has a fleet going to Southeast Asia to purchase goods in 7 days. He needs to recruit a large number of crew members, and the remuneration is very generous. I thought about it and agreed. Father Meng slowly told the truth. Father, how can you agree? You don't know how to operate a ship? Besides, the sea is so dangerous. You little brat, are you looking down on your father? Who said that I don't know how to operate a ship? Howard, don't worry. I'm good at swimming. I'll definitely be fine. When I come back 3 months later, our family will be able to live a good life. The remuneration that Boss Feng gave me this time is equivalent to 3 years of carrying goods at the dock. Father Meng patted his son's shoulder and said with a look of longing, That won't do. Father, we can slowly earn money. I will be able to pass the imperial examinations next year. When that time comes, I will also have a salary. Why do you have to take such a big risk to go to the sea? Even if my mother knows, she won't let you go. Meng Wenhao grabbed his father's arm, afraid that he would never see him again if he let go. He said anxiously. Father Meng broke free from his son's hand and said firmly, As for your mother, I will naturally tell her. This matter is settled. I have already spoken to Boss Feng. After settling down at home these few days, I will go out to sea with them. Howard, you don't have to worry. This time, the civilian caravan will follow the Imperial Court's 20,000 navy to the south. There will definitely be no worries. After saying that, he ignored his son's persuasion and went straight to get water for a bath. Unexpectedly, today's newspaper not only caused a hurricane among the farmers and merchants, but the young people were also shocked by a few lines of words in a corner of the newspaper. Damn! You can play like this? Sun family. Sun Zifan was leaning on the couch and reading A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality peacefully. When he saw the end of the 3rd chapter, he was still a little unsatisfied. Who knew that there were a few lines of small red words at the end of the article? He took a closer look and was so shocked that he almost swallowed his tongue. He saw the words written on it. Extravagant extravagance moved to tears, Sir's talent deserves this reward. Li Zixuan from Chang, and Yongla Lane rewarded Leather Knight with 1,000 strings of cash. This book is too well written. Let's reward you and hope that the following chapters will be even more exciting. There was also a notice that read, Congratulations to Li Zixuan for becoming the first Golden Alliance leader in the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality. From today onwards, Datong Daily would launch a tipping function. Readers could go to the Chitsu Pavilion workshop to tip their favorite novels or articles. In the future, the editorial department of Datong Daily would set up many offices in various regions. Readers who lived far away from the workshop could also head to the offices nearby to tip. Datong Daily's editorial department would split the reward 50-50 and send it to the author. The person who gave the reward would also receive the corresponding title of the work. The specific level of the title would be determined by the amount of reward. Apprentice, 1 coin and above. Apprentice, 500 coins and above. Disciple, 2 strings and above. Deacon, 5 strings and above. Branch leader, 10 strings and above. Hall leader, 20 strings and above. Protector, 30 strings and above. Elder, 40 strings and above. Sect leader, 50 strings and above. Grandmaster, 70 strings and above. Silver Alliance leader, 100 strings and above. Golden Alliance leader, 1,000 strings and above. The corresponding badge of the title would also be awarded to the readers who tipped. This badge was specially made and would definitely not be counterfeited. The names of the top 10 readers who tipped the most will be hung at the bottom of the book. In addition, Datong Daily is sincerely open to all scholars in Tang Dynasty. Once the novel is accepted, in addition to the split of the reward, we will also give you a guaranteed base price of at least 5 coins per 1,000 words. The salary will be paid monthly and will be sent to you by a special person. You are welcome to submit your work. Tisk TSK. Mr. Li is really rich. He gave out 1,000 strings of cash just like that. Even if we split it 50-50, Leather Knight would get 500 strings of cash. Sun Zifan sighed with a face full of envy. 500 strings of cash was a huge sum of money. In the entire Chang'an city, except for a few people, no one would look down on 500 strings of cash and casually give it away. It was the same for the Sun family. If writing novels is so profitable, then why do I still need to go to school? I might as well write novels. Sun Zifan slapped his head and was about to go to the study to write novels. This guy really had no idea. If writing novels was so easy, then in the modern age of the internet, wouldn't everyone be able to become a god? Novels were easy to read, but when you actually started writing, you would realize that it was very difficult. It was definitely not something that could be written just by slapping one's head. Prince Wei's residence. Li Tai was also reading the latest issue of the newspaper. Yesterday, he had told Li Zixuan about Li Er's intentions. Today, he purposely checked to see if the government decree was published in the newspaper. After discovering that it was published, Li Tai comfortably laid on the sofa and began reading novels. Although he had heard the plot of the novel in today's newspaper, the feeling of reading a novel and listening to a novel was completely different. What? You asked where the sofa Li Tai was lying on came from? Wasn't this simple? After this little fatty came back yesterday, he had someone move the sofa from the carriage that Li Zixuan gave him into the palace. In his mind, when the carriage needed it in the future, he could just get someone to move it up. As Li Tai read, he naturally saw the red words at the end of the newspaper. This guy's face was instantly filled with black lines. F***ck, someone said that this king is thick-skinned. I think Li Zixuan is the thick-skinned one. Selling and praising himself. This is what you call selling and praising yourself. How shameless. Li Tai excitedly slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at the newspaper and scolded Li Zixuan. Others might not know who the Leather Knight was, but how could Li Tai not know? It was precisely because he knew that Li Zixuan had shamelessly tipped him that he was so excited. It was as if he had met a soulmate. Everyone was so shameless that they could be friends. Li Tai rubbed his chin as he thought. Moments later, he gritted his teeth and called a guard over. He instructed, "Take this king's warrant and go to the treasury to retrieve 1,000 strings of cash. Send it to the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop. Tell them that this king is rewarding the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality." The black-clothed guard was dumbfounded. He was definitely thinking, has the king of Wei gone crazy? Go. What are you standing there for? Have you gone crazy? The guard's face twitched slightly. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Yes." Then he quickly left. Li Tai nodded. He was not stupid. After the initial shock, he quickly understood Li Zishuan's intention. This was to attract scholars to join the mighty novel industry. Thinking about the various interesting novels to read in the future, Li Tai's heart trembled with excitement. Moreover, he himself liked The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality very much. After seeing Li Zishuan snatch the first Golden Alliance Master title, he was a little unhappy. How could he be willing to give up the second Golden Alliance Master title? Golden Alliance Master. This title sounded domineering. Although Li Tai felt the pinch of giving away 1,000 strings of cash, it was still a man's pride and a Buddha's desire to burn incense. Moreover, he still had 20% of the shares in Strange Interest Culture. It was considered an investment. When the time came, more people would be attracted to write novels and read newspapers. Li Tai would also get more money. What was there to be afraid of? Li Tai thought cunningly. Chapter 240. South of Chang'an City, Jinyu Academy. On the stone bench under the pine forest, Hua Hongyi and the other two poor scholars gathered together to read the newspaper. Reading the newspaper had become their daily routine. If they didn't read it for a day, they would feel uncomfortable. Wow! Look at the last part of the newspaper. Lord Li is really rich. He gave out 1,000 strings of cash just like that. The newspaper has an additional reward function? Who said it wasn't? Lord Li has come up with a new trick again. TSK, Lord Li really knows how to play. But this way, that leather knight will be rich. Even if it's split 50-50, it's still 500 strings of cash. It's enough for a family of 3 to use for a few decades. Hua Hongyi waved the worn-out fan in his hand and thought for a while. He looked at his two classmates and said, "Tianhua Feichen, haven't you thought about Lord Li's intention? Although the story of a legend of a mortal's journey to immortality is novel, it's not enough to give out 1,000 strings of cash as a reward, right?" Brother Hong Yi, did you discover something? Yes, I think Lord Li wants to attract scholars to write novels and then submit them to his Datong daily. Looks like it's true. But Lord Li is too generous with his money. Hua Hongyi nodded and said, "Yes, when Lord Li makes a move, it's always a big deal. With him doing this, I'm afraid many people will rush to write novels. That would have to be written by them first. It has to be something that the supervisor of the workshop likes. Why don't we give it a try too? After all, Lord Li's reward is so generous." That's right, Feichen is right. What if Lord Li takes a fancy to what we write? Then even if no one gives us a reward, according to the guaranteed price they set, it's 5 strings of cash for 1,000 words. If we write 10,000 words a day, it'll be 50 strings of cash. That's close to 2 strings of cash a month. It's really not low. Brother Hong Yi, what do you think? According to the current prices, 50 copper coins a day could be exchanged for about 200 caddies of rice. This salary was really not low, and all they had to pay was just a few words. Hua Hongyi frowned and hesitated. The salary is indeed not low, but have you thought about what to write? Why don't we imitate the plot of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality and make up another story? Yes, I think it's a good idea. The setting of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality is so novel and interesting. I think this model can give rise to many other stories. Hua Hongyi shook his head and said, "I don't want to do that. Imitation is always inferior. If I were to write it, I would definitely create a whole new story background and plot. You can try to imitate it first and see how it works. Who knows if it might succeed? And then let's start writing now." Cheng Manor. TSK, Little Xian is really rich. Chang Chumo also saw the last few paragraphs of the newspaper. Although he was a loyal fan of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, He didn't know that A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Li Zixuan. Therefore, when he saw the last few paragraphs, his first reaction was not to scold Li Zixuan for being shameless, but to sigh at how rich Li Zixuan was. He could throw out 1,000 strings of cash just like that. Golden Alliance Leader. TSK. This title is so impressive. Chang Chumo rubbed his chin and sighed with envy. He didn't agree with Li Tai. After all, he was a prince and had a certain amount of financial autonomy. He could squeeze out 1,000 strings of cash just by gritting his teeth. However, Chang Chumo was a pauper through and through. Although the Chung family and the Li family had cooperated on the Drunken Immortal and the Land of Warmth and Tenderness, and he had received a lot of pocket money recently, it definitely didn't add up to 1,000 strings of cash. He didn't have the guts to ask old Madame Chung for it. Therefore, when he saw Li Zixuan become the first Golden Alliance leader in A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, he could only be envious. Although he really wanted it, he couldn't afford it. Chang Chumo was conflicted for a while. After a while, he gritted his teeth and returned to his bed. He took out all his pocket money and counted it. Then he smiled and said, "Hee, I can't afford a Golden Alliance leader, but I can still give you a Silver Alliance leader." Chang Chumo called his page boy. Yes, his page boy. Since this guy started going to school, Chang Chumo had also followed the trend and recruited a page boy for his son. Jiang Wuyun, send this 100 strings of cash to the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion. Tell them it's a reward from me for A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Young master, why did you? Don't talk nonsense. Go quickly. Remember to bring back the Silver Alliance leader badge they gave out. Oh, after the little page boy walked out of the gate of the Chung mansion, he was still confused. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with Chang Chumo today. How could he give out 100 strings of cash just like that? An Elaine. Editorial Department of Chitsu Culture. How was the response of today's newspaper? Ma Zhou sat alone at the head of the table and asked the backbone of the editorial department below. According to Li Zixuan's suggestion, special people should be sent out to investigate the response of the public before each issue of the newspaper was released. If there were any problems found, they could be corrected in time. A young man who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old stood up and replied, "The response of the people to the newspaper today was particularly great. Whether it was the 2 new policies issued by the Imperial Court or our newly launched reward function, they all caused a great response. At present, our revised version of the newspaper is very successful." Although this young man had 2 panda eyes after all, he had worked overtime last night and couldn't sleep well in the workshop. His face was full of excitement when he said this. Ma Zhou nodded approvingly and said, "Good. Chong Siwen, have you finished the badges for each title and level?" A gentle middle-aged man stood up and replied, "I handed the design drawings to Manager Fu yesterday. At present, they have only finished dozens of badges for the Gold Alliance Leader, Silver Alliance Leader, Guru, and Sect Leader of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. They are still rushing to make the badges for the other levels. Well, you should urge them on this matter. I expect many readers will come to reward them soon." "Yes. Godfather Ma. Godfather Ma. His Imperial Highness Prince of Wei has sent someone to reward us." Song Xiaoxi ran in, panting, and reported. How much was the reward? 1,000 strings of cash. Hiss, then quickly go and give the Gold Alliance leader badge to him. "Yes, Godfather Ma." Fan Xiaohui, in the future, you will be responsible for the registration of all rewards. You will also be responsible for the distribution of badges. Remember, there must be no mistakes. Ma Zhou said sternly. "Yes, Manager Ma." A middle-aged scholar in gray clothes and a gray hat stood up and cupped his hands. "Godfather Ma. Godfather Ma. The eldest young master of the Chung estate has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 100 strings of cash. Godfather Ma. Godfather Ma. Princess Changle has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 100 strings of cash. His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 100 strings of cash. Xinghua Square's eldest young master, Hu Yuan Bao, has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 1,000 strings of cash. Azure Dragon Square's Wang Runbiao has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 1,000 strings of cash. Jincheng Square's Murong Yunhai has sent someone to reward A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 200 strings of cash. Crazy. Crazy. That was the only word in everyone's mind. They knew that A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was very popular, and that many people would come to reward it in the future. However, they did not expect it to come so quickly and in such a large amount. Could it be that these people did not treat money as money? That's all for today. Everyone, quickly get back to your positions and continue with your work. Fan Xiaohui, quickly go to the front to receive the reward money and register it. Chong Siwen, quickly go to the workshop and urge them to make the badges quickly. Yes. Chapter 241. Yi Lane. Meng Wenhao tried to persuade his father but to no avail. He could only pray that his mother would come back in the afternoon and persuade his father. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, he became more and more frustrated. After bidding farewell to his father, Meng Wenhao went out. Looking at the busy pedestrians on the street, Meng Wenhao was a little confused. As the saying goes, the world is full of people who come for profit. Most of the people in front of him were rushing to earn money. What was he doing? Isn't this Meng Wenhao? Where are you going? Suddenly a voice came to his ear. Meng Wenhao found it familiar. He turned around and saw Wang Meng walking towards him. Wang Meng, where are you going? To the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Wenhao, didn't you read today's newspaper? Datong Daily can reward now. Mr. Li alone rewarded The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality with 1,000 strings of cash and became the first Gold Alliance leader. How impressive! I, Wang Meng, may not be rich, but I can still squeeze out 10 strings of cash and become a leader. What reward? What alliance leader? What is Wang Meng talking about? Meng Wenhao was confused. He had no idea what Wang Meng was talking about. Here, take a look for yourself. Wang Meng took out today's newspaper and handed it to Meng Wenhao. He pointed at the last few paragraphs of the newspaper. Meng Wenhao only understood after reading it. His first reaction was to break down. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to write a novel in private. He even had the cheek to reward himself. How shameless must he be to do such a thing? What's wrong? You must be shocked by Mr. Li's generosity, right? Haha. Wang Meng looked at Meng Wenhao's twitching face and thought that he was too shocked. Meng Wenhao almost vomited blood. He quickly nodded and pretended to be shocked. Yes. I was indeed shocked. Hehe, then take your time to be shocked. I'll take my leave first. Wang Meng gave Meng Wenhao a look that said, I've been there before, so I understand. He patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder, turned around and ran away. Hey Wang Meng, your newspaper. Forget it, it's fine. Wenhao, take it first. Meng Wenhao shook his head helplessly. The gloominess in his heart had been diluted by the news he had just received. He had not expected his teacher to be so capricious and unconventional. Since he had nothing to do, he sat down on the pier of the bridge not far away and flipped through the newspaper. Naturally, he also saw the headlines today. He saw the news that the imperial court was recruiting trade caravans from the people to follow the army to the small Nanyang country to trade. So this is actually true. The imperial court's navy is really going south with them. Meng Wenhao muttered to himself. He had thought that his father was just trying to comfort him when he said that the imperial army would come along. He didn't expect it to be true. At this moment he was slightly relieved. From this piece of news he understood why Boss Feng suddenly decided to go out to sea. It was all because of this decree issued by the imperial court. But why would the imperial court make such a big move at this time to go south to exchange grain? Would there be a change in the grain supply of the Great Tang in the future? The intelligent Meng Wenhao soon thought of the deeper reason behind this decree. However, he was only guessing and could not be sure. Li residence. Li Zixuan was not idle at this moment. There were big shots coming to his house today. They were Qin Shubao and Li Xiaogong. To the people, the decree issued by Li Heir to go south to exchange grain was very sudden and very puzzling. The highest commander of this decree was Li Xiaogong. As a member of the Li Tang Empire and Li Er's trusted right-hand man, Li Xiaogong was of course one of the few people who knew the real reason for this military operation. It was because he knew that he had to come personally to see Li Zishuan. There were some things he needed to ask in person. However, he had never interacted with Li Zishuan before. It was very awkward for him to suddenly visit, so he asked Qin Xiong to be the middleman. "Uncle Qin, you're here. This is..." Li Zishuan, who had just practiced swordsmanship in the west courtyard, was told by Sanbao that Qin Xiong was here. He quickly wiped his sweat and tidied his clothes. When he came to the front hall, he saw that there was someone else. "He Xiaoxian, this is Prince Hejian. He is the highest commander of the 20,000 Navy going to Nanyang. Come and greet him." Qin Xiong stood up and smiled. Li Zishuan was shocked. Previously, Li Tai had told him that the Navy this time was led by Li Xiaogong. However, he did not expect to see him in person so soon. This Li Xiaogong was amazing. He would be one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion in the future. Moreover, he would be ranked second only to Zhang Sunwuji. Li Xiaogong's grandfather Li Wei was Li Hu's seventh son. Li Er's grandfather Li Wei was Li Hu's third son. He was also Li Er's cousin. Looking at the Li Tang Empire, Li Xiaogong was considered a rather accomplished person. He was humble and did not claim credit, nor did he take power. He had a noble character and did not even want a big house. He was just a little lecherous. It was said that there were more than 100 singers and dancers in his back room. However, they did not steal or rob, so it was not a big problem. "Greetings, Prince." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and bowed to the vigorous and ruddy man in front of him. "Haha, Rise. Kid, you just finished practicing swordsmanship, right? This prince can still feel sword intent from your body." Li Zishuan was sizing up Li Zishuan, but Li Xiaogong was also sizing up Li Zishuan. He narrowed his eyes and felt the sword intent that Li Zishuan had just finished practicing swordsmanship. Li Xiaogong's pupils shrank, and he laughed boldly and asked, "Prince's eyes are as sharp as torches. This kid admires you." Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. He did not expect to meet an expert. He could not see through Li Xiaogong's realm for a while because Li Xiaogong's blood qi was dozens of times more vigorous than Qin Xiong's. He had probably entered the Grandmaster realm many years ago. What a monster! This Li Xiaogong looked to be in his 30s. "Haha, not bad, not bad. Kid, your sword intent is pure and sharp. It is rare for someone your age. However, you still need to practice diligently. Your sword intent is too sharp. You must know that when it reaches its peak, it will decline. You must learn to control your sword intent and restrain it. Recently, this old man has heard that you have been fiddling with a lot of strange things. You are really not doing your job. How can the heart of martial arts not be calm? Kid, you have such a good foundation. How can you neglect your martial arts?" Li Xiaogong put down his teacup, stood up, and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder as he said earnestly. Li Zishuan was speechless. Li Xiaogong was complaining that he had been causing too much trouble recently, and was not doing his job, but now he had forgotten what his real job was: teaching or practicing martial arts. However, Li Xiaogong's theory made Li Zishuan feel enlightened. When he came to this world, his master was already gone. These few months of practicing martial arts were completely based on the memories of his predecessor. He lacked the guidance of a master. Ooh! Chapter 242. You are right, Your Highness. My master passed away early and there was no one to urge me on, so I couldn't help but slack off these few months. In this kind of situation, you couldn't reason with your elders, quibble, or find all kinds of excuses. The best choice was to follow their words and retreat in order to advance. This was the experience that Li Zishuan had summed up in countless battles. Haha, you are worth teaching. Li Xiaogong's forthright laughter soared into the sky. He patted Li Zishuan on the shoulder and said, "This king knows that you have been assigned to the directorate by His Majesty, but you still have to find time to practice martial arts." Ahem, I am being a bit nosy, don't blame me, kid. Li Xiaogong suddenly realized that he wasn't here to preach, but to do something else. He couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. What are you talking about, Your Highness? I am already very grateful that you can give me some advice. Please have some tea. Uncle Qin, please have some tea too. Although Li Zixuan was complaining in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He poured a cup of tea for the two of them and personally served it to them. After taking the teacups, Qin Qiong began to talk about the main topic. Xiaoxian, I came with His Highness to talk about the grain trade in the south. There are some things that His Highness needs to ask you face to face. I hope that you can answer truthfully. Some things are related to the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. Li Xiaogong also nodded and said, Xu Bao is right. The locust plague prophecy was proposed by you, and the 3 ways to deal with the locusts were also thought of by you. I thought that it would be better to ask you, the person involved. Li Zixuan had already expected this. He cupped his hands and said, Feel free to ask, Your Highness. I will tell you everything I know. Good. Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment. His sharp eyes rested on Li Zixuan's face for a while, and then he said, Boy, you told His Majesty that there would be a plague of locusts in June next year. Since His Majesty and several important ministers believe you, then this old man will also believe you for the time being. But how did you know that the small country of Nanyang would be rich in grain? Have you also been to the sea? Li Zixuan felt Li Xiaogong's sharp gaze. He didn't dare to hesitate. The relevant thoughts flashed through his mind and he answered, My master did take me to travel around the world in his later years. I've been to a small country in Southeast Asia a few times. I have a little understanding of the local conditions and customs there. At that time, I was indeed amazed by the rice that matured 3 times a year. Then how did you get out of the sea? Li Xiaogong continued to ask. A merchant ship, about 70 to 80 feet long and 10 feet wide. My master and I entered the Yangtze River from Yuezhou. The Yangtze River was called the Jiang in ancient times. After the Sui dynasty, it was called the Great River and the Yangtze River. Following the river, we passed Dezhou, Hangzhou, Xianzhou, and entered the East Sea from Yangzhou. Because the merchant ship was small, it couldn't withstand too much wind and waves. Our ship sailed not far from the coast. We went all the way south and entered the South Sea through Liuqiu. Taiwan was called Liuqiu in the Tang dynasty. That's right. Finally, my master and I arrived in Myanmar. After traveling around the countries in the South Sea for 2 months, my master and I turned back the way we came. This was Li Zixuan's current state. He had no choice. If he didn't tell the truth, Li Xiaogong would definitely not believe him. If he didn't tell the truth, he would be done for. Of course, he only made up the experience. He didn't say the route blindly. It was a route that he came up with after careful consideration. Li Xiaogong stroked his 3-inch beard and fell into deep thought. He had never been to the sea before. Naturally, he didn't know whether Li Zixuan was telling the truth or not. Then, kid, can you draw a map of the sea for me? To be honest, although I have commanded the Navy many times, I have never been to the sea. I have only heard of the dangers of the sea, but I have never experienced them. With a precise map of the sea, the dangers of the south will be much smaller. Li Xiaogong thought for a long time, but he couldn't find any loopholes in Li Zixuan's words. Thus, he revealed the most important purpose of his trip. Li Zixuan thought about it seriously. In his previous life, he was very good at geography. When he was in high school, he once complained about why science students didn't study geography but biology. It was really a trap. Now, with his abnormal mental strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to recall a rough map of the sea. At most, he could ask others what some places were called in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this matter concerned the lives of tens of thousands of people. This map must be drawn. This kid is willing to help. Your Highness can go back and wait for a few days. After this kid finishes drawing, I will send someone to deliver the map to your residence. In these 2 days, this kid will do his best to recall and ensure that the map is as detailed and accurate as possible. Li Xiaogong smiled and politely said, Then I will have to trouble Xiaoxian. Li Zixuan repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He hesitated for a moment and slowly said, Your Highness, actually this kid thinks that there are a few aspects of sailing that Your Highness must pay attention to. Otherwise, when the time comes, there will be a lot of losses for the crew and soldiers. Oh? Then Xiaoxian, quickly tell me. If it is reasonable, I will definitely do it. Li Xiaogong's hand that was holding the teacup suddenly paused as he hurriedly said. Li Zixuan secretly nodded. Li Xiaogong's performance showed that he indeed loved his soldiers as if they were his children. Otherwise, with his status as a prince, he wouldn't be so polite to him. Firstly, the fleet should have enough fresh water and food. I don't need to say this. As a general, Your Highness should be able to think of it. Secondly, the fleet must not go far along the coast. This way, on the one hand, the fleet can go to the shore to take shelter from the wind when there are big storms and waves. On the other hand, when the fleet is short of supplies, they can also go to the shore to replenish at any time. Thirdly, all the crew members must eat fruits every day. My master once said that if the crew members of an ocean voyage don't eat fresh fruits for a long time, they will suffer from septicemia. In serious cases, they will even lose their lives. Hiss! Qin Xiong and Li Xiaogong gasped. There is actually such a thing? Li Xiaogong's face was full of disbelief. Li Zixuan nodded with certainty and said, there is indeed such a thing. My master was also a medical sage when he was alive. Uncle Qin and Your Highness should believe what he said, right? Yes, of course this old man believes. Qin Xiong nodded. Even Li Zixuan's half-baked medical skills could cure his illness. How could Qin Xiong not believe that Li Zixuan's master's medical skills were brilliant? This prince also believes. When the time comes, we will do as you say. Yes. Fourthly, ocean voyaging is a very lonely thing. Being alone for a long time can easily cause mental problems. Many crew members did not die from the waves or septicemia, but in the end they died of mental disorders, which is to say, losing their minds. So I hope that Your Highness, on the one hand, can organize more crew members to communicate with each other. On the other hand, when we reach the shore to replenish, let the crew rest on shore. This prince has heard of such things. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Li Xiaogong stroked his chin and praised. Your Highness, you flatter me. Fifthly. Chapter 243. Fourthly, do you know about Sinan, Your Highness? In the front hall of the Li Mansion, Li Zixuan looked at Li Xiaogong and asked. Of course. There are several of them in the Imperial Astronomer. Why? Li Xiaogong replied curiously. According to the ancient mine records, Sinan first appeared in the Hebei Magnetic Mountain area during the Warring States period. At first it was used for geomancy, but there were no archaeological objects. It took a long time for Sinan to become a compass. At least there was no compass in the early Tang dynasty. Qiu Yanhan, a geomancy expert in Shaanxi during the Kaiyuan period of the Tang dynasty, was praised by later generations as the founder of the three needles of geomancy: straight needle, sewing needle, and medium needle. He might be the first inventor of the magnetic needle. In the early Northern Song dynasty, another guide tool was created in our country, the guide fish. It was made of a thin piece of steel and was shaped like a fish. It was 2 inches long and 5 inches wide. The belly of the fish was a little concave. Like a boat, it could float on the water. The fish made of steel was not magnetic, so it could not be used as a guide. If it was used as a guide, it must be turned into a magnet by artificial magnetic transmission. The General Essentials of Martial Arts, compiled by Zheng Gongliang in the Northern Song dynasty, introduced the preparation method of the guide fish in detail. As for the method of making a floating magnetic needle, it was first seen in Shan Ku's Dream Creek Talk in the Northern Song dynasty. The earliest application of the compass in navigation was in the Ming dynasty when Zheng He went to the Western Ocean. In this era, even if the compass was invented, no one would think of using it for navigation. Yes, the gift that Li Zixuan wanted to give to the team of tens of thousands of people was a compass. This thing was a powerful tool for navigation. In the Song dynasty and Yuan dynasty, the compass invented by our country was spread to many countries in Europe and Asia, making it possible for modern Europe to explore the ocean. Of course, the European countries established colonies by sailing the ocean and rose completely, but we, Your Highness, the handle of the Sinan will point to the south no matter how it is rotated. With it, we will be able to distinguish the direction in the vast sea. In this way we won't get lost. Li Xiaogong's eyes lit up. Although he had never been to the sea, he had fought many water battles. He said excitedly, Haha, you have a lot of ideas. Only you can think of using the Sinan for navigation. But, speaking of this, he frowned and said, But Sinan is too big. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient to put it on the ship. Li Zixuan laughed and said, Wang Yi need not worry about this problem. Xiao Bei knows of an object that can also point us in the right direction. Moreover, it is incomparably light and easy to carry. If your highness needs it, I can have the workshop make a few today and send them to your highness. Your highness will know when you see them. Is there really such a divine object? Then you have to make it as soon as possible. There are only a few days left before the army departs. At this moment, Li Xiaogong was really glad that he had come today. The harvest was too great. Li Zixuan was about to nod when he suddenly remembered something and said, "This one is very willing to help your highness. However, this one is still under house arrest. I can't go out, nor can I go to the workshop personally. As a result, I'm afraid the progress will be much slower." Although the house arrest order allowed him to have many days off, it was indeed inconvenient for him to go out if he had something to do. For example, when he came up with the idea yesterday, he had to trouble himself to write down the changes of the Datong daily. How could it be more convenient to say it in person? Li Xiaogong said indifferently, "This is not a big deal. I'll go to the palace later and ask His Majesty to suspend your house arrest order. The military situation is urgent. I'm sure His Majesty will make an exception for such a small matter." Li Zixuan said happily, "Thank you, Your Highness." "It's okay. Xiaoxian, do you have anything else to say about what needs to be paid attention to when going to sea?" "There is one more thing," Li Zixuan said in a low voice. "Your Highness, I suggest that Your Highness choose as many elite soldiers as possible for the 20,000 naval troops this time. They can win both the naval battle and the land battle. They should also be well prepared with weapons." Li Xiaogong's eyes flashed and he said in a cold voice, "Xiaoxian, you mean, we will not only encounter naval battles, but also have to fight with others on land?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Yes, it's very likely. We may encounter pirates on the water. As for the land, Your Highness, the goods your fleet is carrying this time are all very valuable. Those gorgeous silks and exquisite porcelain are more precious than gold to the people of Nanyang. It's hard to guarantee that they won't have evil intentions. If you are not careful, the 20,000 troops led by Your Highness will be attacked by those small countries. The entire fleet will be attacked from all sides and the whole fleet will be besieged from all sides. The original intention of this fleet is indeed for trade. But we must be vigilant. If others try to break the rules by force first, I think Your Highness won't have to be merciful, right?" Li Xiaogong frowned and said coldly, "If those small foreign countries dare to offend the tiger of the Celestial Empire, I will definitely draw my sword and drink their blood to show the might of the Tang Empire." Li Zixuan exclaimed in admiration, "Your Highness is truly bold." He looked at the time and said, "It's already late. It's getting late. Why don't Your Highness and Uncle Qin have a meal at my house?" Li Xiaogong chuckled and said, "I heard that you are quite accomplished in eating and drinking. It just so happens that I will stay at your house today, and try your delicious food and wine, ha?" Qin Chong also nodded and laughed. "Haha, that's how it should be. Counting the days, Xiaoxian, you and Yushi are about to get married. As Yushi's adoptive father, I haven't eaten at your house yet." Li Zixuan said, "Cough cough. It's my fault for not thinking it through. Haha." On the other side, Meng Wenhao sat on the bridge pier and read the newspaper for a while. Naturally, he read the last few paragraphs of the newspaper several times. He was really tempted by the generous rewards of writing novels. He also had the idea of writing novels in his spare time. However, he immediately rejected the idea after thinking about it for a while. First of all, the studies in the mathematics school were very intense and the competition was very fierce. He still wanted to get first place in the monthly exam, and get the opportunity to bring his family to the Zuetian restaurant for a free meal. Under normal circumstances, if his family ate and drank freely at the Zuetian restaurant, they could eat at least 50 to 60 strings of coins. If they ordered wine, it would be even more expensive. This was more cost-effective than writing novels. On the other hand, writing novels would definitely delay his studies. His parents would definitely not allow it and he would not allow it either. Shaking his head, he dispelled this unrealistic idea. Meng Wenhao looked at the sun above his head, and then got up to go home for lunch. At this time he realized that he was actually near Yongda Square. In the morning, he wandered around aimlessly and unknowingly came to a place so far away from home. Meng Wenhao sighed and walked home. "Don't move. It's a robbery." When he walked to Xianyi Lane, Meng Wenhao suddenly heard a low man's voice coming from the alley between Xianyi Lane and Feng'an Lane. He was shocked and quickly turned to the corner, carefully peeking at the situation in the alley. He saw a big man in gray clothes with a piece of black cloth over his face. He held a cold kitchen knife in his hand and was holding it against the neck of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. It was a scene of robbery in broad daylight. Chapter 244. Humph! Is there something wrong with your eyes? Why do you think I'm rich? On the side of the lane between Xuanyi Lane and Feng'an Lane, Meng Wenhao's heart was in his throat. When he was hesitating whether to stop the masked man or not, he saw the girl with one hand on her waist and snorted recklessly. Meng Wenhao really wanted to go up and cover the girl's mouth. Oh my God, why are you still talking nonsense? Don't you think things are chaotic enough? The masked man was obviously stunned. It was probably the first time he met such a heartless person who was not afraid of death. In other words, it was the first time this guy came out to rob. He had no experience and could not scare people. Cut the crap. I only want 500 copper coins. Hand it over and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be an extra red line on your neck. The masked man reacted. He pushed the kitchen knife in his hand forward a few more inches and said fiercely. Meng Wenhao saw it clearly from the corner of the wall. He was very anxious and wanted to stop him. However, he was afraid that the kitchen knife in the masked man's hand would hurt the girl. After all, the kitchen knife was already close to the girl's throat. If the masked man's hand trembled slightly, the girl was likely to die. Meng Wenhao looked around and found that there was no one around. He guessed that they had all gone back to have lunch. Meng Wenhao forced himself to calm down and seriously thought about it. Then he picked up a brick next to him. Don't be surprised. This was the so-called Qin bricks and Han tiles. In fact, as early as the Zhou dynasty, there were records of bricks. Meng Wenhao took a deep breath, gathered his courage and quietly approached the masked man. The masked man and the girl stood facing each other. Meng Wenhao's direction was just behind the masked man, so his movements fell into the girl's eyes. The girl saw that there was someone else here, and her eyes widened in surprise. However, when she saw the brick in Meng Wenhao's hand, she quickly blinked, as if to tell him not to come over. Meng Wenhao's brain was a little confused. He did not understand what the girl was trying to say. Little girl, is there something wrong with your eyes? Why do you keep blinking? Is there someone behind you? The masked man felt that he had gotten off to a bad start today. He couldn't even deal with a little girl. She wasn't afraid of him at all. He was a failure as a bandit. When Meng Wenhao saw that the robber had the intention to turn around, he was greatly alarmed. He was only a scholar without the strength to truss up a chicken. How could he be a match for this burly man? Before the burly man could turn around, he quickly retreated to the corner. At this moment he could even hear the sound of his heart thumping. Yes, yes, yes. There's someone there. Look behind you. The girl giggled. The masked man was about to turn around to see if there was anyone behind him when he heard the girl's words. He paused for a moment. Then he sneered and said, "Tisk, little girl, are you trying to trick me into turning around so that you can take the opportunity to escape? I'm so smart, why would I fall for your trick?" At this moment, the robber felt as if he was possessed by Zhuge Liang. He had the demeanor of a wise man who could see through all the conspiracies in the world. In short, he felt that he was too damn smart. Humph, humph, how could someone as smart as me be deceived by a little girl like you? TSK, if you don't believe me, then forget it. The little girl playfully rolled her eyes and curled her lips. When the robber saw her reaction, he was even more certain that his judgment was correct. He couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly take out the money. No one will come to this alley at this time. Little girl, don't waste your time. No one will come to save you. As the robber spoke, he pushed the kitchen knife forward a little. On the girl's white and tender neck, there was already a faint trace of blood. But I really don't have 500 coins. Feeling the coldness on her neck, the little girl pitifully said. The robber really wanted to curse at this moment. How could there be such a person who cared more about money than life these days? He swept his eyes over the girl's body and saw that the girl was wearing coarse hemp clothes with patches. There were no gold hairpins or silver ornaments in her hair. He couldn't help but frown. Why did he pick such a poor person to rob? Was he really blind? The robber quickly shook his head. At this time he definitely couldn't admit that it was his problem. He could only go down this path to the end. Suddenly he saw that there was a jade bracelet on the girl's wrist. He quickly said excitedly, "He who said you don't have it? I see that the jade bracelet on your wrist is worth about 2 strings of coins. Quickly give it to me." After saying that, he pretended to be fierce, of course. This expression was in vain because his face was covered and the girl couldn't see it. His left hand squeezed the girl's shoulder. The girl's face clearly turned pale, but she didn't cry out in pain. She quickly protected the jade bracelet on her left wrist with her right hand and anxiously said, "No, this was left to me by my mother. You can't take it away. Hey, I don't care who left it to you. Quickly take it out or else." As he said that, he gestured with the kitchen knife in his hand and threatened, "Do you want the jade bracelet or your life? Choose one." Meng Wenhao was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. He secretly scolded the girl in his heart for being so stubborn. Why was she still hesitating at this time? After a moment of stalemate, the girl finally took off the jade bracelet on her wrist and reluctantly handed it to the masked man. "Here for you." That's more like it." The masked man took the jade bracelet and smiled proudly. "Okay, I'll keep my word. You can go now." The robber removed the kitchen knife from the girl's neck and said, "Big brother, didn't you just say that you only want 500 strings of coins? But this jade bracelet is worth at least 2 strings of coins. If you keep your word, give me 1,100 strings of coins." The usual money of the Tang dynasty was only equivalent to 800 strings of coins. "To tell you the truth, I just arrived in Chang'an today, and have used up all my traveling expenses. If you take the jade bracelet away, I really have nothing left and can only jump into the crooked river pool." The girl looked pitiful and looked like she was about to cry. She looked at the masked man and said, Meng Wenhao, who was lying on the side and peeking, was speechless. Who would ask a robber for money? This girl really didn't have any awareness of being robbed. However, the masked man didn't think so. He scratched his head and felt that what the girl said made sense. So he waved his hand and said, Okay. Don't cry, I'll keep my word. I said that I only want 500 strings of coins, so I'll take 500 strings of coins from you. You wait, I'll give you the money." After saying that, he actually took out the pouch at his waist and began to count the money. After a while he said embarrassedly, "Ahem, I only brought 1 string of coins when I went out today. You can take it first. I'll return the rest to you when we meet again." Chapter 245. Clang! The little girl's hand suddenly had an extra coin. Meng Wenhao's eyes widened. If he had also transmigrated, at this moment he would definitely say, "Motherf asterisk Kerr, is this even possible? Hey, thank you, big brother, you are really a good person." The girl looked at the coin in her hand and suddenly said with a smile. The masked man scratched his head embarrassedly. This was probably the first time someone praised him as a good person. It's good. Little girl, if you want to be robbed again next time, just look for me, Lei Badian. Pay, I spilled the beans. Alright, see you later, I'll take my leave first. Meng Wenhao's face was full of black lines. What do you mean you want to be robbed again? Hey, wait. The girl quickly stretched out her hand to block the way. What's wrong? Little girl, what do you want? I don't want to lower myself to your level. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. The masked man only felt that this girl was very annoying. When did being a robber become so difficult? Hey, big brother, wait a minute. I just found out that I have change here. Here, take it, it's exactly 500 coins. Return the jade bracelet to me. You said before that you always keep your word. The girl didn't know when, but she took out 500 coins from the string of money and handed it to the robber and said. The robber was dumbfounded. Yes, at this moment he felt that the girl in front of him was very reasonable, but he kept feeling that something was wrong. What's wrong? Big brother, don't tell me you want to go back on your word? It's said that even robbers have morals. I'm afraid you don't follow the rules of the underworld, right? When this spreads out, you will be ridiculed by the heroes of the underworld. The girl didn't give the masked man a chance to think. It was unknown where she had learned the slang of the underworld from. But the robber was so scared that he was stunned. The masked man wiped the sweat on his forehead and said unconvinced. Who said I want to go back on my word? Here, I'll return the jade bracelet to you and give me the 500 coins. With that, he snatched the 500 coins from the girl's hand, and then stuffed the jade bracelet back into the girl's hand. Hehe. Big Brother is such a good person. You are the true hero of the Greenwood gang. After the girl took back the jade bracelet, she was exceptionally happy. Words of praise were as if they were free. Hehe. The masked man was even happier with his daughter's compliment. He waved his hand and said, all right. I'll take my leave first. See you again. After he finished speaking, he swaggered to the other side of the alley with a heroic look on his face and gradually disappeared from sight. Silence. The alley fell into an abnormal silence. Meng Wenhao, who was squatting in the corner, had a look of Sparta on his face. He felt that his worldview was about to be turned upside down. After living for more than 10 years, this was the first time he had seen such an adorably stupid robber. Of course, he definitely did not know the term adorably stupid. This big idiot is really blind. This lady is as beautiful as a flower, but she only cared about the money and forgot about the beauty. She is really stupid. This time this lady was careless and fell into your trap. The next time I see you, I will beat you up every time I see you. The girl stomped her feet and said hatefully in the direction where the robber disappeared. Meng Wenhao stood up and was about to step forward to greet the girl when he heard her strange words. Meng Wenhao immediately staggered. He staggered 2 steps before stabilizing himself. He looked at the girl with a speechless expression and said, what are you talking about? Lady, can you stop talking? You have already cheated him of 300 coins. That robber is really pitiful. What do you mean by I cheated him of 300 coins? This is clearly the money that this lady earned with her own intelligence. Which side are you on, scholar? The girl's voice suddenly rose by 800 degrees, as if someone had stepped on her little tail. Meng Wenhao felt that today was the day that he had been speechless the most. Facing such a lively and willful girl who was a little shameless, he felt that even if he was well-read and had a belly full of talent, he probably would not be able to win against this girl. All right. You earned it yourself. It's not considered cheating others. Meng Wenhao hurriedly waved his hand and admitted defeat. He then continued, since this lady is fine, then quickly go home. Don't let your family worry. The alleys here are crisscrossed and very remote. You'd better not come here alone in the future. It's quite dangerous for a girl like you. You're young, but you're so long-winded. You're just like an old woman. The girl wrinkled her nose and said sarcastically to Meng Wenhao. You. Meng Wenhao almost fainted from anger. He pointed at the girl in front of him and wanted to say something. At this time he heard the girl's tone change and said sadly, I don't have a family anymore. Uncle is sick. Aunt is too sad and went with him. I don't have a family anymore. I don't have a home. Boo-hoo. As the girl spoke, she squatted down, hugged her knees and cried bitterly. Meng Wenhao was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. But when he saw the girl speaking sadly and crying sadly, his heart could not help but ache. He squatted down, patted the girl's back and said softly, Lady, don't cry. Your uncle and aunt are gone, but your parents are still here. It would have been better if he did not say that. Once he said that, the girl cried even harder. Boo-hoo. I'm a child who doesn't have parents who love me. At this moment, Meng Wenhao really wanted to slap himself twice. He really had a bad mouth. Lady, it's possible that your parents had no choice back then, so you'd better not be sad. Boo-hoo. Even if they had no choice, they couldn't abandon me. They just didn't have me in their hearts. The girl continued to speak pitifully. How can there be parents who don't love their children in this world? Unless they had no choice, I believe that your parents would definitely not abandon you. To be honest, in order to support my studies, my father will risk his life to go to sea in a few days. Therefore, I think that your parents must have had their own difficulties back then. As Meng Wenhao spoke, he could not help but think of his father. For a moment, he could not help but feel sad. Okay. The girl's crying gradually stopped. Slowly, the alley regained its silence. After a moment of silence, the girl stood up and patted Meng Wenhao's shoulder. All right. I'm not sad anymore. Seeing that you helped me today, oh no, you almost helped me today, I'll treat you to lunch. One in front and one behind, one crying and one laughing. It was as if she had become a completely different person in an instant. Meng Wenhao touched his nose. He felt that if he stayed with this girl for too long, his nerves would definitely be damaged. No need, I still have to go home to eat. Tisk, why are you dawdling? It's rare for me to treat someone to a meal. How dare you not give me face? Alright, let's go then. Hehe, that's more like it. What's your name? Meng Wenhao, what about you? My name is Li Yu. You can call me Little Yu. Ooh. Chapter 246. At the Li residence, both host and guest enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. Haha. The Li residence truly lives up to its reputation for good food and wine. Lord Li, you've given birth to a good son. You can enjoy the rest of your life in comfort. Li Xiaogong's face glowed as he ate. It was clear that he had drunk a lot of wine, but his speech was still rather clear, so he probably wasn't drunk. Your Highness is too kind. My son is naughty and likes to cause trouble. I hope that your Highness can take care of him in the future. Li Xiaogong and Qin Qiong, the two big shots of the imperial court, had come to the Li residence as guests. Naturally, Li Jingma had to accompany them to drink. He was now more and more convinced of his son's abilities. First, Li Xiaogong got to know several state dukes, then the crown prince and King Wei, and now Li Xiaogong, a prince with real power and prestige in the military, had come. Sometimes, Father Li couldn't help but wonder if he should find some time to gather all the servants in the house and train them. Haha, well said, well said. Other than being a little lazy, this boy is outstanding in all other aspects. Li Xiaogong smacked his lips as he reminisced about the wine he had just drunk. Qin Qiong was somewhat depressed. He was half a patient, so he naturally didn't get a share of the wine at noon. Little Xian, you have to pay more attention to that tool for navigating. In addition, think about the things you need to pay attention to in the next 2 days. Do you have anything else to add? Only when we're well prepared will we have fewer casualties. This old man doesn't wish for these fine sons of my great Tang to die in the vast ocean instead of on the battlefield. In the end, they'll end up in the belly of a fish, unable to even retrieve their bones. Qin Qiong couldn't help but exhort as he looked at Li Zishuan, who was still picking his teeth. Shu Bao's words are reasonable. Brat, you have to be 120% focused on this matter. Don't slack off in the slightest. Hearing this, Li Xiaogong patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, Hiss. Li Zishuan really wanted to say, what the F***ck? This slap almost drove his toothpicking arm into his gums. Yes, in ancient times it wasn't called a toothpick, it was called a toothpicking stick. Oh, Uncle Qin and His Highness are distracted. I know what's important. Li Zishuan sucked in a breath of cold air and replied incoherently. Hey. All right, old Master Li, since that's the case, this prince will not impose on you any longer. This prince will make a trip to the imperial palace in a while and explain the pros and cons to His Majesty. There should be an imperial edict in the afternoon to lift your son's confinement order. After Li Xiaogong finished speaking, he shook his head and stood up to take his leave. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Many thanks, Your Highness. Old Man Li and Li Zishuan hurriedly got up and cupped their hands in thanks. Haha. Li Xiaogong laughed heartily and waved his hand. He looked at Qin Qiong and said, Shu Bao, do you want to come along? Qin Qiong nodded and bid farewell to Li Zishuan. This old man will take his leave first. Little Xian, if you need any help, feel free to look for this old man. And take care, Your Highness and Uncle Qin. As expected, less than an hour after Li Xiaogong left, an eunuch came to the Li residence to announce that Li Zishuan's confinement order had been lifted ahead of schedule. He also strictly ordered Li Zishuan to make use of the time to make tools to identify the direction, and was not allowed to slack off in any way. Phew. Since Li Zishuan's wording in the imperial edict was rather strict, it made people feel that if Li Zishuan did not complete the task in the next few days, he would be beheaded. Therefore, after the eunuch left, Li Du's parents chased him out of the house. All right, Sam Bao, let's go to the workshop. He had thought that he was a complete shut-in. Even if he was grounded, it would not affect his comfortable life. He did not expect that shut-in to have such a restless heart. The main thing was that in this era there were no computers and no internet. Even if he stayed at home, he could not stay at home. Not to mention the internet, as long as he had a computer and could play single-player games at home, Li Zixuan could stay at home. Fortunately, the confinement order had been lifted and he could go out. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy if he had to stay at home for 5 days. Although there were conditions for lifting the confinement order in advance, a small compass was a piece of cake for a graduate student in precision instruments like him. Yes, young master. Sanbao answered excitedly. Other than Li Zixuan, Sanbao was the happiest person to have his confinement order lifted. This meant that he could go out in a luxury car again. This was the hidden benefit of being an experienced driver. The horse carriage moved slowly on the streets of Chang'an City, getting further and further away. Meng Wenhao, I'm very happy today. What do you want to eat? Just order, he. In a roadside noodle shop in the East City, Liu touched the 300 copper coins that she had just earned in her purse. She was full of confidence and had the attitude of a nouveau riche. You order. Also you have no relatives or friends in Chang. I advise you to save the 300 copper coins. Meng Wenhao said worriedly. On the way, through chatting with each other, he had a rough understanding of Liu's current situation. The little girl's adoptive parents, who were also her uncle and aunt, used to live in Bingzhou, which was also Taiyuan. In the 13th year of Sui Day, 618 AD, Liu, who was still in swaddling clothes, was entrusted to Fu Lingyan and Lu Yixue, Liu's adoptive parents, by a mysterious couple. They said that they would come back to take her away in 2 to 3 months or a year. The Fu family was a large family in Taiyuan, and Fu Lingyan was somewhat knowledgeable. He saw that the couple was in a sorry state, and their expressions were rather panicked. He could even faintly see traces of blood on their clothes. He guessed that the couple might have encountered a very thorny problem. He instinctively wanted to keep the couple at the door. After all, the world was in chaos at the time, and no one was willing to fall into inexplicable trouble for no reason. Fu Lingyan was about to refuse when Lu Yixue tugged at his arm and looked lovingly at the little girl in swaddling clothes. They had been together for more than 10 years. How could Fu Lingyan not understand his wife's thoughts? He could not help but feel a pain in his heart. After being married for so many years, although they were very loving, they did not have a child. They had seen many famous doctors, but it was to no avail. The child had become a knot in their hearts that they could never get rid of. Looking at it now, his wife probably wanted to adopt the baby girl. In the end, Fu Lingyan gave in and adopted Liu. He had asked about the couple's identity, but they refused to tell him. Instead, they wanted to give him a large sum of money to raise their daughter. Of course, Fu Lingyan didn't lack the money, so he refused. Just like that, Liu was settled in the Fu family. The only thing her parents left behind was the jade bracelet. Lu Yixue was a mother for the first time. Naturally, she was very excited. Although her identity as a mother could be taken away at any time, she still treated Liu as her own. What she did for Liu was even more than what a real mother would do. Just like that, the Fu family had a little cutie. A little cutie that could be taken away at any time. Liu was in such a happy environment, waiting for her birth parents to come. Who knew that in the 6th month of that year, peasant uprisings would spread throughout the country. Li Yuan, who was guarding Taiyuan at the time, and his second son, Li Shimin, took advantage of the situation to rebel. He called back his eldest son, Li Jiansheng, and his fourth son, Li Yuanji, from Hedong, west of today's Yongji Shangxi. He sent Lu Wenjing to the Tujue to ask Shibi Khan to send troops to help. He also recruited troops to attack Guanzhong. The Central Plains fell into the flames of war. Taiyuan, as the place where the dragon rose, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. Various mountain bandits took advantage of the chaos to commit crimes, burning, killing, and robbing. The Fu family was also affected. To escape the chaos of war, Fu Lingyan decided to move his family to the south. Chapter 247. In order to let Liu's biological father and mother find Liu in the future, Fu Lingyan left a letter in the main hall of the house before he left. He explained that the Fu family had moved south to avoid the chaos of war, and asked them to search the Zhongnan area after they found the letter. In this chaotic world, human lives were worthless. Fu Lingyan didn't know if a mere letter could reach Liu's parents, But he had tried his best and had a clear conscience. Along the way they naturally met many bandits. Their lives were on the line many times, and Fu Lingyan also suffered many internal injuries. In the end, the Fu family settled down in Jiangnan's Yuezhou. At this time, Fu Lingyan had used up all the gold, silver, and valuables he had brought with him when he left Bingzhou. Most of them were given to the bandits. Although they could no longer live a luxurious life, because of Li Yu's participation, the husband and wife were able to live happily. The man was in charge of the external affairs while the woman was in charge of the domestic affairs. Their lives were still quite good. Chiyun village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It was like a paradise. There were wars everywhere, but Chiyun village wasn't affected at all. The Fu couple sat in the village and watched the change of dynasties, the fall of the Sui, and the rise of the Tang. They also watched Li Er kill his brother and father and usurp the throne. In the blink of an eye, it was the first year of Zhengguan. Fu Lingyan had been tortured by pain for more than 10 years. He finally couldn't take it anymore and passed away. Lu Yixue was too sad and depressed. Her body was deteriorating day by day. Before she died, she told her daughter about what happened back then. She guessed that Li Yu's parents were probably from a rich family because the jade bracelet was extraordinary. She also suggested that she go to Chang and to find out where her parents were. Li Yu was smart and alert since she was young. She stumbled alone and miraculously reached Chang and city with the meager wealth left behind by Fu Lingyan and his parents. After entering the city, she was confused by the crisscrossing streets in Chang'an City. That was why she encountered bandits near Shuani Lane. "Humph, I invited you to a meal out of goodwill, but you don't know what's good for you. You're lecturing me. If you don't order, I'll order." At Chen's noodle shop at the entrance of the East Market, the two of them sat under the awning outside and started bickering. "Boss, give me 2 bowls of egg noodles." "Ah no, 1 bowl of egg noodles and the other bowl without eggs." "Humph." Li Yu gave Meng Wenhao a provocative look. Meng Wenhao was speechless. "Okay. Dear guests, the total is 18 copper coins." The fat boss shouted and bent over with a smile. He was worried that the 2 children would not pay after eating because from their clothes, they did not look like rich people. Li Yu only furrowed her brows and didn't get angry. She had probably encountered many similar situations along the way. "Here you go. Go and do it." Li Yu counted 18 copper coins and slammed them on the table, as if she was demonstrating her power. The fat boss didn't mind. He smiled and reached out to grab the copper coin. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of thin air. "Wait." Meng Wenhao stood up and grabbed the fat boss's hand. "What happened?" The fat boss looked at Meng Wenhao blankly and asked, "Boss Chun, it's not nice of you to do this. Your egg noodles have always been 10 copper coins a bowl. Why did you only give us 2 copper coins when we asked for 1 less egg?" As a local of Chang, and Meng Wenhao was quite familiar with the prices, Boss Chun straightened his neck and said, We have clearly marked the price. How is that not nice? If you think it's not worth it, you can eat the egg noodles. Isn't it just 2 copper coins?" If Li Zixuan was here, he would definitely scold the boss for being an unscrupulous businessman. He actually started a bundling sale and forced people to buy and sell. However, Meng Wenhao didn't know the marketing techniques used by these businessmen. "You!" Meng Wenhao pointed at the boss angrily. He then stood up and pulled Li Yu and said, "Little Yu, let's go. We're not eating here." "Wait. Meng Wenhao, come closer." Li Yu waved her hand and pulled Meng Wenhao to the side, whispering, "Little Yu, what's the matter?" "Meng Wenhao, let me ask you. How much is an egg in Chang'an?" Li Yu asked mysteriously. She had just arrived in Chang'an today. Of course, she didn't know how much an egg cost here. However, she was smart. After seeing Meng Wenhao's reaction, she roughly guessed that the price of an egg in Chang'an was definitely more than 2 copper coins. An egg in Chang'an is 5 copper coins. Moreover, the imperial court recently issued a decree to reduce taxes for raising chickens. In the future, the price of an egg will definitely rise. So little Yu, let's not eat here. This boss is deliberately cheating us. Ah! Li Yu opened her mouth wide in shock. She couldn't believe it and said, "Why are eggs in Chang'an so expensive? Our eggs in Yuyang are only 2 copper coins. If I had known earlier, I would have brought more eggs to sell. Wouldn't I have made a fortune?" Meng Wenhao was speechless. His companion's brain structure was probably really different from his. She always thought of strange things. I'm just joking. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Yu was annoyed by Meng Wenhao's look of looking at her as if she was crazy. It's nothing. Let's go to another place to eat. Hey, two customers. Are you still eating or not? Don't hinder our business. Boss Chun, who was at the side, couldn't help but say impatiently when he saw the two children chattering non-stop. Not eating. Eat. Just eat. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu each had their own opinions. The two of them were like natural enemies. They had only known each other for less than half a day and had already bickered countless times. Are you still eating or not? Eat. I'm the one paying. Of course, I'm the one who has the final say. Little Yu Meng Wenhao wanted to persuade her, but he saw Li Yu's eyes flash with a hint of slyness. She even winked at him. Meng Wenhao had just seen this scene. Wasn't it when she cheated the robbers in the morning? Thinking of this, Meng Wenhao quickly shut his mouth. He began to mourn for the fat boss in front of him. He just didn't know how little Yu was going to deal with it this time. Meng Wenhao was a little excited. Alright, then give me 18 copper coins first. The fat boss sighed and said with a smile. No. Boss, we don't want what we ordered just now. Change the order. Li Yu shook her head and smiled mischievously. Then what do you want to eat? Boss, you just said that egg yangchan noodles cost 10 copper coins and normal yangchan noodles cost 8 copper coins. Is that right? Yes. That's right. Ha! Li Yu smiled proudly and finally revealed her foxtail. She said slyly, Boss, give us 10 bowls of egg yangchan noodles. We don't want noodles, we only want eggs. Here, 20 copper coins for you. What? The fat boss was dumbfounded. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. Ooh. Chapter 248. Missed this. How can you eat yangchan egg noodles without noodles? The fat boss was stunned for a moment before he reacted and smiled bitterly. Why not? If others can eat yangchan noodles without eggs, why can't I just eat eggs without noodles? Li Yu frowned and pretended to be unhappy. But this is against the rules. We don't want to do business with you. You should go elsewhere. The fat boss could not argue with her and could only chase her away. You just think that you will lose money by selling like this, right? You just charged 8 coins for a bowl of yangchan noodles without eggs. Why didn't you think that you will lose money by setting the price like this? A black-hearted boss like you should be sent to the authorities. Li Yu said angrily with her hands on her hips. What's wrong? I don't know. I just came. It seems that the boss purposely set the price to cheat outsiders. Is that so? Chen's Noodle House was located at the entrance of the East Market. It was an outdoor noodle house where the diners ate under the awning outside. It was hard not to notice such an open noodle house located in such a crowded area. After a while, 4 or 5 onlookers came to watch the show and pointed at the fat boss. All businessmen paid attention to their reputation, and the fat boss was no exception. When he saw the onlookers pointing at him, his expression changed. He pulled Li Yu over and whispered with a slightly stern look. Brother Li Yu, don't be so rude. Little girl, don't look for trouble. I can see that you're from another city, so don't go overboard. Be careful of what you say. How about this, we'll do what you just ordered. I'll only charge you 15 copper coins. You two eat quickly. Let go, Boss-chan, what do you want? Meng Wenhao, who was at the side, didn't have time to react. When he did, he quickly pulled Li Yu behind him and angrily said to the fat boss. Li Yu stood behind Meng Wenhao with an inexplicable look in her eyes. How dare you threaten me? Everyone, please be the judge. This restaurant's yangchan egg noodle soup costs 10 copper coins per bowl, but the boss charged 8 copper coins per bowl for the ordinary yangchan egg noodle soup without eggs. Now the eggs in Chang'an cost 5 copper coins per bowl. Don't you think this boss is evil? Li Yu pointed at the fat boss and said to the crowd. Wow, the owner of this shop is really evil. Yes, I really didn't expect this. I've been to this shop before. The boss here is indeed quite evil. Ooh. The onlookers understood what had happened and criticized the fat boss one after another. Seeing that he had been pointed at by thousands of people, The fat boss's expression flashed with a trace of viciousness. He shouted, "Little girl, you forced me to do this. Dabao Erbao, come out quickly and chase these two bastards away." "Father, they're here." In the house, two huge young men immediately came out. They were about 7 feet tall, 2 meters, and were obviously much taller than the average person. Moreover, they were bigger than the fat boss. What was even more amazing was that the two of them looked exactly the same. They should be twins. As soon as the two 7-foot giants appeared, everyone was shocked. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu were dumbfounded. They looked up at the two giants, and the onlookers who were watching the show became nervous. They didn't dare to point at the fat boss anymore. The fat boss was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. He nodded his head and pointed at Meng Wenhao and Li Yu. He said to his two sons, "Dabao Erbao, these two kids are causing trouble. Quickly throw them away. Father will make good food for you later." "Okay, father." Not sure if it was Dabao or Erbao, but they answered excitedly. The two giants then walked towards Meng Wenhao. "Stop. Under the emperor's feet. Boss Chun, you purposely hurt people like this. Aren't you afraid that the people from Wuhou government will arrest you?" Meng Wenhao stood in front of Li Yu to protect her, and said with a strong front, "Hee, which eye of yours saw me hurting people? I'm just chasing away evil customers. Which law did I break?" The fat boss sneered. "You? Oh, then you don't have to chase us away. We'll leave on our own." Meng Wenhao was furious, but considering Li Yu's safety, he could only give in temporarily. "Fat boss, then it's best not to." Why should we leave? I don't believe that in front of so many people. What can you do to us?" Before the fat boss could finish, Li Yu used the numbers advantage and interrupted him. "Hey little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll see who will help you today. Dabao Erbao, go." "Yes, father." The two giants did not hesitate and walked towards them. Pung pung. Those who were close to them could even hear the tremors of the earth. It was easy to imagine how huge these two giants were. The crowd that Li Yu relied on did not follow her expectations and came out to fight for justice. Instead, after feeling the terrifying aura of the two giants, they scattered like birds and beasts. They did not dare to stay and watch the show. Hey, why did you all leave? You're not loyal." Li Yu was also a little flustered at this moment. She was a little annoyed as she shouted at the fleeing crowd. "Little Yu, don't shout. Run." Meng Wenhao angrily pulled Li Yu and turned to run. "You want to run? You ruined my business. How can I let you go so easily? Dabao Erbao, chase after them and teach them a lesson." The fat boss sneered from behind. "Yes, father." The two giants had long legs. They caught up with Meng Wenhao and Li Yu in a few steps. Two big hands appeared behind Meng Wenhao and Li Yu's neck. Then the two giants lifted Meng Wenhao and Li Yu up from behind. Hey. Damn fatty, what are you doing? I don't like people like you." Li Yu's legs were kicking wildly, but he did not forget to talk nonsense. Meng Wenhao really wanted to go over and cover her mouth. This was a classic example of cheating teammates. You're the damn fatty." A flash of anger flashed across the giant's face as he threw Li Yu out. The other giant also threw Meng Wenhao out. Li Yu was so scared that she screamed with her eyes closed in the sky. "All right, stop screaming. You didn't fall to your death." Li Zishuan looked at the little girl who was still screaming in his hand and couldn't help but be speechless. He also wanted to let go. But this girl not only kept screaming, her hands and feet also kept swinging randomly. If he let go, this girl would fall to the ground. Fortunately, Li Zishuan's strength was great, so he was able to carry one person with each hand. Meng Wenhao was still fine. Although he was scared and pale, he was still quiet. "Sir, why are you here?" Chapter 249. East Market. Not far from Chen's noodle shop. Meng Wenhao, who was still in shock, stood on the ground and looked at Li Zishuan. I'm fine." Li Yu, who was lifted in the air, screamed for a while. She realized that she hadn't landed on the ground, so she opened her eyes in surprise. Li Zishuan saw that the girl had returned to normal, so he put her down and said to Meng Wenhao, If I came a little later, you two would have been buttocks, right?" Coincidentally, Li Zishuan had just been released from his house ban. On his way to the workshop, Li Zixuan happened to see Meng Wenhao arguing with the fat boss. Li Zixuan sat in the carriage and listened carefully to their argument. After he figured out the cause of the matter, he wanted to come over and take a look. Then he saw Meng Wenhao and Li Yu being thrown into the air by the giant baby. In a moment of desperation, he didn't care about anything else. He used cloud-piercing steps and saved the two children, preventing their buttocks from being buttocks. Ah! Meng Wenhao scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry for the trouble, sir." "Hey, it's no big deal." Li Zixuan waved his hand and didn't care. "Wow, you're Meng Wenhao, sir? How can you be so young? Shouldn't sir be an old man with a white beard? Also, why do you know martial arts?" Li Yu's heart was quite big. Just now he was almost scared half to death. Now that he heard the conversation between Meng Wenhao and Li Zixuan, it was as if he had discovered a new continent. He circled around Li Zixuan and sized him up while sighing. "Li Zixuan. Little you don't be rude. This is my sir. He saved us just now." Meng Wenhao wouldn't argue with Li Yu about other things, but when it came to his sir, Meng Wenhao wouldn't allow Li Yu to be rude. "Hey, I'm fine." Li Zixuan waved his hand and looked at the two children. He joked, "Wenhao, take your little girlfriend and stay by the side. Let me have a good talk with this shop owner." He had been watching for a while and naturally saw Meng Wenhao shielding Li Yu behind him. He could not help but tease him. However, he was naturally wasting his feelings. How could the ancients have the concept of boyfriend and girlfriend? In ancient times, free love was not advocated. If two people wanted to confirm their relationship, they had to be engaged before they got married. Before that, the relationship was just a normal relationship. It could not be called a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. "Ah, sir, what little girlfriend?" As expected, Meng Wenhao was dumbfounded. Where did this madman come from? How dare he meddle in other people's business? Don't think that just because you know a few tricks you can learn to fight for justice. The fat boss originally thought that with his two sons involved, there would definitely be no suspense, so he didn't pay much attention to this side. However, when he inadvertently glanced over and saw that Meng Wenhao and Li Yu were still acting as if nothing had happened, he immediately walked over and scolded Li Zixuan. "How dare you? Are you blind? Why don't you look at this?" As a lackey, San Bao was very conscious. When he saw the fat shop owner's arrogant attitude towards his young master, he quickly jumped out and scolded him. However, before he could finish, Li Zixuan stopped him. "San Bao, you go to the side too." This shop owner bullied his student. How could he let him off so easily? If he allowed San Bao to announce his name and identity, wouldn't it be too boring? Yes, young master." San Bao scratched his head and replied before quickly retreating to the side. He bullying children with brute force. What kind of ability is that? Are you two going to come at me together or three at once? Li Zixuan did not waste time with the fat shop owner. He was dressed in a white shirt and stood with his hands behind his back as he spoke calmly. Invisible pretentiousness was the most fatal. His image of an otherworldly expert had really stunned Meng Wenhao and Li Yu. The two children looked at Li Zixuan with hearts in their eyes, looking like modern brainless fans. Three at once. The fat shop owner was stunned. After a while he reacted and said angrily, "Arrogant. De Bao, teach this brat a lesson." "Yes, Dad." The two giant babies, one with Raging Bull Charge, and the other with Mount Tai Crush, pounced on Li Zixuan with great momentum. Li Yu, who was standing at the side, saw the momentum and swallowed her saliva with difficulty. At this moment, she finally understood that she was courting death just now. Li Zixuan was not frightened by the momentum. These two were just boorish people who only knew how to use brute force to suppress others. Although there was a saying that one can defeat 10, their strength was far from that level. In terms of strength, these two giant babies would not be able to defeat Li Zixuan even if they worked together. Li Zixuan stood at the same spot without moving. He still had a calm expression on his face. Seeing the two giant babies getting closer and closer, Li Yu whispered to Meng Wenhao, "Wenhao, is your master scared out of his wits?" "Oh no, your master looked quite handsome just now, but he's going to be crushed into a meat patty soon." Meng Wenhao frowned and said unhappily, "Don't talk about my master." Li Zixuan, who was standing at a distance, could not help but twitch his mouth. Although the little girl's voice was soft, it could not escape his abnormal hearing. However, it was not the time to care about this, because one of the giant babies was about to hit his stomach, and the other one had already soared into the sky and pressed down with the momentum of Mount Tai. Meng Wenhao, Li Yu and Sanbao held their breaths nervously and widened their eyes. On the other side, the fat boss's mouth flashed a trace of a sinister smile. Li Zixuan stretched out his hands very slowly, but it happened to block the two giant babies. The raging bull could not move forward anymore, and the Mount Tai was directly held above Li Zixuan's head with one hand. Silence! 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 What kind of scene was this? A weak scholar with his left hand holding a rude giant, and with his right hand holding a fat man as big as Mount Tai. This scene deeply shocked the hearts of the onlookers. Was he still human? Regardless of whether it was the fat boss, Meng Wenhao, Li Yu or Sanbao, they all opened their mouths wide and looked as if they had seen a ghost. Haha, Sanbao, take it, these are your two brothers, De Bao and Air Bao. The three of you can make up the auspicious three treasures. Li Zixuan laughed and used some true qi in his palms to shake the two giant babies to Sanbao's feet and throw the other one directly. He also just remembered that the names of these two giant babies were somewhat related to Sanbao, so he said with some mischievous interest, "Ah? Young master, Sanbao doesn't have a brother. Sanbao has been an orphan since young." Sanbao did not know what the auspicious three treasures were, so she said with a confused face. Chapter 250. Wenhao, why don't you introduce them to me? In the carriage, Li Zixuan looked at the two children and asked with a smile. After he showed his strength, the fat boss was so scared that he wet himself. He quickly came up to apologize. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even need to reveal his identity. This was what Li Zixuan always believed in. He used strength to convince people and not to use power to suppress people. With his current status, he didn't need to be so calculative with these people. They were all trying to make a living and it wasn't easy for them. There was no need to kill them because of this. After punishing the father and son, Li Zixuan brought Meng Wenhao and Li Yu into the carriage. After all, the environment in his carriage was much better than the small noodle shop. Meng Wenhao felt that Li Zixuan was looking at him, and Li Yu strangely. He scratched his head and pointed at Li Yu. "Sir, she is." "I am Li Yu. Sir, you can call me Little Yuer. I came to Chang'an to look for my family. This carriage is really big. Sir, your family must be very rich." Without waiting for Meng Wenhao's introduction, Li Yu introduced herself. After this girl got on, her eyes wandered around the carriage. The luxurious interior shocked her. "Little Yu-er?" Li Zixuan was thunderstruck. He muttered to himself and then looked at Li Yu. With a strange expression he asked, "Little Yu-er, have you heard of someone called Hua Wu-kei?" "Hua Wu-kei? Never heard of him. What a weird name." Li Yu sat on the sofa and thought for a while. Then she rolled her eyes. Li Zixuan really wanted to tell her that the two of them were good brothers in a certain dimension. However, this would cause a lot of questions. He suddenly remembered that Li Yu said that she came to Chang'an to look for her family. He asked, "Little Yu-er, what is the name of your family? Tell me and I might be able to help you." Li Yu, who was enjoying herself on the sofa, froze when she heard that. However, she didn't cry this time. She said bitterly, "I came to Chang'an to find my parents, but I don't know what their names are." Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er looked at Li Xiaogong, who was staggering out of the door, and shook his head. He smiled helplessly at Zhang Sun beside him and said, "Sigh, no one can resist the temptation of the drunken immortal. Even Xiaogong is addicted to it." Zhang Sun smiled and said, "Your Majesty, Li Zixuan seems to have a new idea. I don't know how his brain works, but he keeps coming up with new and strange ideas." As for Changqian and Qingke, Li Zixuan sent someone to deliver a type of carriage yesterday. I went to take a look. Sitting in that carriage was incomparably comfortable. I didn't feel any bumps at all. It was truly too miraculous. "Oh? Was such a good thing the stinking brat actually didn't give me one. How preposterous." When Li Er heard this, he was first slightly surprised, then he said somewhat angrily, "Poochie." Zhang Sun covered her mouth and laughed. "Your Majesty, as the ruler of a country, how can you be angry with a child? After laughing, she poured a cup of tea for Li Er and continued. Actually, speaking of which, I have seen Sinan. It is indeed cumbersome. I don't know what Li Zishuan will come up with this time. Humph, if he can really solve the problem of identifying the direction of the navy. There was no concept of a navy in the Tang dynasty. As long as it was an army on the water, it was called the navy. This time I might as well raise his title by one. Let's see if this brat can seize this opportunity. Li Er took a sip of tea and said with narrowed eyes, Your Majesty, you actually value this thing so much? After all, they had been in each other's shoes for so many years. Zhang Sun quickly understood the meaning behind Li Er's words. Li Er nodded. He took Zhang Sun in his arms, looked to the south and said meaningfully, This time the 20,000 navy is going south to explore the way. If the small country of Nanyang is really as rich as Li Zishuan said, then when the Tang dynasty is really at peace, it is not impossible. It had to be said that Li Er was a very pioneering monarch. Unlike other monarchs of later generations who blindly pursued the idea of governing the country with benevolence and righteousness, who thought that they were the best country in the world and disdained to compete with the surrounding small countries for benefits, Li Er had always pursued the way of being a saint inside and a king outside. In terms of internal governance, he selected capable people and paid attention to the people's livelihood. In terms of ethnic relations, Li Er not only used force to conquer the tribes that caused border troubles, but also paid attention to comforting the tribes that came to submit to him with benevolence. This was a saint inside and a king outside. All of his actions were carried out with the starting point of the internal stability and prosperity of the Tang dynasty as the starting point. To a certain extent, Li Er was a very aggressive monarch. To have such a valiant emperor in the Central Plains, it was a misfortune for the Turks, Tibetans, Tuyuhun, Goryeo, and other neighboring countries. Although Li Er did not directly say what he wanted to do, Zhang Sun knew what her husband was thinking. She could not help but open her mouth in shock. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Oh, I see. Little Yu, don't be sad. I will help you ask around and find out which family lost a child named Li Yu 11 years ago. East Market entrance inside the carriage. After Li Zishuan heard about Li Yu's background, he felt sympathy for her and quickly comforted her. Thank you, Mr. Li. Every time she told someone about her background, Li Yu's heart would ache. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, she felt a little better. It's okay. I just heard from Wenhao that you met a bandit in Chang'an City. I didn't expect you to learn so well. In order to ease the atmosphere, Li Zishuan talked about the interesting story of Li Yu and the bandit. Mathematics? What is mathematics? I have never been to school. It's just that the bandit was too stupid. That's why I was able to get away with it. Li Zishuan could not help but mourn for the bandit. He failed to rob and was cheated of his money. After that, he was scolded as a fool. No one could be as unlucky as him. However, this little girl had never been to school. Her reaction was so fast and her logical ability was so strong. It was really rare. Little Yu, you have no relatives or friends in Chang'an City. How do you plan to settle down? Li Zishuan thought about it and asked. Li Yu's face turned bitter. She touched the 300 coins in her purse and said, How about I stay in an inn? Li Zishuan laughed and said, With your 300 coins, I'm afraid you can only stay in an inn for 10 days at most. Don't you need to eat? Also, you have used up all your money and you haven't found your parents. Where are you going? Li Yu was speechless for a moment. Meng Wenhao looked at Li Zishuan and begged, Sir, how about you help me? Li Yu's eyes lit up. She giggled and said, That's right. Sir, your family is so rich. I can work for your family. You can pay me. However, it's just working, not being a maid. I'm so pretty, I don't want to be a maid. Li Zishuan looked at Li Yu's dirty face and messy hair. He really did not know how this girl had the nerve to say such words. Chapter 251. Oh, little Yu, can you read? Li Zishuan thought for a while and asked. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with Li Yu on one hand, Li Zishuan was moved by Li Yu's experience and her intelligence. On the other hand, looking at the situation, his most proud student seemed to be interested in the little girl. Should he help them? Or should he? Yes. When I was young, my aunt taught me how to read. Although Lu Yixue did not know mathematics, She knew a little about poetry. In addition, she treated Li Yu as her own daughter. Of course, she would take the time to teach Li Yu how to read. Well, since little Yuer is not willing to be a servant, how about this? Our workshop is lacking reporters. You can earn money by writing news. Li Zishuan thought for a while and suddenly slapped his thigh and said excitedly. This little girl's mind was jumpy and she had a weird personality. Her words were also humorous. He wanted her to try being a reporter and see how it would turn out. What is a reporter? What is news? Li Yu felt that the people in the city were not friendly. They kept saying words that the people in the countryside had never heard of. Meng Wenhao also looked at Li Zishuan curiously. After reading the newspaper for so long, he knew what news was, but he did not know what a reporter was. Li Zishuan took a few newspapers from the table and handed them to Li Yu. Little Yuer, take a look at what the news is about. Then, the reporter is the person who writes the news. I call him a reporter. If you can write a similar article, then come work in the editorial department. For every article you write, I will give you 100 coins. How about it? Okay. Li Yu was extremely excited and quickly agreed. Meng Wenhao's eyes flashed with envy. Even if she only wrote one article a day, she could earn 3,000 coins a month. This salary was not low. Li Zishuan smiled and looked at Meng Wenhao. Wenhao, why are you out today? Aren't you studying at home? Oh, right. Sir, the newspaper said that the imperial court sent the navy to escort the fleet to the south. Do you know about it? Meng Wenhao just remembered the reason why he came out today. He looked at Li Zishuan with a glimmer of hope in his eyes and asked. Yes, I know. What's wrong? Sir, because of the imperial court's decree, countless merchants flocked to buy ships. Correspondingly, the merchants also crazily recruited sailors. My father joined them because of the rich reward from a ship owner. I heard people say that there are countless dangers in the sea, so I tried to persuade my father not to go out to sea. However, he was not persuaded. I was very depressed, so I came out to relax. I beseech you to help me persuade my father. This student is willing to pay any price to repay your kindness. Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and bowed. Li Zishuan was speechless. When he was in the Imperial College, he had some understanding of Meng Wenhao's family situation. He did not expect that helping Li Zishuan publish 2 decrees would cause Meng Wenhao's father to risk his life to go out to sea to earn money. This made Li Zishuan think of his father in his previous life. In his previous life, his family was not well off. His father was from the countryside. In order to support his education, his father went home to farm during the busy season and worked at the construction site during the free time. He remembered one time when his father was working on the 9th floor of a building. The wooden plank under his feet suddenly broke and he fell from the 9th floor. If his father hadn't relied on his strong survival instincts to step on a suspended steel pipe during the fall, changing the direction of his fall and finally landing in a pile of sand, he would have died from this fall. Even so, after that accident, his father's vitality was greatly damaged. After that, his body was not as good as before. No matter what era it was, every father did not have it easy. There were always many fathers who risked their lives to earn money for their children, so that their children could have a good future. This was also one of the reasons why he valued Meng Wenhao, because he saw a lot of shadows of his previous life in Meng Wenhao. Wenhao, I can't help you with this matter. Your father risked his life to go out to sea. This was a choice he made for you. This is a father's persistence. No one can change it. Although I can give your father a sum of money to not go out to sea, I don't think that a father who is willing to sacrifice his life for his child will accept this charity. A father's love is like a mountain. I admire your father's actions, but I don't want to give him charity because this is an insult to an iron father. If you really care about your father, then study hard and strive to pass the imperial examination in the future to bring honor to your family. Li Zishuan stared at Meng Wenhao's eyes and said very seriously. Meng Wenhao's eyes reddened. After listening to Li Zishuan, he cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your advice. Wenhao was too impulsive. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Haha, it's okay. But your father will be much safer this time. I will go back and tell Prince Hejian that he will be the Navy commander this time. I will ask him to take care of your father's fleet. It shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, I am going to make a small tool for their fleet to identify the direction. With it, the fleet's safety will be another layer of protection. Wenhao, if you have nothing to do in the afternoon, why don't you come with me to the workshop and see this magical tool? Yes, I can't ask for more. When Meng Wenhao heard that the small tool for identifying the direction could give the fleet an extra layer of protection, he wanted to go and see it himself. It would be best if he could help. After all, it was related to his father's safety. Now that he heard Li Zishuan's invitation, he had no reason to refuse. I'll go too. Mr. Li, your newspaper is so interesting. I also want to go to the workshop to see it. Li Yu, who had been reading the newspaper for a long time, said excitedly. He had to say that this girl was really lucky. When she first arrived in Chang'an, although she encountered robbers, she was scared but not in danger. She even got her first sum of money and met Meng Wenhao. Then she met Li Zishuan, the big tycoon, and was directly assigned a job. Her luck was really out of this world. Okay. I'll take you to see the editorial department of Datang Daily. Sanbao, continue to the workshop. Li Zishuan also had the same idea. He nodded and shouted outside. Yes, young master. Sanbao answered and the carriage continued to move slowly. Wow! This carriage runs so smoothly. Ah, there's a toilet and a place to wash your hands in the carriage. Mr. Li, your carriage is so useful. How long have I been a reporter for to be able to buy such a carriage? Once the carriage started moving, Li Yu was like a curious baby. Her exclamations could be heard everywhere. It was Meng Wenhao's first time in such a carriage. Although his eyes flashed with surprise, he did not make a fuss like Li Yu. Li Zishuan looked at Li Yu and thought about it seriously before replying. If you write a news article a day, you'll be able to buy a car like this after working for about 22 years. Little Yu, work hard. I have high hopes for you. Li Yu was speechless. High hopes my ass. Ooh. Chapter 252. Faubert, arrange a quiet room for me, and get someone to show this lady around the editorial department. She will be a reporter for Datang Daily in the future. Let her familiarize herself with Ma Zhou with her future job. Li Zishuan instructed Faubert when they arrived at the workshop. Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi, bring this lady to the back hall to look for Steward Ma. Uncle Fu nodded and called Song Xiaoxi over, instructing him. Yes. Lady, this way please. Then Mr. Wenhao, I'll take my leave first. Li Yu wasn't afraid of strangers at all, but she knew that if Li Zishuan wanted to harm her, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Since that was the case, now that she was in Li Zishuan's territory, what was there to be afraid of? Where couldn't she go? You go first. Li Zishuan nodded and Li Yu followed Song Xiaoxi. Faubert smiled and said, Young master, please come with me. Young master, please come with me. There is an office specially prepared for you here. Faubert wasn't talking nonsense, but it was true. The original layout of the workshop originally had a courtyard reserved for the owner. Yin Lide used to come here often, but when it was Li Zishuan's turn to take over the workshop, he didn't stay for long. Every time he left after assigning tasks to everyone. Li Zishuan replied with an "oh" and led Meng Wenhao, Sanbao, and the others to follow behind Uncle Fu. After making many turns, they arrived at a small courtyard. Li Zishuan looked at this unfamiliar courtyard and raised his eyebrows in surprise. At the same time, he was a little embarrassed. He was not qualified to be a big boss. He was not even familiar with his own territory. Young master, this is the place. When Minister Yan came over, he handled his business at Drunken Wind Pavilion. This courtyard has always been cleaned. Young master, you can go in directly. Fubo stopped and pointed at the independent courtyard with the words Drunken Wind Pavilion hanging in front of him. Yes, thank you, Faubert. I'm here today to make a small tool. I'll get Sanbao to get some materials from you later. Faubert, you can give me whatever you want. If you have something to do now, you can go ahead. Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction. This office was not bad. Compared to the laboratory he had been in his previous life. Although this place did not have the professional modern laboratory equipment, the environment was good. Such a quaint independent courtyard, if placed in the modern era, would be worth more than all the equipment in his laboratory combined. As for the professional equipment, it's fine if I don't have it now. I have so much stock in my mind, Why would I be afraid that I can't upgrade the industrial foundation of the Tang dynasty? And young master, this old man will take his leave first. Faubert cupped his hands and walked away with a smile. Although he didn't know what Li Zixuan was up to, he would know when the time came. There was no need to rush. Iron Egg, where's your master? Today, Li Tai had come to look for Li Zixuan to continue listening to his novel. As usual, this fellow didn't let anyone announce his arrival and directly swaggered in. However, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when he found nothing. Seeing Iron Egg passing by, Li Tai quickly stopped him and asked. Iron Egg was speechless. It was rare to see someone like Li Tai walk into someone's house and look for the owner. Your Highness Prince Wei, my master went to the workshop. He went to the workshop? How is that possible? Isn't he still under house arrest? The news that Li Zixuan's house arrest was lifted in advance hadn't reached Li Tai's ears yet. Therefore, the little fatty was surprised. His Majesty lifted my master's house arrest and asked him to make some small tools to guide the way for the fleet in 7 days to prevent them from getting lost on the sea. Iron Egg explained patiently. Since there's something so interesting, I'll go take a look too. When Li Tai heard this, his interest was immediately piqued. Aside from the novel, what he admired the most was Li Zixuan's ability to stir up trouble. Scooters, curved plows, immortal drunkenness, and luxury caravans were all new items that were popular in Chang. Now that there was obviously something fun to do, Li Tai naturally wanted to personally take a look. Hey, Your Highness, wait, I'll go too. Aren't you going to review your lessons? I'm done. Sir, do you think it's okay this time? In Drunken Wind Pavilion, Meng Wenhao was assigned by Li Zixuan to magnetize the embroidery needle. He bitterly ground the needle on a magnet for nearly half an hour before showing it to Li Zixuan again. Li Zixuan took it and sucked on the small iron nail next to it. After finding that the magnetism was good, he nodded and said, Well, it's okay. Then he fixed the magnetic needle on a very thin piece of wood and put it in a bowl of water with the piece of wood. The tip of the magnetic needle turned for a while and pointed to the south. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Wenhao, look, with this you can tell north from south, right? Meng Wenhao came forward and looked at it. He was surprised and said, It's true. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Haha, this is called a compass. Later, paint the two ends of the needle with different colors. Paint the end that points to the north red and the end that points to the south white. In the future, no matter when and where, as long as people have this compass, they will be able to tell north from south. Master, this is a good idea. But I really don't understand. This needle is just ground on a magnet. Why can it tell the direction? Meng Wenhao exclaimed in admiration. Then he frowned deeply and asked doubtfully, What good thing? Let me see. At this time, Li Tai directly pushed the door open and ran over excitedly. Master! Iron Egg was not as arrogant as Li Tai. He respectfully greeted Li Zixuan, but he felt a little guilty. After all, at this time, he should be reviewing his homework at home. Qingke, Iron Egg, you're here? Li Zixuan nodded and did not say much. Next, he needed to spread some knowledge of physics. Iron Egg came at the right time, so he did not need to explain alone in the future. Master, this is the tool you made to tell the direction? Isn't it too simple? Li Tai looked at the simple compass in the bowl and complained. Ah, it's so simple. Why didn't anyone come up with it in the past few hundred years? Qingke, don't be so arrogant. Many new things are very simple when they first come out, but what they represent is the progress of civilization. This is a qualitative leap. Moreover, this compass is only a prototype now. I will ask Faubert to make some modifications on this foundation. When the time comes, it will look a lot better. Li Zixuan smiled faintly. Li Tai listened and thought seriously, then nodded and said, Master, you're right. I'm arrogant. So this thing is called a compass. Can you tell me how this compass can tell the direction? Oh. Chapter 253. Inside the room, Meng Wenhao, Li Tai, and Iron Egg all looked at Li Zixuan with curiosity. Li Zixuan carefully sorted out the relevant knowledge in his mind and then slowly said, Wenhao, Qingke, Iron Egg, if I want to explain to you why this compass can point to the direction, then I have to start from the ground we are standing on. I don't know if you have heard of the square sky and round earth in Zhengzi. In terms of knowledge, Li Tai was the most knowledgeable. It couldn't be helped. Who asked the Li family to have so many books? Tai has seen this before. Sir, are you trying to say that the earth is square? Li Tai frowned and asked. No. Li Zishuan shook his head and said. In fact, the people of later generations thought that the square sky and round earth meant that the sky was round and the earth was square. That was a big mistake. The origin of the square sky and round earth came from the evolution of the Xiantian 8 trigrams. It was the diagram of the square sky and round earth. The hexagrams surrounding it represented the laws of the sky, and the square hexagrams in the middle represented the laws of the earth. The sky was the master, the earth was the second. The sky was yang and the earth was yin. The two of them resonated with each other, giving birth to all things in the world. Man happened to be made of the essence of the world, so he was regarded as the spirit of all things in the world. He could sense all things in the world and was the most spiritual. Taoism believed that the square sky meant that one's mind must be harmonious in order to be clear. The square sky meant that one must be strict and orderly in life. The square sky and round earth was misunderstood by many people from the beginning. In fact, the concept of a square sky and a square earth was essentially an interpretation of the creation and operation of heaven and earth in the yin and yang system of the Book of Changes. The Book of Changes was the head of all scriptures and the origin of Chinese learning. Its ideological system believed that everything evolved according to yin-yang and the 5 elements. Therefore, there was an ideological system of yin-yang and the 5 elements in every ancient subject. For example, Lu Banjing for architecture, Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor for life, Spring and Autumn Flourishing Dew, for governing the country, The Art of War for military deployment, Green Capsule Sutra, for geomancy, Heavenly Marrow Drop for personal fate, The Great Unity of Human Relations for observing people's faces, and so on. Almost every aspect that could be thought of had the thought system of yin and yang in the Book of Changes. This was also the reason why the Book of Changes was regarded as the best of all scriptures. In fact, Li Zishuan had seen these things on a certain forum when he was bored in his previous life. As the last disciple of spiritual master Ling Su, he had transmigrated for so long and finally had the opportunity to preach Taoist culture and talk nonsense while he was at it. It was really not easy. After listening to Li Zishuan's philosophical words, the other 3 people in the room couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Then, sir, what is the shape of the land we are on? At this moment, a crisp voice came from the door. It was Little Fishy. Ah, Little Fishy. Have you finished looking at the editorial department? How was it? How did it feel? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Oh, the atmosphere there is very good, but there are all knowledgeable people. Sir, Little Fishy feels that I am not qualified for this job. When Li Yu went to the editing department, she was stunned by the scene inside. However, compared to those knowledgeable editors, little Yuer, who had never gone to school and could barely read, was instantly hit by a blow. Hee, I didn't expect that our extraordinarily astute and eloquent Little Fishy would have a timid moment. Li Zishuan smiled and said, But Little Fishy, it is wrong for you to think this way. Although you are not knowledgeable, you have your advantages. The news on our Datong Daily doesn't need to be very literary. You just need to write a novel and interesting story. I think you are qualified for this position. Really? Really? Li Yu asked excitedly. Yes, of course. Later, try to write an article and show it to me. Maybe I can give you some pointers. Of course, before you write the news, you have to go to the people and find some interesting things. As a reporter, you can't make something out of nothing. Yes, I will go out tomorrow to find the news. This girl had a big heart. Her bad mood came and went quickly. At this moment, she was no longer as dispirited as before. Instead, she was full of enthusiasm. Then she said, Sir, can you continue to talk about the shape of the earth? Li Tai and Iron Egg nodded quickly. At this time, they didn't have extra time to care about who Li Yu was and where she came from. Their minds were hooked by Li Zishuan's theory just now. In fact, the earth we are standing on is a sphere. The reason why we can't feel that it is a sphere is because its size is too big. I call this piece of land the earth. Every person in every corner of the earth has the sky above their head. The direction they are standing in is pointing to the center of the earth. Li Zishuan said as he held an iron ball and gestured. Then why don't the people below the earth fall? Li Tai asked with a frown. Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, In fact, for the earth there is no such thing as above and below. The earth itself rotates by itself. Look, this is the sun and this is the earth. When the earth rotates here, this area is daytime. On the other hand, the opposite side is night. When the other side rotates, the area on that side becomes daytime. This is the sunrise and sunset that we see every day. As for Qingchua's question about why people won't fall, I'll leave it to you guys to figure it out for yourselves. But there's one thing I can tell you for sure. The earth is definitely round, and people definitely won't fall. Sir's theory is really novel, but it also makes some sense. Li Tai nodded thoughtfully. He couldn't completely accept it in a short time. After all, the shock it brought to him was too great. Qingke still doesn't seem to believe me. Then I'll give you 2 more examples. When a ship comes from afar, we always see the mast first and then the hull. If you haven't seen the sea, it's the same in a big river. On the other hand, no matter where we are or how high we stand, the range of our vision is always limited. These all prove that the earth is spherical. That's true. I've seen many ships like this on the river before. Hearing this, Li Yu hurriedly shouted happily. Well, after explaining that the earth is spherical, I'll tell you why the compass can point the way. This will be a new subject. This subject will bring you into a new world. Chapter 254. Take a look at this bar magnet. I tied a string to its center and suspended it in the air. When it is still, I call the end that points to the south pole of the magnet. The end that points to the north is called the north pole of the magnet. Then, I'll label it with the north pole and south pole labels. Qingke, follow my steps and label the other magnet with the north pole and south pole labels. In the Drunken Wind Pavilion, Li Zixuan was holding a bar magnet and conducting the most basic physics experiment for the 4 of them. Good. Tai, come and try. Li Tai had read a lot of the 4 books and 5 classics, but he had never done a real experiment before. He had been watching Li Zixuan play happily from the side and had long been itching for a fight. When he heard this, he immediately rushed over. Li Zixuan smiled and let the little fatty play by himself. He went to get 2 small pieces of paper and was about to stick the N and S poles on the magnet in his hand when he suddenly froze. This was the Tang dynasty. How could the ancients know about north and south? If you put N and S on it, who would know what it meant? Helplessly, he shook his head and wrote N and B on the north and south poles. He'll just use the pinyin initials of the north and south poles. Sigh, how vexing. Many scientific terms and terms in the future had various English abbreviations. What should he do in the future? Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It seemed that there was still a long way to go to raise the level of science and technology in the Great Tang. Sir, Tai has also found the north and south poles. Sir, what do you mean by these words? Li Tai's hands-on skills were not bad. It didn't take long for him to find the north and south poles of the other magnet. But when he saw the 2 letters Li Zixuan had marked, he was immediately confused. Qingke, do you still remember the pinyin? N and B are the pinyin initials of the north and south poles. For the sake of convenience, we'll use these 2 letters to replace the north and south poles in the future. Li Zixuan couldn't help but rejoice at his quick-wittedness. Otherwise, how would he explain the Nans? Oh, I see. Now that you mention it, Tai also feels that it's quite convenient. Li Tai suddenly understood. Then he followed suit and marked the north and south poles of the magnet in his hand. At this time, Li Zixuan held 2 magnets in his hand, looked at the 4 of them and said, "Next, I'm going to tell you a very important theorem, which is that magnetic poles of the same sex repel each other and magnetic poles of the opposite sex attract each other. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself and see if it's true." Is there such a thing? Let me try. Li Yu took 2 magnets and started the experiment. Although she didn't know pinyin, she could still tell if the 2 letters were the same. It's really like that. Sir, why is that? And what does this have to do with the compass being able to point the way? After Li Yu played with the magnets for a while, she tested the result that Li Zixuan predicted. Then she asked, why does the same sex repel each other and the opposite sex attract each other? You can think about this question later. Of course, you can also understand it as the relationship between people. Usually it's a man and a woman who get married. You've never seen a man marry another man or a woman marry another woman, right? Li Zixuan couldn't explain this question clearly. At that time, their physics teacher only said that it was a theorem and asked everyone to remember it. As for why the same sex repel each other and the opposite sex attract each other, he didn't know. He could only say that he didn't understand. Ha. Liu smiled and said, "Sir, this is really interesting." Ahem, as for how this theorem is related to the compass, I can only say that it's very related. In fact, the Earth can also be seen as a big magnet. One of its poles is near the geographical North Pole, which can also be called the South Pole of the geomagnetic field. The other pole is near the geographical South Pole, which is the North Pole of the geomagnetic field. According to the principle of the same sex repel each other and the opposite sex attract each other, our magnets and magnetic needles can point to the north and south under certain conditions. Li Zixuan began to teach them about the geomagnetic field. It was the first time the children heard such a novel theory, and they all widened their eyes. How is that possible? How can the Earth we're standing on be a magnet? Li Tai muttered to himself. His face was full of disbelief. This shocking theory had completely overturned his worldview. Ha. Li Zixuan smiled and didn't say much. He walked to the nearby tables and started to draw. A real compass used for navigation couldn't be so crude and simple. It didn't have any technical content. In fact, the core of a compass, other than the magnetic needle, was its central axis. It had to consider the balance of the needle and the friction during rotation. Li Zixuan designed the central axis as a step axis. He drilled a hole slightly larger than the diameter of the thin end of the step axis, at the center of gravity of the magnetic needle. After the magnetic needle was inserted into the thin axis, he tried to deform the thin axis and rivet the magnetic needle onto the thin axis. He controlled the deformation of the thin axis to prevent the magnetic needle from being riveted. At this time, the magnetic needle could rotate around the thin axis, but it couldn't leave the thin axis. As for the cover of the compass, he could only use glass. In the past, he was lazy and didn't make glass. He didn't expect that he still couldn't avoid glass. This time, he might as well make glass. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan raised his head and ordered, "Sanbao, go and ask Faubert to come here." "Yes, young master." Sanbao responded and hurriedly ran out of the small courtyard to look for Uncle Fu. After a while, Faubert came in and asked, "Young master, you were looking for me?" "Yes, Faubert, take a look and see if this thing can be made." Li Zixuan handed the drawings of the various parts of the compass to Faubert and said. Faubert took it and looked at it seriously. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and said, "It should be possible, but it's very troublesome. Young master, there are many small and delicate parts in the thing you drew. If you want to make it perfectly, you'll need an old craftsman who has been working for more than 10 years. Hearing this, Li Zixuan patted his head. He almost forgot that some of the parts in this compass were almost equivalent to a small precision instrument. In a modern industrialized society with all kinds of lathes and machine tools, it would only take a few seconds. However, in ancient times, where craftsmen relied entirely on manual craftsmanship, it was really difficult. Then Faubert quickly gather a group of experienced craftsmen and have them put down their work and concentrate on making a batch of compasses. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this thing is called a compass. It's something that His Majesty urgently needs. This time, the Imperial Court's navy is mainly relying on this thing to determine the direction in the vast sea. Tell the craftsmen to hurry up. If you make one more now, you might be able to save the lives of many people on board." Li Zixuan said with a serious expression. If there were difficulties, then they had to overcome them. Although there were no modern craftsmen in ancient times, there were many skilled craftsmen. Many of the ancient handicrafts and buildings could not be made by modern people even if they relied on machinery. Faubert had thought that Li Zixuan would come today just like before, purely to make some new things for him. He did not expect that Li Zixuan would come with such an important task today. After hearing this, he quickly said with a serious expression, "Young master, rest assured that the workshop will work together these few days to make a batch of compasses." Chapter 255. After Faubert finished speaking, he took the blueprint and turned around to prepare for the manufacturing of the compass. After all, the situation was urgent. "Hey Faubert, wait." Li Zixuan hurriedly stopped Faubert and said, "Faubert, the upper part of the compass needs a layer of glass. Air its colored glaze. Cover it with a layer of colored glaze. Otherwise, the magnetic needle will fall off easily and be damaged easily." Faubert paused and nodded. Yes, that's true. But this way, the cost of a compass will be too high. Li Zixuan had read countless time travel novels in his previous life. Naturally, he knew that glass was a luxury item in ancient times and was very expensive. He pondered for a moment and said, Faubert, buy some colored glaze from the barbarian merchants and make a compass first. I need it urgently today. Yes, young master. It shouldn't be a problem to make one first. Li Zixuan nodded. He looked out of the door and sighed faintly. Then, he took out the glass formula and baking method that he had just written on the table and said, After that, we don't need to buy any colored glaze from the barbarian merchants. You don't need to buy colored glass from the barbarian merchants for the rest of the compass. I have a method to produce colored glass here. The formula and the detailed steps are all written here. You can try to figure it out later. In a day or two, our workshop should be able to produce colored glass ourselves. Furthermore, it's even purer than the colored glass sold by the barbarian merchants. Those barbarian merchants have made so much money from our Tang Empire by relying on the crude manufacturing process of colored glaze. Now it's time for them to be eliminated. What? Uncle Fu couldn't help but cry out in surprise. What Li Zixuan said was simply too shocking. Ever since the colored glaze was spread to the Central Plains, it wasn't that people hadn't thought of imitating it, but none of them had ended in failure. This was because just by looking at the surface, it was impossible to tell the composition of the colored glaze, let alone imitating it. Young master, you really have a way to bake colored glaze? Faubert, you should be able to make it after trying a few more times according to the manufacturing method that I wrote for you. However, you have to keep it a secret. The formula of Luli should be top secret in the workshop. The fewer people who know about it, the better. As long as he knew the formula and firing steps of the glass, the manufacturing process would not be too complicated. Since he was the same as countless people who had transmigrated and created glass, how could he not take the opportunity to make a fortune? How could he be worthy of others? In fact, the glass manufacturing process in China began in the Western Zhou dynasty. However, the glass made at that time was very muddy and far from meeting the requirements of modern glass technology. There was a small story about the people who first discovered glass. It was said that more than 1000 BC, a European Phoenician merchant ship, full of the crystal mineral natural soda, sailed on the Belus River on the Mediterranean coast. The merchant ship ran aground due to the ebb of the sea, so the crew went ashore one after another. Some of the crew members even brought over a large pot and firewood. They used a few pieces of natural soda as a support for the pot and started cooking on the beach. After the crew finished their meal, the tide began to rise. Just as they were about to pack up and board the ship to continue sailing, someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone come and look! There are some sparkling and bright things on the sand under the pot." The crew brought these sparkling things to the ship and studied them carefully. They found that there were some quartz sand and melted natural soda stuck to these sparkling things. It turned out that these sparkling things were the natural soda that they used to make the support for the pot when cooking. Under the action of the flame, it chemically reacted with the quartz sand on the beach to produce crystals. This was the earliest glass. Later, the Phoenicians mixed the quartz sand and natural soda together, and then melted it in a special furnace to make glass balls. This made the Phoenicians a fortune. Around the 4th century, the Romans began to apply glass to doors and windows. By 1291, the glass manufacturing technology in Italy was very developed. Our glass manufacturing technology must not be leaked out. Gather all the glass craftsmen together to produce glass. Just like that, the glass craftsmen in Italy were sent to an isolated island to produce glass. They were not allowed to leave this isolated island for the rest of their lives. In 1688, a man named Naff invented the process of making large pieces of glass. From then on, glass became an ordinary item. In the Drunken Wind Pavilion, when Faubert saw his young master's solemn expression, he knew that the matter of the glass formula was true. He took the formula and cupped his hands with a solemn expression. "Young master, don't worry. This old man still knows the importance of this matter. This old man will personally follow up on the manufacturing of glass. There will definitely not be more than 5 people who know the specific formula. Moreover, these people are all absolutely loyal to the workshop. As for the first compass, it should be able to be made today." Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, Faubert, go ahead and do your work. I'll be in the workshop in the afternoon. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me at any time." Faubert heard this and the solemn expression on his face became more intense. Li Zixuan had never stayed in the workshop for such a long time, but today he actually took the initiative to stay. From this aspect, it could be seen how much importance Li Zixuan attached to the compass. Then this old man will go and arrange for the craftsman to make the compass. Faubert cupped his hands and said goodbye. In the room, Li Tai looked at Li Zixuan curiously and asked, "Sir, you really know how to make glass? Can you tell Tai about it?" Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, "This is a trade secret. Why should I tell you?" Li Tai choked for a moment. He was speechless and said, "I won't steal your business. Aren't you too stingy? Besides, as a teacher, teaching and answering questions is what you should do." Li Zixuan had no choice but to give them a simple introduction to the principles of glassmaking. Li Zixuan had no choice but to give them a simple introduction to the principles of glassmaking. In fact, the manufacture of glass involves another subject. I call it chemistry. The so-called chemistry can be understood as the study of changes. Several things can react with each other and change into other substances. This is the core of the subject of chemistry. If I have time in the future, I can systematically explain this subject to you. Next, I'll briefly talk about the firing principle of glass. Li Zixuan slowly gave Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, and the others a rough explanation of the reaction between the various components in the glass-making process. Of course, he couldn't go into too much detail, or it would involve a lot of fundamental questions. During the explanation, it was inevitable that some words that they had never heard before would pop up, but no one interrupted. They all listened attentively because they knew that the knowledge that Li Zixuan was talking about was very likely to be unique in the Tang Empire, and even in the whole world. This knowledge was very likely to change the entire Tang Empire. Chapter 256. Drunken Wind Pavilion. Li Zixuan was speaking with fervor and assurance. Meng Wenhao, Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Li Yu were listening attentively. The first chemistry class of this era was quietly unfolding in such a room. Time passed slowly. After about an hour, Li Zixuan finally explained most of the chemical reactions in the glass manufacturing process. Of course, it was estimated that they could only understand less than 40% of it. After all, they had no foundation in chemistry at all. Well, that's all for now. As long as you understand the general principles, that's enough. I know that there are many things that you don't understand. If there is a chance in the future, I will set up a chemistry class, but definitely not now. Li Zixuan spoke for a long time. His mouth was dry. He quickly drank a few mouthfuls of water and then said, "Ah? You're not going to teach anymore? Sir, you're too irresponsible." Only Li Tai dared to criticize Li Zixuan in front of his face. The little fatty pouted and muttered unhappily. He was completely immersed in the world of chemistry just now. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. "You're not AF * king girl, and I didn't do anything to you. How is that irresponsible?" He waved his hand and said, "I said I'm not going to teach anymore. Qing Ke, go get a pen and paper. Before Faubert and the others make a compass, prepare to write a few more chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality ! When Li Tai heard this, he immediately became spirited. The dissatisfaction on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. That's good. I'll go get a pen and paper." Wow, so The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was written by Sir. Li Yu exclaimed. She just read the newspaper that Li Zixuan gave her in the carriage. Other than the news, the part that attracted her the most was the novel. Although she only read a few chapters in the middle of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, she was deeply attracted by the bizarre world of immortal cultivation inside. Fortunately, Li Zixuan had only given her some old newspapers. If she were to read today's issue, the expression on her face would not be one of shock, but of vomiting blood. Because in this edition of the newspaper, she could see Li Zixuan rewarding himself. "Little Yu, I gave you the newspaper in the carriage just so you could read the news. Why did you go read novels?" When Li Zixuan saw how excited the little girl was, he knew that she had read a lot of novels in the carriage earlier. Li stuck her tongue out awkwardly. She was speechless. After a while, Li Tai got a pen and paper. Everything was ready. Li Zishuan looked at the four of them, then continued to talk about the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality. Continuing from last time, today we will start from chapter 34, Blinking Swordsmanship. Blinking Swordsmanship? Han Li repeated the name of the swordsmanship to himself. Yeah, what do swordsmanship and blinking have to do with each other? Isn't the name funny? Have you practiced this swordsmanship before? Han Li asked with concern. Of course not. Who would practice a martial art that doesn't even use true qi? Isn't it just for show? Not to mention me, ever since it was created, no one has practiced it. Today's opening was more exciting. When the words blinking swordsmanship came out, it immediately attracted the attention of Li Tai and the others. In fact, even Li Zishuan admired the imagination of the original author of Mortal, Wang Yu. To be able to come up with such a novel swordsmanship, this novel swordsmanship was even more attractive to people like Li Tai and Meng Wenhao who had never been in contact with online literature. In a way, the blinking swordsmanship created by the first generation of the 7 Invincible Elders was probably the technique that had the greatest impact on Han Li's life. Of course, the blinking swordsmanship was not a true technique. It could not even be considered a swordsmanship. Instead, it was more like a killing encyclopedia. Its goal was to make use of all available factors and seize a fleeting opportunity to kill an enemy who was stronger than oneself in the blink of an eye. From the original book, it could be seen that Han Li had been on the path of cultivation for nearly 3,000 years. His realm had risen from that of a mortal to that of a great ascension ancestor. His techniques had also been constantly upgraded. However, this martial art created by a mortal had always influenced him. From this, one could see the power of the blinking swordsmanship. Stealing secret manuals, surprise 3 untrainables. Meeting a spy at night, abnormal conditions. Origin of the secret technique, message appearing at night. Cloud-winged bird. Everything was ready. In the blink of an eye, another 10 chapters had been talked about. Almost 2 hours later, Faubert finally walked in with a small wooden box. Young master, look, the first compass has been made. Faubert looked a little tired, but more excited. It could be seen that he had spent a lot of effort on this first compass. Li Zishuan took the box and opened it. He saw a palm-sized compass with a wooden casing lying quietly in the box. As for why the casing was made of wood, it was mainly because iron would interfere with the pointing of the compass. In this era, copper was mainly used to cast copper coins. It was even more precious than iron, so it was not conducive to popularizing. Li Zishuan took out the compass and held it in his hand. The magnetic needle rotated with the dial. When it stopped, he could immediately identify the 4 directions from the dial. Well, that's great. Faubert, thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan looked a little excited. The degree of perfection of the first compass had exceeded his imagination. Although the pointing of the compass was certainly not absolutely accurate, because the north and south poles of geomagnetism did not completely coincide with the north and south poles of geomagnetism, there was magnetic declination. This had been mentioned by the scholar Shen Kuo of the Northern Song dynasty in Dream Creek writings. But to be able to achieve this step was really very good. At least for this time's fleet to go south, this compass could be called a divine tool. The final difference between having and not having a compass was really big. Haha, it's not hard. Young master, the materials for making glass have been prepared. This old man has decided to start firing the glass tonight. After all, time waits for no one. Faubert said with a smile. Li Zishuan couldn't help but say, Faubert, you are so old. It's better not to stay up late. You don't have to worry too much about the glass. According to the method I wrote, it should be able to be made in 2 or 3 days. Young master, you don't have to worry about this old man's body. This old man has just turned 60 this year. I have been working my whole life. My body has always been healthy. Besides, when the time comes, I will just be watching from the side. It won't take much physical strength. I will be fine. Faubert's face was glowing. From his complexion, he indeed looked more energetic than some people in their 60s. Perhaps a person's heart was full of enthusiasm, which could indeed make his body more energetic. Well, anyway, in any case, your health is the most important. You are now the pillar of our workshop. Li Zishuan saw that Faubert was insistent. He could only compromise helplessly. Haha. Thank you for your concern, young master. This old man will go back to work. Faubert was touched. He cupped his hands and said, Okay. Chapter 257. Haha, since today's goal has been achieved, let's go back. Li Zixuan put the compass back into the wooden box and smiled happily. Hey mister, wait a minute. Where will I live? I can't live in the workshop, right? Xiaoyue jumped out and asked. Li Zixuan patted his head. He almost forgot about it. I'll have Uncle Fu arrange for someone to bring you to the broker. When the time comes, you can choose which square you want to live in. You can rent a courtyard in that square and live there for now. I'll give you 5 strings of coins in advance and deduct it from your salary in the future. In the Tang dynasty, renting a house was very common and not shameful. It was said that Bai Jui had once rented a house for 18 years. As for how to rent a house, just look for the people in the broker house. This era was not like the modern era where the city was small. Everyone would know if there was a vacant house and they would tell each other. The people in the broker house specialized in this, so they would definitely know more about it. Besides, wasn't Ma Zhou's house rented next to the workshop? Thank you, mister. But mister, aren't you afraid that I'll sneak away by giving me so much money in advance? Liu cracked a smile and said mischievously. If you want to run away, then run away. It's only 5 strings of coins, not 5,000 strings of coins. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said indifferently. He really didn't care about this small amount of money now. Liu was stunned. According to the script, shouldn't Li Zixuan say that he trusted her and wasn't worried that she would run away? How did it turn out like this? Li Zixuan took the compass and went to the Commandery Prince Hejian Manor by carriage. After he asked the servant to go in and report, a beautiful woman who was less than 30 years old came out. Looking at her noble aura, she should be the Commandery Prince's consort. You must be Li Zixuan? I'm really sorry. My lord fell asleep after coming back from the Imperial Palace at noon. I've already asked someone to wake him up. Nephew, come in quickly. Logically speaking, when someone came to visit as the mistress of the house, Wang Fei usually wouldn't appear. However, today's situation was truly special. Firstly, Li Xiaogong had drunk quite a bit at noon and was indeed still not fully awake. Secondly, Li Zixuan was just a junior and didn't really need to worry about these things. So it's the princess consort. This one greets the princess consort. Li Zixuan was also shocked and hurriedly raised his hands in greeting. No need for formality, come in quickly. Before His Highness went to sleep, he specifically instructed me to wake him up when you came. The princess consort said with laughter. Li Zixuan followed Zheng and Ji Fei through the Grand Wang Fu and came to a spacious hall. After sitting down, seeing that Li Xiaogong had not come yet, Zheng and Ji Fei started to chat with Li Zixuan about daily life. Things like how old he was, who was in his family, if he was married, and so on. Li Zixuan did not dare to show any impatience on his face. Of course, he did not dare to stare at Zheng and Ji Fei. This guy hugged the teacup. As he politely answered, he submissively stared at the teacup as though there was a flower inside the teacup. It wasn't that he couldn't be seen, but this princess consort was too beautiful. Li Zixuan was afraid that if he looked at her too much, he would get chicken eyes. He wasn't chicken bro's chicken. Haha. Little Xian, you've come? Don't tell me you've already finished that little tool for identifying directions? Just as Li Zixuan was silently criticizing Li Xiaogong for marrying such a beautiful wife and not dying of silence, Li Xiaogong's laughter came from outside the room. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Li Xiaogong, dressed in dark yellow robes, walk in with an imposing presence. Greetings to the Lord. Haha, rise. The two greeted each other and Li Xiaogong sat next to the princess consort. At this time, Li Zixuan took out the sandalwood box containing the compass from his sleeve and handed it in front of Li Xiaogong. He said with a smile, Lord, this is the tool this little one made to find directions. It's called a compass. Take a look. Li Xiaogong said with a smile. You are really efficient. As he spoke, he took the sandalwood box. After opening it, he took out the palm-sized compass and then examined it in his hand. He saw the small magnetic needle that was thick in the middle and thin at the ends had a paper dial. After the initial spins, it finally stabilized. Li Xiaogong looked at the direction marked on the dial and then looked at the direction in reality. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Miraculous, really miraculous. Such a small thing can point out north, south, east, and west so quickly. It really is miraculous. This is much better than the compass of the imperial astronomer. The princess consort saw her husband lose his composure and couldn't help but come over to see what kind of miraculous object it was. With a look, she was also attracted by the exquisite and wondrous compass. Lord, this thing is much smaller than the compass, but I didn't expect it to be so useful. And the speed at which it points directions is so fast. Yes, it is so. Little Xian, this thing you made is very good. This prince heard that you have a workshop. That will save us a lot of trouble. This time there are about 1,300 ships going south, including the civilian ships. You can have your workshop make 1,000 compasses first. At this time, Li Xiaogong was even more confident about leading the navy down south to trade for grain. He waved his hand heroically and said. Li Zishuan's knees weakened and he almost knelt down. He could not calculate things like Li Xiaogong. It would take at least half a month to make 1,000 compasses. That was because all of the fine components had to be polished by hand. Lord, it is not easy to make this compass, and it is not cheap to make. If you want 1,000, even if the court is willing to pay, our workshop cannot make it in 7 days. Li Zishuan spread his hands with a troubled expression. Ah, how expensive can such a small thing be? Boy, don't fool Ben Wang. Li Xiaogong said with a frown. Lord, this boy does not dare to fool you. Look at the cover of this compass. It is made of colored glass. The small needles inside have to be polished by old craftsmen in our workshop to be perfect. Calculating this, the cost of one compass is at least 3 or 4 strings of coins. To ensure that he would not lose money, Li Zishuan started to pour out his grievances and calculate the costs for Li Xiaogong. TSK, it really is colored glass. Boy, don't you know how to get some cheap materials? Li Xiaogong looked carefully and then could not help but frown as he scolded. This can protect the internal structure and allow people to see the direction inside clearly from the outside. Other than colored glass, this boy really cannot think of any other material that can be used as a substitute. Li Zishuan was dissing Li Xiaogong for being uncultured in his mind, but explained without a change in expression. Lord, this concubine feels that you should think this way. At this time Jun Wangfei smiled and interrupted. Compared to Sinan, this compass is small and fine, but the price is more than 10 times cheaper than Sinan. If you think like this, don't you feel that this compass is much cheaper? Wow, Jun Wangfei is really a godlike teammate. Li Zishuan furiously praised Jun Wangfei 666666666 in his mind. He had not been lying when he estimated the cost. However, that was only when the workshop did not have the ability to make glass. Right now, the workshop would probably be able to produce glass in a short while. At that time, the cost of this compass would probably not even be enough. The fleet would definitely make a lot of money heading south this time. In comparison, it was not too much for him to earn this little bit of money, right? Yes, Wang Fei's words are very good. Boy, come with Ben Wang to the palace to see His Majesty. This matter needs to be decided by His Majesty in the end. Hearing Jun Wangfei's analysis, Li Xiaogong's expression turned joyful as he stood and laughed. Chapter 258. The sun was setting in the west. Looking at the time, it would not be long before all the shops closed. However, Li Zishuan was forcefully dragged by Li Xiaogong to the palace. Are you still worried about the curfew? What should I say to you? It's just a curfew. In a while, His Majesty will give you a warrant. The patrolling marquis will naturally not make things difficult for you. The officials will also open the doors for you. What are you afraid of? In the Li family's luxurious limousine, Li Xiaogong saw Li Zishuan looking at the sky outside the window from time to time. He pondered for a moment and understood what Li Zishuan was thinking. He comfortably leaned on the sofa and said unhappily, "Ugh." Li Zishuan thought that it was true. He secretly thought that he was used to being an obedient child. Your Highness is right. Ha. However, your carriage is really comfortable, especially this stool. Sitting on it is soft, even more comfortable than lying on a bed. Brat, how about you give me one later? Li Xiaogong was like some of the big bosses in modern times. He sank his entire body into the sofa. He used his hand to touch his old waist and sighed in satisfaction. Your Highness, the production of this carriage is currently not enough. However, in a few days there will be a batch of carriages to sell. At that time I will give you another one. How about it? Li Zishuan silently cursed Li Xiaogong in his heart. He was afraid that Li Xiaogong had drunk too much. Otherwise, he would not be rubbing his old waist now. At the same time, he was somewhat regretful. If he knew that he would be going to the palace with Li Xiaogong, he would not have taken a carriage when he came. Bam! Li Xiaogong patted the armrest of the sofa and said angrily, "Brat, don't play dumb with me. 2 days ago, you just gave a carriage to Xu Bao and Ji Jia. You don't have one when it's my turn? Are you afraid that I won't give you money?" These words were a bit shameless. At this moment, Li Zishuan really had no choice but to give it. Otherwise, he would offend the other party. How would I dare? That brat will have someone send a carriage to your highness tomorrow, Li Zishuan said with a pained expression. He swore to himself that he would never take a carriage to visit someone's house again before the caravan was mass-produced and sold. Every time he took a carriage, there would be one less caravan. As a person, one shouldn't act tough. Tisk, look at your stingy appearance. Although this carriage is a little luxurious, this prince can still afford it. Later, this prince will have someone send the money for the carriage to your house. Li Xiaogong curled his lips and mocked. Your highness, this really isn't a matter of money. It's just that this kind of carriage is really too rare. This little one originally built this carriage to prepare for next month's wedding. My original intention was not to make money. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Li Xiaogong's face turned red. As an elder, it was really shameful to steal someone's wedding car. Cough cough. Oh, this king just remembered that Xiao Xian will be getting married soon. At that time, this king is afraid that this king won't be able to make it back in time. However, Princess Consort will definitely personally go to congratulate on behalf of this king and present a large gift. In other words, this king would still want this carriage, but when you get married, this king will compensate you with a large gift. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes in his heart. He pretended to cup his hands and said, "Thank you, your highness." Haha. You're welcome, you're welcome. Li Zishuan. This is the tool you made to distinguish directions? Taiji Palace. Li Er held the newly made compass in his hand and looked at it curiously as he asked. Yes, this humble subject calls this a compass. In the past, when passengers were at sea, they mostly relied on the sun, moon, and stars to distinguish directions. However, when it's cloudy and rainy, they can't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. With this compass, even if it's cloudy and rainy, they won't get lost. Li Zishuan bowed and answered. Li Er fiddled with the compass for a while, and found that it was indeed convenient. Thus he said, not bad. To be able to make such an exquisite and practical compass in such a short time. I'm afraid that in the entire Tang Empire, only you can do it. How much does it cost to make? As an emperor, Li Er was very qualified. The first thing he thought of was whether it was worth it or not, unlike Li Xiaogong, who directly asked for 1,000. Replying to Your Majesty, the cost of one compass is about 3 or 4 strings of coins. Your Majesty, please don't think it's expensive. I'm sure you know the approximate cost of the glass and the exquisite mechanism inside. So this humble subject didn't say much. As Li Zishuan spoke, he secretly looked at Li Er's expression. It wasn't easy to earn money from an emperor. You're quite honest this time. How about this? According to the 4 strings of coins for one, the imperial court's fleet will purchase 200 compasses. As for the civilian merchant ships, have them buy from you. You must ensure that every 5 ships have at least 1 compass. Li Er knew a thing or two about the prices of goods in Chang'an. He silently calculated in his mind, then nodded and made his decision. Your Majesty is wise. Li Zishuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly began to flatter the emperor. You brat. This time the imperial court's fleet is going south. If they make a loss, this humble subject will settle the score with you. Li Er heard Li Zishuan's insincere flattery and laughed as he scolded. Your Majesty, don't worry. This time the imperial court will definitely make a profit and not a loss. At least 10 times the profit. If sea trade couldn't make them rich, then what business in the world could? Li Zixuan was still confident about this. That's for the best. You brat, you should be rewarded for making such a powerful maritime weapon. However, the imperial court has been preparing for the southern expedition recently, so it's not appropriate to give out excessive rewards. How about this? When the fleet returns, if it's really as you said, this humble subject will be rewarded and you will be promoted. How about it? Merit should be rewarded, and mistakes should be punished. Li Er knew how to use people, so he naturally knew how to make his subjects submit. Thank you, Your Majesty. What I have done is what I should do. I've never coveted rewards. When Li Zixuan heard that he would be promoted, he was a little excited. A while ago, he had wanted to be a marquis. He didn't know if he could directly be promoted to a marquis this time. In a moment of pride, he couldn't help but say a few more words to show his loyalty. However, Li Er didn't fall for it. Oh? Is that so? Then pretend that this humble subject didn't say anything. Li Zixuan was speechless. Li Er's last sentence was of course a joke. As a monarch, he naturally wouldn't do anything that went back on his word. Leaving the palace, Li Zixuan held the warrant that Li Er gave him. For the first time he enjoyed special treatment in Chang'an City under the night sky. Along the way, he defeated 5 obstacles and 6 generals, and finally returned home. Xin, why are you back so late today? The doors are all closed. How did you get in? Madame Li and Father Li had been waiting in the hall. Seeing that Li Zixuan had returned, Madame Li hurriedly stood up and asked, Mother, it's the thing that His Majesty asked me to do. It's already done. Just now, I was delayed in the palace for a while. Here, I used the warrant that His Majesty gave me to pass the inspection of the patrolling marquis. Then I used this to let the officials open the door. Li Zixuan took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and casually threw it on the table as he answered. Hey you child! How can you just throw away His Majesty's warrant? Madame Li carefully put away the piece of paper as she reprimanded him. Mother, isn't it just a piece of paper? Let's eat quickly. After eating, I still have to mark the papers for the students. Not bad. After staying in the Imperial College for so long, you've made some progress. Father Li's face was full of smiles as he comforted him. Chapter 259. Gently in the night, the stars are shining. Teacher's room is bright all night. Every time I walk past your window, the bright light shines on my heart. Every time I think of you, my beloved good teacher, a burst of warmth surges in my heart, nurturing a new generation of hard-working gardeners tonight. The light is still bright, painstakingly writing your teaching materials. My tall figure is reflected in your window. It was already late into the night, but Li Zixuan's room was still brightly lit. His figure bent over a few tables as he graded papers was reflected on the oil paper on the wall, making people involuntarily think of the nursery rhyme sung by the people's teachers, who said that he was always slacking off and not doing his job. Li Zixuan felt that he was very dedicated to his job right now. He had no choice but to be dedicated to his job. The weekend break was almost over, and Su Hongji was still urging him to get more papers. In the room, Xiaoxi finished grinding the ink and leaned over a small table at the side. She supported her chin and looked at her young master working there. Li Zixuan was handsome to begin with, and it was said that a man was even more handsome when he was serious. Now that he was marking papers and frowning from time to time, he looked even more charming under the soft candlelight. Young master looks really good when he is serious. Xiaoxi supported her chin and couldn't help but think. When she reacted, her cheeks quickly turned red. Amazing. TSK, I didn't expect this. Meng Wenhao is really going to explode this time? Li Zixuan didn't feel the flirtatious atmosphere at all. He also didn't notice that his servant girl had fallen in love with him. This fellow was still looking at Meng Wenhao's test paper and was still sighing. The questions he had set for the weekly exam were quite difficult for the students from the School of Mathematics. He had thought that they would be lucky if they could pass. If they could get 80 points, they would be considered excellent. He had never expected Meng Wenhao to make such a big news this time. Including the additional questions, Meng Wenhao had scored a total of 101 points, which was 10 points more than the second-place bruiser. This was unbelievable. Young master, it's almost midnight. You should go to bed early. When Xiaoxi heard Li Zixuan mumbling to himself, she instantly woke up from her fantasy. She hurriedly got up and cut the wick of the candles on the table as she asked with concern. The Li family was rich, so naturally, they used high-quality white wax candles, unlike the poor families who still used oil seals. Not only were the candles dim, but they were also smelly. So fast. But we haven't even started to draw the map of the fleet heading south. Li Zixuan patted his head. When a person was working seriously, time passed too quickly. Forget it, I'll do it tomorrow. Staying up late will affect my work efficiency. There was no room for carelessness in the drawing of a sea map. He had to be extremely careful. With his current mental state, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to draw a perfect sea map. And Xiaoxi will go and make the bed for young master now. Eh? Xiaoxi, why is your face so red? Oh, young master, you're talking nonsense again. Eh? It seemed that her little maidservant's thoughts were somewhat unhealthy. Then should he go with the flow and do something shameful? Li Zixuan expressed that he was very conflicted in his heart. Newspaper for sale, newspaper for sale. The freshly baked Datang Daily. Today's headline: Interesting Pavilion Workshop creates magical nautical artifact. No longer afraid of getting lost in stormy weather at sea. Only 10 copper coins for a copy. It was difficult for the citizens of Chang'an City to sleep in under normal circumstances. The sound of the morning drum in the morning was the first wave of alarm clock. Not long after, the sound of the newspaper boys selling newspapers in the streets and alleys became the second wave of alarm clock. Fortunately, there was a curfew in Chang'an City. The people basically didn't have a nightlife and generally didn't stay up late. They woke up early and gradually got used to the noise in the morning. Eh? Didn't it sell for 5 copper coins in the past? Why is it selling for 10 copper coins today? Are you trying to raise the price on purpose? Yes. Why did it suddenly become 10 copper coins? Isn't this cheating people? After the citizens finished their breakfast, they went to buy a copy of the newspaper as usual. In the end, they found out that the newspaper was selling for 10 copper coins. Instantly, many people couldn't bear it and shouted one after another. Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, it's not what you think. The reason why the price of today's newspaper is increased is because there is a last-minute edition. The content of today's newspaper is equivalent to twice as much as usual. You can take a look. There are 2 copies of today's newspaper. Normally, there is only 1 copy. Naturally, it will be sold for 10 copper coins. Please forgive us. Seeing that he was being condemned by so many people in the blink of an eye, the newspaper boy hurriedly told them what Ma Zhou had told them in the morning. Only then did the crowd avoid a commotion. I see. It seems that I have misunderstood this little kid. Yes, it used to be 5 copper coins for a copy. Today it's 2 copies for 10 copper coins. He didn't raise the price maliciously. I knew it. Don't you know who is the one who runs the Datang Daily? It's Lord Li. This is the god of wealth. Why would he be greedy for your few copper coins? Yes. Then kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. Give me 2 copies. Reasonable people were still in the majority. After they recovered from their shock, they began to consciously line up to buy the newspaper. 2 masters, this is the newspaper you wanted. But today's newspaper is 10 copper coins for a copy. It's said that the content is more than before. In a breakfast restaurant not far away, Feng Zhihua and Liao Shifan were drinking porridge. At this time, a waiter ran over and handed them a newspaper. Oh? Not bad. The newspaper used to be good, but the content was too little. Now there is finally more content. Feng Zhihua's expression revealed a trace of joy. With their status, they would definitely not line up like others to buy the newspaper. Naturally, there would be a waiter willing to serve them. This was the charm of money. Feng Zhihua took the newspaper, then took out a string of money and threw it to the waiter. Here, it's your reward. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The waiter quickly bowed and thanked him. Then he very consciously left quietly. Oh, I just finished eating. Let's see what's added to today's newspaper. Feng Zhihua said with a smile as he handed a copy of the newspaper to Liao Shifan. Yes, I heard from the newspaper boy that the Strange Interest Pavilion has made another nautical artifact. I don't know what it is, but I have to take a good look. Our fleet will be going to sea soon. Although Liao Shifan had not finished eating, he also put down his chopsticks at this moment, took the newspaper and began to read it. After reading it, the two of them both felt that buying the newspaper today was really worth it, because half of today's news section was introducing nautical precautions, essential nautical tools, and the local customs of the small countries in the South China Sea. This was simply a travel guide specially prepared for the two of them. Oh! Chapter 260. TSK. Isn't the title a little shameless? Brother Feng, what do you think of this compass? Liao Shifan couldn't help but ask after reading the news in his hand. Feng Zhihua read it in detail, but he hadn't finished reading it. He didn't even raise his head when he heard Liao Shifan's question. I think this compass is very good. Shifan, you haven't been to the sea before, so you don't know the dangers. I've heard a few sailors describe their experiences at sea. The vast sea was boundless. If it was a sunny day, it would be fine, as one could determine the direction according to the sun, moon, and stars. However, if it was a rainy day, the scenery in all directions would be the same, and one would not know which direction to sail in. If you accidentally enter deeper waters, you won't have the chance to go ashore anymore. But with this compass, it's different. Even if we're unfortunate enough to leave the fleet, we can still use the compass and the map to find the right direction. Do you think this compass is useful? Sailing on the sea is so scary. It seems like this compass is really necessary. Liao Shifan's face flashed with fear as he mumbled. So you see, didn't the imperial court set a rule that every 5 merchant ships participating in this trip must have at least one compass? I plan to send someone to buy a batch of compasses from Chitsu Pavilion when the East Market opens. Feng Zhihua said with an indifferent expression. But this compass costs 5 strings of coins. The imperial court buys it at 4 strings of coins, so of course it's more expensive among the commoners. Isn't it too expensive? Liao Shifan couldn't help but ask. Feng Zhihua heard his old friend's words and couldn't help but say earnestly, Shifan, don't be so short-sighted. Shifan, don't be so short-sighted. This trip to the south will increase our profits by at least 10 times or more. The more goods we send over, the more we'll earn. Comparatively speaking, this investment is worth it. Besides, we have to be conscientious when doing business. If we buy some compasses, the lives of our sailors will be better protected. We can't lose the big picture for small gains. I will go and buy 15 compasses in a while. When the time comes, each ship will have one. I hope Chitsu Pavilion has them. Brother Feng's words are reasonable. I will follow Brother Feng in a while. Shifan, you have to read the rest of the article carefully, especially this one. 5 things to watch out for at sea. I've learned a lot from reading it. I didn't expect that at such a young age. Lord Li is not only good at business, but also knows so much about navigation. It's really unbelievable. Really? Then I'll read it carefully again. However, ordinary people like us can't understand Lord Li. If my unfilial son is half as smart as Lord Li, I'd be willing to die immediately. Feng Zhihua sneered and said, Ha! Shifan, you sure have a big heart. If that useless brat of mine had even 10% of Lord Li's intelligence, this old man would wake up laughing in his dreams. As the two of them talked, they started to talk about the younger generation. It was as if they were talking about Li Zishuan. Today's newspaper not only expanded the content of the news section, but also the novel section, which gave the novel fans of Chong an infinite surprise. Sun Manor. Wow, that's amazing. 10 chapters have been updated today. Oh my god, that's awesome. Ha ha ha. I didn't know that tips could be used like this. If I had known, I would have sent someone to tip him yesterday. Sun Zifan was excited. He was looking at the author's words at the end of the novel. Thank you, Li Zishuan, for your generous tip. I'll update again. Anyone who had read a novel would definitely have experienced the pain of not having enough books. When Sun Zifan saw that there were 10 chapters, of course he was excited. Yesterday, little Fatty had a great ambition and wanted to write a novel himself. In the end, he locked himself in his study and spent the whole morning writing, but he couldn't even write a single chapter. He either wrote it and threw it away, or he threw it away and wrote it again. In the end, he flipped the table, patted his butt, and found his old Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality to review it again. Although writing novels can make money, whoever wants to write can write. I'm not writing. I'll only be responsible for reading novels in the future. That was what Sun Zifan thought at that time. Kaiwa Square, Wang Meng's house. Wang Meng saw that today's novel section had taken up almost an entire newspaper. He was pleasantly surprised. He counted for a long time before he realized that there were 10 chapters updated today. Damn, 10 chapters. Pai Xiaojue is crazy. Oh my. So many people tipped yesterday? Wang Meng glanced at the back of the newspaper and saw that it was a sea of red. They were all tipped yesterday for Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Those who could leave their names on the newspaper had tipped more than 100 strings of coins. He roughly estimated that the total tipped was close to 10,000 strings of coins. 10,000 strings of coins. How much money was that? Wang Meng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Although he wasn't greedy, he couldn't help but gasp in the face of 10,000 strings of coins. If he could write novels like Leather Knight, it would be awesome. Sigh, it's a pity that I didn't get on the newspaper. But it's not bad to get this branch leader badge. Wang Meng's father was only a 9th-rank official in the Ministry of Works. His family wasn't rich. Tipping 10 strings of coins was Wang Meng's limit. As he muttered to himself, he proudly took out a small copper badge from his bosom. On the front was written Branch Leader, and on the back were the words, A Biography of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. This was the badge that the workshop's manservant had sent to him in the afternoon after he had tipped the workshop yesterday. The workshop hadn't finished processing the badge of Branch Leader in the morning, so it could only be sent in the afternoon. Oh, Chung Manor. Haha, Wu Yun, come over quickly. Come over quickly. Your young master is on the newspaper. Chang Chumo held the newspaper and shouted excitedly in his courtyard. When the little boy heard his young master calling for him, he quickly trotted over. However, he was dragged by Chang Chumo to read the words on the newspaper. Clapping in admiration, slapping the table and standing up. If not for this reward, it wouldn't be enough to express my intentions. Chang Chumo of Huaifang tipped Leather Knight 100 strings of coins. Zhang Wuyun naturally knew some words as a page boy. After he finished reading, he couldn't help but be speechless. In his opinion, tipping 100 strings of coins was just to show his face in a corner of the newspaper. If this wasn't a retard, then what was? What's with your expression? Your young master is on the newspaper. Aren't you happy? Oh, and I even got a Silver Alliance Leader badge. Tiske, how beautiful. Chung Chumo couldn't help but be dissatisfied when he saw that his page boy's reaction didn't meet his expectations. Hee, happy. I'm happy for you, young master. You're amazing. Zhang Wuyun reacted and quickly squeezed out a smile. Heh, that's more like it. Ooh. Chapter 261. South of Chang'an City, Jinyu Academy. Hua Hongyi, Meng Tianhua, and Liao Feichen. These 3 fellow sufferers began their daily routine of morning reading. However, it was the unlucky Meng Tianhua's turn to buy the newspaper today. He was so unlucky that a copy today cost 10 copper coins. It was twice as much as usual. As Meng Tianhua read the newspaper, he could not help but feel the pinch. Oh my God! So many people tipped the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality yesterday? All of them were tipped. Hiss! How much money does this add up to? That's insane! Liao Feichen exclaimed as he looked at the red tipping notices behind him. His legs trembled and he almost fell to his knees. When Hua Hongyi heard this, he looked at it and said, It adds up to about 10,000 strings of cash. Meng Tianhua had already turned his attention over. After he heard Hua Hongyi's words, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened. Then doesn't that mean that Leather Knight received close to 5,000 strings of coins from the tipping yesterday? Hua Hongyi nodded and said calmly, That's true. However, this is probably just a random outburst. There won't be so many tipping every day in the future. That's still incredible. I'm willing to write even 50 strings of coins, let alone 5,000 strings of coins. Meng Tianhua was in a daze. After a while he stood up abruptly and said, No, you guys read it first. I'm going to write a novel. I plan to send it to Datong Daily's editorial department after I've written 30,000 words to try my luck. Yes, I'm going to write a novel too. Brother Hongyi, I'll take my leave first. After Liao Feichen finished speaking, he hurriedly followed Meng Tianhua and walked away. Sigh. These two, seriously, do they have to be in such a hurry? Hua Hongyi sat on the stone bench and shook his head speechlessly. Azure Dragon Lane, Wang family residence. After Wang Renbiao finished his breakfast, he sat under the pavilion with a satisfied look on his face. He sipped his tea and read the newspaper. Beside him sat a little girl in a pink dress. The little girl was playing with a small golden badge in her hand. It was the Golden Alliance Leader badge given by the editorial department of Tang Daily. Big brother, this badge is really beautiful, the little girl said with a grin. Although Wang Renbiao was interrupted, he didn't show any displeasure on his face. He rubbed the little girl's head and smiled. Is that so? If Air likes it, then Big Brother will give it to you. It was rare to be able to give away a badge that was exchanged for 1,000 strings of cash. Really? Thank you, brother. The little girl cheered and ran away. Young master, Yu Yao doesn't understand why you would give 1,000 strings of coins as a reward to a complete stranger. Moreover, you don't seem to care about the Alliance Leader badge. Leng Yuyao asked doubtfully when she saw Wang Renbiao's indifferent expression. Yao, don't tell me you don't think this a record of a mortal's journey to immortality is very interesting? Wang Renbiao casually said. Leng Yuyao frowned and said with disdain, Yu Yao doesn't find it interesting at all. From the level of martial arts, this novel is simply nonsense. It doesn't conform to common sense at all. In this world, there can't be any everlasting spring technique, blink sword technique, and there can't be any immortal cultivation sect. Ahem. Wang Renbiao was just casually talking nonsense. He didn't expect to hear such an answer. He quickly coughed and said, It's just a novel. Why are you so serious about it, Yao? Actually, there was one thing that Wang Renbiao didn't say. The reason why he gave the reward was mainly because he guessed that the real identity of the author of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was Li Zixuan. Moreover, whether it was Li Zixuan or not, this reward would more or less repair the relationship between the two families. Li residence. When Li Zixuan was eating breakfast, he looked at the newspaper and was shocked by the huge amount of rewards. This was already beyond his expectations. F*ck, this group of scammers, they gave so many rewards. Are they trying to cause trouble? How many chapters will there be in tomorrow's newspaper? Li Zixuan felt a little bitter in his heart. Since ancient times, there had been no one who could complain about the number of people who gave out rewards. Forget it. I'll just draw the map first. The draft at the workshop should be enough to last for another day. After breakfast, Li Zixuan went straight to the study and began to draw the map wholeheartedly. This map was related to the lives of tens of thousands of people. He couldn't help but be cautious. Li Zixuan sat quietly on the stool with his eyes closed. He began to slowly recall the maps of the Eurasian continent that he had read in the geography books from his previous life. Every island and every bay flashed past in Li Zixuan's mind. After a full hour, he opened his eyes and began to draw. His memory and control were excellent now. Mountains, rivers, oceans, and canyons gradually became perfect curves under his pen. He had a good grasp of the proportion and length. It looked like a perfect copy of the map from his previous life. Of course, the place names couldn't be copied. Li Zixuan didn't know if the tectonic plate movement would cause the world map of the modern era to be different from the one of this era. He was just trying his best to imitate the map in his memory. He believed that even if there were slight differences with the topography of this era, it wouldn't be too big. Such a detailed map was already better than more than 90% of the maps from the Tang dynasty. Just like that, Li Zixuan continued to meditate and copy the map in his mind onto a piece of paper. He kept his brain working at high capacity until the afternoon. Phew! It's really not easy to complete this. I'll never take on this kind of work in the future. It's too tiring. Li Zixuan kept rubbing his temples and couldn't help but mumble. However, the reason why he was able to finish it so early was not only because of his abnormal spiritual power, but also because the fleet was mainly going south by the coastal route. The maps he drew were only coastal nautical charts. As a result, the workload was reduced by more than half. Otherwise, it would take him 2 or 3 days to finish drawing the nautical chart. Young master, do you want to eat? Xiaoxi will go to the kitchen and ask them to heat up the food for you. Xiaoxi, who had been waiting outside the door, heard her young master's voice and quickly asked, Li Zixuan's heart felt warm. It felt good to have someone care about you. And eat. Xiaoxi, go quickly. Li Zixuan stood up and stretched his body. Then, he carefully put away the results of his hard work for half a day. Then he pushed the door open and prepared to eat lunch. Recently, he had been working too hard for work. It really didn't suit his identity as a rich second generation. But if there were fewer people dying in the fleet going south, it would be the best reward for his hard work these days. Oh! Chapter 262. It's out! It's out! Manager Fu, we've made colored glass. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, a middle-aged man with dirty hair and a slightly yellow face ran out of a porcelain kiln excitedly and shouted at Uncle Fu, who was not far away from him. Faubert stayed up late last night and couldn't stand the high temperature in the kiln during the day. After all, he was old. He stayed in the kiln for a while before coming out to catch up on his sleep while waiting for the news. At this moment, Faubert, who was half asleep and half awake, heard the noise outside and woke up abruptly. He quickly opened the door and ran out. Changgue, you've really made colored glass? Faubert's voice was mixed with excitement and disbelief. It's true. We've really turned sand into glass. Look, Manager Fu, this is the colored glass we've just made. After Zhang finished speaking, he handed over an irregular glass ball. His hands were dirty, but the glass ball was transparent and shiny, forming a very sharp contrast. Fubo took it and looked at it carefully in his hand. After a while he said excitedly, "That's great. This is great. It's really colored glass. It's even better than the colored glass sold by the barbarians. Song Xiaoxi, quick, go and tell young master the good news." Song Xiaoxi, who was at the door, quickly replied, "Yes, I'll go right now." After that he ran out of the door in a hurry. Faubert looked at the colored glass ball in his hand and sighed. I didn't expect sand to really turn into colored glass. Damn those barbarians who sold colored glass at such a high price. Changgue, quickly organize some people to produce a batch of compasses. This way we can produce colored glass ourselves. The cost of compasses should be less than usual. This is great. Yes, Manager Fu. I'll arrange for some people now. Li residence. Li Zixuan was wolfing down the food in the front hall. He had been busy since morning and hadn't eaten a single drop of water. However, he often encountered this situation in his previous life. As an engineering student, sometimes he had to work overtime and didn't even have time to eat. Wasn't this a common thing? Young Master Wang is here. At this time, Xiaohe hurriedly trotted over and bowed. Oh, what was he doing here? Yes, please. Li Zixuan hadn't finished his food yet. He puffed out his cheeks and glared at Li Zixuan. Yes, young master. Xiaohe took the order and left. Li Zixuan took the opportunity to eat a few more mouthfuls of rice, and then asked the servants to take the food away. Long time no see. How have you been, Lord Li? As soon as the banquet was removed, Wang Renbiao walked in with his cold-faced girl with a smile. It's fine. Cousin Ren, come in and have a seat. Li Zixuan wiped his mouth and cupped his hands in return. In the main hall. Renbiao, is your father doing well in Chang'an this time? After transmigrating for so long, Li Zixuan wasn't an idiot. He had learned some basic etiquette and greetings. It was nothing more than asking if the other party's family was doing well, or if the other party was doing well. Thank you for your concern, Lord Ju. My father is doing well, but he has returned to Sui province the day before yesterday. There is really too much official business backlog in the provincial government. Wang Renbiao cupped his hands and answered. So fast? I was grounded at home before, so I couldn't see your father off in person. It's really a pity. Li Zixuan was surprised at first, then said with a face of regret. He had a good impression of Wang Yu. He knew what to do and didn't have the arrogance of those aristocratic families. Of course, the most important thing was that he was generous. Those few luminous pearls were still in Li Zixuan's room. In general, Wang Yu could be considered a person with a temperament. On the side, Leng Yuyao secretly rolled her eyes. She didn't believe that Li Zixuan would be so attentive to her master. It must be because of the gift from the Wang family. What a money grubber! Leng Yuyao despised in her heart. Wang Renbiao didn't think like Leng Yuyao. He understood that since Li Zixuan said so, It meant that the relationship between the two families had eased greatly. This was what he and his father wanted to see. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Ju. Renbiao will definitely convey it to my father. I came to disturb you this time because I have something I need your help with. Li Zishuan laughed and said, Haha, Renbiao, feel free to say what you need. I'll do my best to help. Wang Renbiao said happily, Thank you, Lord Ju. I'm sure you know about the imperial court's recruitment of civilian merchant ships to the south. The Wang family also wants to participate in this vigorous sea trade. From today's newspaper, I saw that Lord Ju's workshop had invented a small tool that can tell directions. It's very useful for navigation. So at noon, I sent someone to buy it from the Curious Pavilion. However, I was told that the first batch of compasses produced by the workshop had already been given to the imperial court. So, I wanted to pay a visit and shamelessly ask for some compasses from Lord Ju. So it was about this matter. Li Zishuan was moved and asked curiously, Does the Wang family also have large ships? Indeed. Not only the Wang family, but the other 6 aristocratic families all have some merchant ships. To tell you the truth, the 80,000 chicken seedlings that your lordship bought in one go last time were transported from the Jiangnan area through the Grand Canal by my younger brother, who borrowed my second uncle's merchant ship. He probably earned 5,000 string of coins from this trip. This humble one only recently learned of this matter, so I hope your lordship will not blame me. The Wang family is also willing to return this sum of money. Wang Renbiao suddenly said with a solemn expression. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said unconcernedly, Haha, no need. It's only 5,000 strings of coins. Besides, those chicken seedlings are worth that price. I'm quite curious to know how many merchant ships the Wang family intends to take out in this sea trade. Wang Renbiao pondered for a moment, then extended 5 fingers and answered, A total of 50. So, I hope that Lord Ju can make an exception and give the Wang family 50 compasses first. Damn, 50 compasses. That was equivalent to 1/10 of the imperial court's fleet. And from Wang Renbiao's relaxed expression, it was obvious that 50 compasses were not all of the Wang family's merchant ships. Were these great families so rich? Li Zishuan was greatly shocked. First, he was shocked by the number of merchant ships. Second, he was shocked that Wang Renbiao wanted to give every merchant ship a compass. Even Li Er was not so generous. The Wang family has so many merchant ships? However, was Renbiao planning to equip every merchant ship with a compass? There's no need, right? Wang Renbiao shook his head and said, This is not considered a lot. Lord Ju, you may not know, but the great families have more or less been engaged in sea trade or river transportation. Especially the Cui family of Bowling. As far as I know, they have at least 200 merchant ships. The scale is much larger than our Wang families. Chapter 263. As for Lord Ju's question about whether it's worth it to equip every merchant ship with a compass, this one thinks that it's very worth it. In the main hall of the Li residence, Wang Renbiao picked up his teacup and took 2 sips before continuing. A conservative estimate of the number of ships heading south this time is at least 1,000. Once there's a big storm at sea, many ships will definitely be separated from the main fleet. At this time, a compass can increase the chances of survival of a lost merchant ship by 20 to 30%. If this probability can be stacked, this one is very willing to equip every ship with a few more compasses. Because a compass is only 5 strings of money, and the value of a merchant ship and its crew is far more than that. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Hee, not bad. I didn't expect Renbiao to see the problem so clearly. Then he thought for a moment and said, As for the 50 compasses that Renbiao wants, I'll have the workshop hand them over to you in 2 days, but I also have something that I need Renbiao's help with. Please speak, Lord Ju. Wang Renbiao hurriedly said. The Wang family's fleet is heading south this time. I want to ask you to help me bring something. I don't care if this thing is rubber. What's rubber? Wang Renbiao was puzzled. He was considered knowledgeable, but he had never heard of rubber before. Li Zishuan deliberated over his words and described. It's the sap produced by a kind of tree. After you reach the Nanyang countries, you can send people to search for rubber trees. The rubber tree is an evergreen tree with a straight root system, 3 compound leaves, complete leathery and panicle flowers. The fruit is a capsule, the seed is oval, and the juice is milky. This juice is rubber. Usually, all you need to do is cut a hole in the bark and put a jar under the hole. Then you can collect a lot of rubber. Wang Renbiao and Leng Yuyao's eyes widened. This was the first time they heard of such a magical tree. Why did it sound like a fantasy story? There's actually such a tree in the world? It's amazing. Wang Renbiao was stunned for a while before he finally sighed. Li Zixuan smiled and said, This rubber tree is indeed a bit magical. It has another name, the weeping tree. When you cut its bark with a knife, a lot of white juice will flow out. It looks like it's crying because of pain. What Li Zixuan said was not nonsense. The word rubber tree originally came from the Indian word kaochu, which meant tree that weeps. Wang Renbiao exclaimed, Interesting, this is really interesting. After hearing what Lord Zhu said, if it weren't for the fact that my family didn't allow it, I would have personally gone south to take a look. Leng Yuyao couldn't help but frown. It's a good rubber tree, why do you have to cut its bark? You are so cruel. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. Big sister, you carry a sword every day and kill anyone you don't like. You still have the face to say that others are cruel? Leng Yuyao instantly understood the expression on Li Zixuan's face. She blushed and quickly looked away, no longer saying a word. It was as if she didn't say those words just now. I need this rubber very much. Renbiao, bring back as much as you find this time. I want all of it. Don't worry about the price, it will definitely satisfy you. It's best if you can bring back some rubber seeds, but be careful, its seeds and leaves are poisonous. Don't let people eat it by mistake. Li Zixuan saw that this cold-faced girl was tactful, so he didn't lower himself to her level. He turned his head and said to Wang Renbiao, there were many industrial products that couldn't be separated from rubber. Li Zixuan really wanted this thing. Although rubber was originally produced in the Brazilian Amazon rainforest and had not been introduced to Asia at this time, the climate in Southeast Asia was hot, and there was plenty of sunlight and rain. It had the same climate as the Amazon rainforest, so it was hard to guarantee that there weren't wild and primitive rubber trees. If they found one, wouldn't it be a profit? Especially in Malaysia. This place was a famous rubber kingdom in modern times. The annual production of rubber was the first in the world. Maybe they could really find it. At this time, people certainly didn't realize the value of rubber. The first people to use rubber were the Indians, the oldest inhabitants of America. In 1493, Columbus sailed to Haitian Island in America for the second time. He saw the merry games of the Indians. They were singing songs in a circle, and tossing a ball to and fro merrily in tune with the rhythm of the song. When the ball fell to the ground, it actually bounced high. Columbus was surprised. After careful inquiry, he found out that the ball was made of something he had never known before, rubber. Later, when Columbus returned from America, he brought rubber back to Europe. However, at that time, no one in Europe knew what this wonderful thing could be used for besides making games. So, it was sent to the museum and displayed in the exhibition cabinet for people to see as a novelty brought back by Columbus. It wasn't until 1770, when the British chemist and discoverer of oxygen, Priestley, discovered that rubber could erase pencil writing, that rubber officially came into use. About eraser, there's actually another joke. Nowadays, rubber is also used to describe erasers in English. But interestingly, Americans are used to calling erasers erasers, while rubber is used to describe condoms. Inside the room, Wang Renbiao thought seriously for a while, then said, since Lord Zhu needs it, then I will definitely order my subordinates to do their best to find this so-called rubber tree. In addition, I will also apply to the family to send an additional 20 merchant ships to specially load rubber for Lord Zhu. How about a ship of rubber at the price of 400 strings of coins? Of course, if it's not enough, we will also bring some goods back from there. But in this way, Lord Zhu will have to sell us 20 more compasses. Li Zixuan was happy in his heart. Wang Renbiao was opening a back door for him, because if he transported a ship of silk and porcelain to Nanyang in exchange for some spices and food, the profit would definitely be more than 400 strings of coins. A conservative estimate would be at least 2,000 to 3,000 strings of coins. This was not an exaggeration at all. That was how profitable ocean trading was. Haha, compasses are not a problem. This time, the compasses that the Wang family needs, our workshop will give priority and provide them for free. Don't worry, Renbiao. If your family's fleet can really find rubber trees in Nanyang, Then this time I, Li Zixuan, will owe your Wang family a favor. Li Zixuan returned the favor. He was the kind of person who would return the favor 10 times over if someone gave him a foot of respect. Wang Renbiao was shocked, and the importance of this matter instantly increased. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Lord Ju. As long as there are rubber trees in Nanyang, our Wang family's fleet will definitely find them this time." Ooh. Chapter 264. Since Lord Ju is so kind and willing to give priority to the Wang family to allocate so many compasses, then I have achieved my goal. I won't disturb you any longer. Since he had achieved his goal, and there was an unexpected gain, Wang Renbiao stood up and said his goodbyes with satisfaction. "Okay, Renbiao, take care." Li Zixuan put down his cup and prepared to personally send the guest off. He was also very satisfied with the outcome of today's negotiation. Lord Ju, what is that white thing on the table? Is it paper? Wang Renbiao turned around and suddenly saw a roll of white thing on the table. He seemed to have never seen it before, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. After these few interactions and cooperation, the relationship between the Wang family and the Li family was already quite good. It wouldn't be rude to ask such a question, so Wang Renbiao directly asked the question in his heart. This is called toilet paper. Li Zixuan followed Wang Renbiao's gaze and saw that it was a roll of toilet paper. He had just finished eating, so he took some from it to wipe his mouth. He explained, "What is toilet paper? Is it called toilet paper because it is very hygienic?" Wang Renbiao felt that after coming here today, his IQ had been hit a little. First it was the rubber tree and now it was toilet paper. He had never heard of these things before. You can't say that. The main characteristic of toilet paper is its softness. Here, Renbiao, you can take a look for yourself. Li Zixuan took the toilet paper and handed it to Wang Renbiao. Yin Xiaoning followed Li Zixuan's suggestion a while ago. He added a scraper and a larger drying tank to the original paper machine. Compared to the first paper machine, the workload was much smaller. The mass production of toilet paper had only started a few days ago. Previously, the entire workshop had been busy producing newspapers. No one had the time to make toilet paper. In their opinion, only a prodigal son like Li Zixuan would use it. Therefore, although the toilet paper machine had been made long ago, it had only been a few days since the toilet paper was produced. Of course, the first batch of toilet paper produced by the workshop was all sent to the Li residence. Benefits should not flow into the fields of others. This kind of good thing should be enjoyed by himself first. As for whether he would sell it or not, it would depend on how much could be produced in the future. After all, the raw materials at the workshop were prioritized to supply the new type of paper. Faubert was certainly not willing to waste resources on this meaningless toilet paper. Oh, it is indeed very soft. Wang Renbiao took the tissue paper and felt the soft touch on his hand. He couldn't help but exclaim. But after a while he frowned and asked doubtfully, "But this paper is so soft, what's the use of it? It's probably not easy to write on it, right?" Li Zixuan muttered in his heart. This wrinkled tissue paper, it would be strange if it could be used to write calligraphy. If it was the ballpoint pen and ink pen from his previous life, it would be barely enough to write. Ahem. This tissue paper is not used to write. It's mainly used to wipe your mouth it's used to wipe your mouth. Li Zixuan was about to say that it was used to wipe his butt, but he suddenly saw that Leng Yuyao was still there. He quickly shut his mouth. Although he didn't have a good impression of this ice-cold girl, it wasn't good to say that it was used to wipe his butt in front of her. Is it only used to wipe your mouth? But can't you just use a handkerchief to wipe your mouth? Wang Renbiao didn't suspect him. It was because of this that he felt even more strange. At the same time, he was a little speechless. He secretly thought that Li Zixuan really knew how to enjoy himself. He even specially made a new type of tissue paper to wipe his mouth. He really knows how to have fun. Leng Yuyao didn't think so. She was standing closer to Li Zixuan. Moreover, she practiced martial arts, so her hearing was much sharper than Li Zixuan's. She heard every word of Li Zixuan's words clearly. Although Li Zixuan didn't completely say the words wipe his butt, Leng Yuyao could guess what Li Zixuan wanted to say. She couldn't help but fiercely glare at Li Zixuan. She secretly thought that this person looked decent on the surface, but in reality, he was no different from a vulgar hooligan. She didn't know why the young master valued him so much. Ahaha, well, other than wiping your mouth, what else can you wipe? Renbiao, take a roll of tissue paper back and slowly think about it. I'll give this roll of tissue paper to you, Li Zishuan quickly said when he heard Wang Renbiao's slightly doubtful words. Oh, thank you very much, Lord Zhu. Wang Renbiao couldn't understand the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. He could only take the tissue paper in surprise. Then, just as he was about to leave, he heard a shout from outside the door. Young master! Young master! The workshop has produced glass. Shouting and wrangling, what a scandal! Can't you see that this young master has a guest here? When Li Zishuan heard Song Xiaoxi's voice, his heart faintly moved. He guessed that the workshop must have made new progress in the glass research. But he didn't expect Song Xiaoxi to be so rash and directly blurt out the workshop's secrets. How could this be? He was still hoping to make a fortune without anyone knowing that he could produce glass. He couldn't let Song Xiaoxi mess up his plan. So, Li Zishuan interrupted Song Xiaoxi before he could finish. Song Xiaoxi wasn't stupid. In fact, he was usually very smart. Today he was just anxious and forgot how to behave. When he heard Li Zishuan's words from outside, he instantly knew that he had been too rash and messed things up. He was so scared that his legs trembled as he entered the house with fear and trepidation. He bowed to Li Zishuan and said, Why, young master? I'm sorry. Humph. You can leave now. I'll deal with you later. Li Zishuan was indeed a little angry. He was usually pleasant, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't get angry. It didn't mean that his subordinates could be unruly. Song Xiaoxi really did cross the line today. After Song Xiaoxi obediently retreated to the corner, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Renbiao and smiled. My family's servants are rude. Cousin Ren, please don't laugh at us. Wang Renbiao's eyes flashed and he quickly said, You're too kind. It's mainly because Lord Zhu treats people with generosity. Since Lord Zhu has something to do, Renbiao will take his leave now. Li Zishuan didn't purposely ask him to stay. He did have something to do. So he cupped his hands and said to Wang Renbiao, Cousin Ren, take care. We'll meet again when we're free. Wang Renbiao smiled and replied. Then he took Leng Yuyao and was about to leave the main hall. Before Leng Yuyao left, she looked at Li Zishuan with disdain. Li Zishuan was really confused. He didn't do anything wrong today and didn't harm the little girl. Humph. You use this toilet paper to wipe your mouth. You're so disgusting. Leng Yuyao said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. After that, she didn't give Li Zishuan a chance to explain and left Li Zishuan alone in the wind. No, Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. Big sister. You misunderstood, okay? This toilet paper is not like a handkerchief that can be washed and used again. My toilet paper is only for one-time use. How is it disgusting? Chapter 265. Young master. I know I'm wrong. After sending Wang Renbiao and Leng Yuyao off, Li Zishuan returned to the main hall. He glanced at Song Xiaoxi indifferently and then sat down at the side without saying a word. Song Xiaoxi's heart was flustered and he felt uncomfortable all over. He trembled as he came over, cupped his hands and bowed. Didn't Steward Fu tell you that everything about Liuli is a secret of the workshop? Li Zishuan took a sip of water and asked. Young master, Steward Fu said that I was in a hurry so. Song Xiaoxi hurriedly explained. Humph. A secret is a secret. Under no circumstances can you reveal the secrets of the workshop. If you can't keep it a secret, then there will be no place for you in the workshop in the future. Because you will harm the interests of all the workers in the workshop. Li Zishuan said coldly. Bang! After hearing that, Song Xiaoxi was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. With a bang, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with a pale face. Young master, I know I'm wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. Please forgive me this time. Don't chase me out of the workshop. Only those who had stayed in the workshop knew how good it was inside. Song Xiaoxi's hometown was in a village outside Chang'an City. Previously, he had been working as a waiter in a restaurant in Chang'an City. Every day he had to smile and flatter. If he was unlucky, he would be scolded by the shopkeeper. Moreover, he was paid very little. Ever since he entered the workshop, not only did his monthly salary increase, But there were also very few people who would find trouble with him for no reason. Every time he returned to the village, the villagers would always cast envious gazes at him. This was because the owner of the workshop he was working in was Li Zishuan, the person who invented the curved plow. He was the great benefactor of all the villagers. In the workshop, Song Xiaoxi could gain money, happiness, and dignity. How could he bear to leave? At this moment he was so regretful that he wanted to slap himself. Li Zishuan looked at Song Xiaoxi expressionlessly. It was not that he was cold-blooded, but he had to follow the rules. Song Xiaoxi had always been Ma Zhou and Faubert's right-hand man in the workshop. Correspondingly, he knew a lot of things. If Li Zishuan did not scare him now, sooner or later, things would get out of hand. About a quarter of an hour later, Song Xiaoxi felt like a year had passed. The sweat dripping from his forehead mixed with the tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. At this moment, Li Zishuan finally opened his mouth. "Get up. I'll give you one more chance. However, if there's a next time, you'll have to leave the workshop on your own. In addition, half of your salary for this month will be deducted as punishment." At the end of the day, Li Zishuan was still a little soft-hearted and could not be ruthless. "Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. I'll definitely remember this lesson and never do it again." Song Xiaoxi heard this and let out a long sigh of relief. Then he was ecstatic and grateful. As long as he could continue to work in the workshop, he was willing to have his salary deducted for 2 months, let alone half a month. He believed that anyone would be able to make up for it. "Well, now let's talk about what Faubert asked you to do. Could it be that the workshop has produced colored glaze?" Li Zishuan nodded and asked. "Yes, young master. Master Chonggue and the others produced glass in the afternoon. Manager Fu asked me to invite you to the workshop to have a look." Song Xiaoxi stood up, wiped away his sweat and tears and quickly answered. "Well, very good. Then come with me to have a look." "Young master, you're here?" In the workshop of the Strange Interests Pavilion, Faubert received a message from a servant and quickly came out to greet him. "Well, Faubert, did you stay up late last night? I've already told you that your health is more important. You don't have to worry about the glass. Why didn't you listen to me?" Li Zishuan looked at Faubert's complexion and knew that he must have stayed up late last night, so he tried to persuade him. Thank you for your concern, young master. Actually, I didn't stay up late last night. Even if you asked me to stay up late, I couldn't stand it. I'm old. Chonggue and the others didn't sleep at all last night to produce the glass. Fortunately, God rewards those who work hard. This afternoon they produced the glass. Young master, do you want to go and have a look?" Although Uncle Fu had 2 dark circles under his eyes, his expression was slightly excited. Clearly, he knew very well how much wealth it would bring him if he could produce colored glass. "Well, of course I'll go and have a look." Li Zishuan had always attached great importance to these skilled old craftsmen. They were the key executors of the workshop's products, leading the way in this era. It was very necessary to pay them a visit. Following Faubert to an earthen porcelain kiln in the depths of the workshop, Faubert introduced, "Young master, this used to be used to produce porcelain. Yesterday you said that you wanted to produce glass, so I had people modify this kiln and use it to produce glass." Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. "Well, this is pretty good. How could porcelain make as much money as glass?" Li Zishuan was well aware of the situation. "Chonggue, Yongfu and Hua, the boss is here to see you." Walking into the kiln, "Oh, it should be called the glass kiln now," Faubert shouted to the 3 dusty craftsmen inside. Li Zishuan felt a wave of heat and dust hitting his face. He quickly covered his mouth and nose and unbuttoned his clothes to cool down. "Oh, the boss is here? Greetings, boss." "Greetings, boss." The 3 craftsmen inside heard Faubert's voice and turned to look at the door. Seeing that Li Zishuan had come personally, they quickly put down their work and ran over, bowing to Li Zishuan. "Oh, no need to be so courteous, no need to be so courteous. The 3 of you have worked hard." Li Zishuan gave up on covering his mouth and nose. Otherwise, others would think that he disliked them. "The 3 of you have contributed greatly to the workshop's production of glass. In our workshop, those who contribute should be rewarded. Faubert, in the future, the workshop will take out a sum of money to reward those who make breakthroughs in the workshop's original techniques. This time, Each of the 3 craftsmen will be rewarded with 200 strings of cash. Li Zishuan continued. This was something he had thought about a long time ago. With great rewards there would definitely be brave men. This was the only way to encourage everyone in the workshop to strive for technological advancement and innovation. The workshop would also be able to earn more money. Boss, this can't be done. Upon hearing that Li Zishuan was going to reward each of them with 200 strings of cash, Changgue, Yongfu, and Enhua paled in fright and froze on the spot. Changgue was the first to react. Boss, you were the one who came up with the method of firing the colored glaze. We just followed your instructions and did it step by step. We really didn't contribute anything. This old man is ashamed to accept these 200 strings of cash. Oh. Chapter 266. Yes, boss, we can't accept these 200 strings of cash. Yes, boss, please take back your order. In the workshop, Yongfu and Enhua hurriedly agreed. 200 strings of cash was too much. It was enough to buy a small house in Chang'an. Haha, you don't have to refuse. Although I was the one who proposed the method of baking the glaze, you 3 have to figure out the specifics of the production. Therefore, these 200 strings of cash are what you deserve. I've already made up my mind. You can take the money without worry. Li Zishuan said with a smile. In his heart, he was lamenting the sincerity of these people. In his previous life, if a boss wanted to give a bonus to his employees, anyone who refused would become a fool in everyone's eyes. Li Zishuan chatted with the 3 for a while, asking if their families were in trouble and if their families were doing well. Then he followed Faubert out of the glaze kiln. It was too hot in the kiln and there was a lot of smoke and dust. On the one hand it was the smoke from the fire, and on the other hand it was the dust from the sand. Couldn't go on like this. If it went on for too long it would cause lung disease. Faubert, I'll draw something that can cover the mouth and nose in a while. Go find a tailor to make it. In the future, everyone who enters the glaze kiln must wear this thing to prevent the smoke and dust from being inhaled by the workers. After leaving the glaze kiln, Li Zishuan greedily took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. Then he said to Faubert that it was necessary to wear a mask in this kind of workplace. Faubert asked curiously, "Young master, why do you have to do this? Brick and porcelain kilns have a lot of smoke and dust. The craftsmen have long been used to it. It's fine. Even if they're used to it, it won't do." Li Zishuan said decisively, "I call this thing a mask. Faubert, have the tailor make a batch. In the future, whoever enters the glaze kiln without a mask will be kicked out of the workshop. In addition, after the matter of the compass is settled, the glaze kiln will also need to be remodeled. Think of a way to reduce the smoke and dust inside the glaze kiln as much as possible." Young master, isn't this system too harsh? You want to chase me away if I don't wear a mask? Only then did Faubert realize that Li Zishuan was actually serious. He couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Just let them do as you say. If they don't agree, come and find me. Li Zishuan was too lazy to explain to Faubert about tuberculosis. He simply said a few words and left with a flick of his sleeves. Faubert looked at his young master's back and was speechless. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and prepared to find a tailor. Sir. Oh no, it should be boss. Boss, you're here? Li Zishuan walked out of the small courtyard where the glaze kiln was located and wandered to the back hall, the headquarters of strange culture. In front of a stone table under a pavilion in the courtyard, little Yu came to work today. She saw Li Zishuan at first glance and hurriedly ran over to greet him excitedly. In this courtyard, except for Ma Zhou who took care of her because of Li Zishuan, the rest of the people were quite cold to her. At this time when she saw Li Zishuan coming over, she couldn't help but feel happy. It was like suddenly seeing an acquaintance after being abandoned in a strange place. "Ah, little Yu, how is it? Have you found a place to live? Are you afraid of living alone? Are you used to it?" Li Zishuan was thinking about the renovation of the glaze kiln along the way. Unfortunately, he had never been to a kiln in his previous life, and didn't know how to reduce the smoke and dust in the room. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the crisp voice of a girl. He looked up and saw that it was Li Yu, so he smiled and said with concern. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but admire the independence of the ancient people. Children in this era generally had the ability and courage to leave their parents and live alone at the age of 14 or 15. It was not like the modern era, where people in their 20s were still asking for money from their families. Of course he was also in this category in the past. Thank you for your concern, boss. Steward Fu helped me find a place yesterday afternoon. It's in this square not far from the workshop. Steward Ma is also my neighbor. Liu heard Li Zixuan's concern and felt warm in her heart. She then replied with a smile. That's not bad. If you have any problems, your Uncle Ma can take care of you. Li Zixuan nodded and smiled. The tragic Ma Zhou directly became an uncle-level character. Liu smiled and nodded happily. Then she tilted her head and thought for a while and said, Yesterday was the first time I lived in such a big house alone. I was indeed a little scared at night. But I plan to wait until I earn enough money. Then I will go to the broker house and buy a maid to serve me. This way I won't have to do laundry and cook, and I won't be scared at night. Li Zixuan was speechless. This little girl really thought of everything. She just found a place to stay yesterday, and today she wants to be a rich family's young lady and find someone to serve her. Her imagination, her mentality, her ambition. He couldn't help but admire her. It's up to you. But you have to earn money first. Li Zixuan mercilessly added another stab. Liu, who was immersed in her beautiful fantasy, couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. However, she quickly smiled again and said, Of course I can earn money. Boss, look, these are the 2 articles I wrote. Do you think they are good enough? I imitated the style of the news on Datong Daily. I also collected the information myself. I didn't make it up. Then Liu handed over a few manuscripts. Oh? From your tone you seem to be quite confident. Then let me see. Li Zixuan suddenly became interested. He took the manuscripts and said with a smile. Then he took a look and saw the title of the first article. Rich family's prodigal son became a monk for his lover. Seeing this title, Li Zixuan suddenly staggered and almost burst out laughing. There was no other reason except that this title was very similar to a meme he saw in his previous life. It was a very famous title party. Title: Rich family's prodigal son became a monk for his true love. Content: Dream of the Red Chamber. Similar ones there were. Title: Story of 3 women and 105 men. Content: Water margin. Title: Cruel: The shocking murder of a beautiful girl who was burned to death by a match. Content: The Little Match Girl. What's wrong, boss? Could it be that little Yor didn't write it well? Liu asked nervously when she saw Li Zixuan's strange expression. No, it's good. Let me see it again. Li Zixuan quickly waved his hand and denied. Oh. Liu responded and then walked to the side, quietly waiting for Li Zixuan's judgment result. Chapter 267. Putting away his messy thoughts, Li Zixuan began to read the article seriously. Of course, it was undeniable that the title of Liu's article was very good. Compared to the later dynasties, the Tang dynasty was more open. The common people liked to listen to love stories. Liu's title alone was enough to attract people to continue reading. After a while, Li Zixuan finished reading the first article. He nodded, then shook his head. Liu was happy to see Li Zixuan nod, but Li Zixuan shook his head again. The smile on Liu's face froze. Boss, what do you think? Why are you nodding and shaking your head? Liu asked. Li Zixuan glanced at Liu and said, I nodded because I think your article title is very good. As for the content, it's not bad. Not bad. Then does boss think that my content can be written even better? Liu immediately found the key to the problem from the 2 adjectives Li Zixuan used. Hey smart. Li Zixuan praised, then explained. I can't deny that the story you chose is very attractive. It's clear from the beginning to the end, but in my opinion it's not enough. Liu looked at Li Zixuan curiously. Li Zixuan smiled and led Liu to the pavilion. As they walked he said, Brother Li, don't worry. Little fishy, don't be unconvinced. There's a reason why I said that. First of all, your entire article gives people the feeling of looking at flowers on horseback. Your description of the incident is very general, very broad, and very boring. This directly causes your entire story to lack a sense of immersion. You have a good topic, but you don't describe a complete story with characters and emotions. The readers will only feel like they're chewing wax. Liu held onto the stone table, lowered her head and muttered, Is it that bad? Li Zixuan sat down and smiled. It's not that bad. The reason why I'm telling you so much today is for your own good. Of course, more accurately, it's because I want you to earn more money. Do you still want to hear more? Yes, yes. Boss, please say it. When she heard about money, Li Yu's interest was immediately piqued. The depression she felt from being defeated by Li Zixuan was swept away. You little brat. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. If I were to write about this topic, I could write at least 30 to 40,000 words and publish it in the newspapers for 5 to 6 consecutive issues. You see, the part where the rich Mo Wuck and the peasant Xu Yinglian met, you can write more about how Xu Yinglian was at home and how she was bullied by the village bullies. How helpless and hopeless she was. Also, when Mo Wuck saw Xu Yinglian's peerless beauty, how shocked he was. Of course, the most important part is the part where Mo Wuck stood up to save Xu Yinglian. You must write in detail. Such an important part, how can you write it all in just 2 sentences? Your foreshadowing is all for Mo Wuck to act pretentious and slap the face. Pui, it's for the hero saving the beauty. Also when Mo Wuck's father Mo Yunshan opposed his son's relationship with Xu Yinglian. Why didn't you write about Mo Wuck's conflict, self-blame and helplessness? Xu Yinglian couldn't be with the person she loved and jumped into the river in anger. Why don't you put yourself in Xu Yinglian's shoes and think about her despair, reluctance and tragedy? This is the best place to poke at the reader's tears. You have to write about it properly. Also after Mo Wuck found out that the woman he loved had jumped into the river, the loneliness, sadness, anger and finally grief. His heart was like dead ashes, and he went to the temple, shaved his head, and became a monk. You have to embellish this place. These are all words, they are all money. As a reporter, if you don't know how to embellish the word count, if you don't know how to write about a matter, then you won't be able to earn much money. Li Zixuan was talking non-stop to Li Yu about how to embellish the news and how to write one story as 5 stories. He completely forgot that he was the boss of Datong Daily. If Li Yu really did that, she would be scamming his own money. Li Yu stood at the side and listened with her mouth agape. She really wanted to kneel down to Li Zixuan. What kind of boss would personally teach his employees how to scam their boss's money? Also, Li Zixuan's embellishment. It was the way to develop the story. It was really an eye-opener for her. It was as if the door to a new world, the path of the water god, was slowly opening for her. Cough cough. At this moment a light cough came from the side. It turned out to be Ma Zhou. He just came out to take a breather and didn't expect to see Li Zixuan giving a lecture to Li Yu. The more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this misleading the students? Hence he quickly interrupted. Brother Ma, you're here? Li Zixuan looked at Ma Zhou's expression and knew that he had heard everything he said. He looked a little awkward. Hello, Uncle Mach. Li Yu remembered what Li Zixuan said to her before. If you have any problems, your Uncle Ma can take care of you. She went up and said sweetly. F***ck. Since when did I become an uncle? You were still calling me Steward Ma yesterday. Ma Zhou had just taken 2 steps when he heard Li Yu's words. He instantly staggered and cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for Li Zixuan's quick reaction and raised his hand, he would have fallen flat on his face. What's wrong? Is it wrong for the little girl to call you that? Brother Ma, why do you have such a big reaction? Li Zixuan teased with a mischievous smile. Ma Zhou was speechless. What else could he say? He could only curse Li Zixuan in his heart. He was sure that Li Zixuan was the one who taught Li Yu this. Is there anything important that Lord Zhu came here today? Ma Zhou calmed himself down and asked. There's no hurry. Let me finish reading little Yu's news first. There's still one more. Oh, Brother Ma, you came at the right time. Come and see what little Yu's news is like. Li Zixuan passed the news article that he had just finished reading. Rich man turns to Buddhism for lover to Ma Zhou. He then picked up the other news article and started reading. Ma Zhou was helpless and could only be patient. He sat down and began to watch the news. F***ck. F***ck. This little girl is stirring up trouble. Li Zixuan almost screamed when he saw the second news article's title. It was because the title was too shocking. It said, "A woman in the wild after her clothes were stolen by a man." Li Zixuan rubbed his nose. It seemed like Li Yu was going to go all out with this title. Sigh, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Chapter 268. A woman went into the city to sell a donkey and a goat. There was a small bell tied around the goat's neck. 3 thieves saw it. One of them said, "I'll steal the goat. The woman won't find out." Another thief said, "I'll steal the donkey from the woman." The third thief said, "That's not difficult. I can steal all the woman's clothes." The first thief quietly approached the goat at a bend in the road. He untied the bell and tied it to the donkey's tail. Then he led the goat away. The woman looked around and found that the goat was gone. She began to look for it. At this time, the second thief came to the woman and asked her what she was looking for. The woman said that she had lost a goat. "I saw your goat," said the thief. "Just now a man was leading a goat into this wood. We can still catch him." The woman begged the thief to help her lead the donkey while she chased after the goat. The second thief took the opportunity to lead the donkey away. When the woman came back from the forest, she found that the donkey was gone. She walked on the road and cried. As she walked, she saw a man sitting by the pond. He was also crying. The woman asked him what happened. The man said, "They asked me to take a bag of gold to the city. I was too tired. I sat by the pond to rest and fell asleep. In my sleep, I pushed the bag into the water." The woman asked him why he didn't go down and fish up the bag. The man said, "I'm afraid of water because I can't swim. If anyone wants to fish up this bag of gold, I'll give him 20 gold ingots." The woman was overjoyed. She thought, "It's because someone else stole my goat and donkey that God gave me happiness." So she took off her clothes and dived into the water. However, she couldn't find the bag of gold no matter how hard she tried. When she climbed out of the water, she found that her clothes were gone. It turned out that the third thief had stolen her clothes. Under the pavilion in the workshop, Li Zixuan read the second article written by Little Fishy. A woman in the wild after her clothes were stolen by a man. He was lost in thought for a moment. There was no doubt that this news article was a complete clickbait. The content was completely different from what you would think when you first saw the headline. But behind this piece of news there was actually a trace of philosophy. This way the entire piece of news was instantly raised to a whole new level. This Li Yu's perception was not low. "Little Yu, who told you this story?" After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan looked up and asked. Li Yu replied, "I heard this from an auntie in our shop yesterday. The incident happened to a woman from her family. I thought that if this incident could be written, everyone might be able to understand a lot of things after reading it. For example, greed will always be punished. Don't trust people easily. Trust people easily and you will have to pay the price." "Not bad. You've come up with new tricks for the news." Li Zixuan nodded and praised. His previous purpose of publishing the newspaper was to entertain the public and at the same time, attract investors and make some money. He did not expect Li Yu to be able to draw parallels and trigger another function of the newspaper, which was to educate the public. Moreover, she used a very lively and interesting method to educate the public. This was really rare. This girl's way of thinking was always very unique and creative. Thank you for the compliment, boss. So boss, did I pass? Can I be a reporter for Datang Daily in the future?" Li Yu heard Li Zixuan's praise and immediately beamed with joy. You passed on my side. Brother Ma, what do you think?" Li Zixuan turned his head to look at Ma Zhou and asked. "Think it's okay. These 2 articles have already captured some of Lord Ju's essence. Little Yu is indeed qualified to enter the editorial department of Datang Daily." Ma Zhou nodded and smiled. That's good. Little Yu, you'll work under Steward Ma from now on. Your salary will be based on what I've told you before. The more you work, the more you get." Li Zixuan heard Ma Zhou's agreement and said to Li Yu, "Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, Uncle Ma." Li Yu heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. Ma Zhou could not help but feel that he had aged a few decades in an instant. "Little Yu, you still owe me 5 strings of money before. You have to work hard to repay your debt." Li Zixuan deliberately teased. He did not care about that little bit of money. He said that purely to tease this little girl. I know." Li Yu pouted and said with dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha. Brother Ma, how's the compilation of the dictionary going recently?" After teasing Li Yu for a while, Li Zixuan left the pavilion and followed Ma Zhou into the house and asked, Lord Ju, the compilation of the dictionary is almost half done. It is estimated that it will be completed in half a month. Ma Zhou replied confidently. Eh? That's fast? Li Zishuan was surprised. He thought that the amount of work required to compile a dictionary was so huge that it would take at least 1 or 2 years to complete it. He did not expect it to be so fast. That's true. Crown Prince and King Wei have given us a lot of manpower and resources to compile the dictionary. Moreover, the dictionary that we are compiling this time is mainly based on the foundation of Shuowenjiezi. We have also introduced pinyin and perfected the definitions of some words. In fact, the workload itself is not huge. That's why the progress is so fast. Ma Zhou explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully. After a while he asked, Brother Ma, how are things at Chitsu Culture recently? How many books can we supply to them every day? Ma Zhou was now one of the higher-ups of Chitsu Culture, so he was very clear about these things. He answered without thinking. Without hesitation he replied, Recently, the printing department has hired a lot of new people. The scale has expanded a lot. Now we can supply about 2,000 books to Chitsu Culture every day. The variety and quantity of books will continue to expand. Now, in front of Strange Culture, there will no longer be thousands of people crazily snatching books like when it first opened. Moreover, there are more and more people who believe in Lord Ju's prophecy that books are as expensive as scallions. Li Zishuan nodded happily and said, That's good. But the scale of Chitsu Culture is getting bigger and bigger. How are the other bookstores in Chang'an City reacting? Did they do anything out of the ordinary? This, Ma Zhou heard and frowned slightly. His face darkened and he said, In recent days, with the increase in the number and variety of Chitsu Culture books, the other bookstores' business has become more and more difficult. Some bookstores will send people to the workshop to talk to me. They also want to buy a batch of cheap books from the workshop and sell them. I did not dare to agree to this privately. I was planning to wait for you to come and make a decision personally. Of course, there are a lot of bookstores that chose to fight to the death. However, they always have many tricks up their sleeves. Peng Sigi recently caught a lot of people with unknown intentions around Chitsu Culture. Chapter 269. In the room, Li Zishuan listened to Ma Zhou's words and couldn't help but frown. He had expected that the promotion of cheap books from the Strange Culture would encounter many obstacles because he had touched too many people's cake. The reason why those people didn't do anything in the first few days was probably because they thought that the cheap books from the Strange Culture were only selling at a loss and wouldn't last long. But after so many days, the supply of books from the Strange Culture had increased instead of decreased. Those people naturally couldn't sit still when they saw this. Brother Ma, for those booksellers who want to buy from the workshop, when our production capacity is increased, we can give them a batch of goods. After all, our energy is limited. We can't sell cheap books to all parts of the Tang Empire by ourselves. We can give them a portion of the profits. In this era, apart from the emperor, no one else would have a good ending if they tried to monopolize everything. Of course, even Li Er himself couldn't just do whatever he wanted. He had to consider the opposition of the other aristocratic families. Li Zishuan definitely didn't want to make the whole world his enemy. Earning too much money was also hot. Leaving a mouthful of soup for others was also leaving a way out for himself. Of course, if there were people who didn't want to drink soup and wanted to eat meat, then Li Zishuan would definitely not retreat and wait for death. Yes, Lord Ju's words are reasonable. This Ma also thinks so. Ma Zhou nodded and said with relief. He was older than Li Zishuan and naturally knew more about the ways of the world. He was relieved that Li Zishuan could make this choice. This was because he was worried that Li Zishuan would make some unwise decisions because of his youth. Then Brother Ma, do you have any good ideas for those people who have bad intentions? To be honest, other than strengthening the patrols around the Strange Culture, I don't have any good ideas for the time being. Li Zishuan sighed deeply in his heart. He didn't like this kind of scheming. His original intention of establishing the Strange Culture was to let the poor people afford to buy books. From the beginning to the end, he didn't want to fight with anyone. If he accidentally hurt someone in the process, then he could only say sorry. Lord Ju, the people that Peng Sigi arrested previously have been transferred to the Supreme Court. However, we didn't get any results from the interrogation. We also didn't find any evidence of their bad intentions. The current situation is that they are in the dark while we are in the light. We don't know their intentions and plans. We can only block soldiers with arms and water with an earthweir. Ma Zhou pondered for a while but couldn't think of a good idea. He shook his head and said with a frown, "Then Brother Ma, please keep an eye on the strange culture. If there's anything, feel free to find me." Li Zixuan patted his butt in annoyance and prepared to leave. "No problem." Chongren Lane, Zhangsun Wuji's house. "Old master, there are more and more types of books in the strange culture now. The quantity is also increasing. Moreover, they don't show any signs of losing money. The supply of books is also endless. I estimate that the cost of their books is probably very low. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to continue selling at such a low price for so long. Now there are already many bookstore owners who have gone to look for the manager of their workshop. They want to purchase a batch of cheap books from them and bring them back to sell. They want to make a profit from the difference." Wu Mengyang, the shopkeeper of Mingda Bookstore, was reporting to Zhangsun Wuji respectfully. "Yes, you are right. I have received news that Li Zixuan's workshop has made a paper machine. The paper production speed is very fast, and the cost of their paper is very low. Moreover, they have also mastered a set of cheap and efficient book printing methods. All in all, the price of their books is naturally low." Zhangsun Wuji's expression was indifferent, and one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. He clasped his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward before saying, "Go and contact Li Zixuan. Ask his workshop to supply us with a batch of books. Li Zixuan should give this old man some face. In the future, our bookstore will also sell books at this low price." "Old master, are you just going to let it go like this?" Wu Mengyang was in disbelief. In his opinion, Zhangsun Wuji was the brother-in-law of the current emperor. Why would he be afraid of Li Zixuan, a mere county boy? "Huh." Zhangsun Wuji's voice gradually turned cold. "What do you want me to do? Do I need you to teach me what to do?" Wu Mengyang could feel the coldness from Zhangsun Wuji. His legs trembled as he hurriedly said with a trembling voice, I misspoke. Please forgive me, old master. Please forgive me." "Humph." Zhangsun Wuji snorted coldly and said, "Leave. I will take my leave." When Wu Mengyang heard Zhangsun Wuji's words, he felt as though he was pardoned. He didn't even bother to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead as he hurriedly left. "In the house. Come in. How improper of you to lie outside and eavesdrop." Zhangsun Wuji sat on the stool, took a sip of tea, looked outside the door and said indifferently, I can't hide anything from father." Just as Zhangsun Wuji finished his words, a 12-year-old boy immediately came in. He chuckled. "Chonger, take a seat." Zhangsun Wuji pointed to a seat beside him and said. It turned out that this boy was Zhangsun Wuji's eldest son, Zhangsun Chong. "Thank you, father." Zhangsun Chong obeyed and sat beside Zhangsun Wuji. "Chonger, you should have heard the entire story from start to end, right? Come, tell me your opinion. Do you think that I am weak like shopkeeper Wu?" Zhangsun Wuji poured a cup of tea for himself and said slowly. Hearing those words, Zhangsun Chong sat up straight. He knew that Zhangsun Wuji was intentionally testing him. "Father, I think that father definitely has your reasons for doing so. However, it is definitely not because you are afraid of Li Zixuan. The Li clan only rose up recently after Li Zixuan was conferred the title of Baron. In terms of foundation and strength, the Zhangsun clan has no reason to be afraid of the Li clan. As for why father chose to avoid them and chose to cooperate with them, I think that father must have other considerations." Zhangsun Chong replied cautiously. You brat." Zhangsun Wuji chuckled. Then he shook his head and said, "Chong, the matters in this world aren't as simple as what you see. It might seem calm on the surface, but it might be turbulent in the dark. If you want to be invincible, you have to know your enemy as well as yourself. You have to understand as much information about the other party